here, she wondered, and why was he incapable of ever throwing away a book, no matter how crap he pronounced it to be? About halfway along the second wall, Fiona found what she was looking for. The first edition of And Ever More Shall Be So, a personal dedication on the title page in George's surprisingly neat handwriting. To darling Kit, already il miglior fabbro, with lashings of love, Georgia Lester. How very Georgia, Fiona thought, with a sardonic smile. Fiona turned out the light and made her way back up to her attic. She settled down on the futon, pulling the throw over her legs so she wouldn't get cold. Then she began to turn the pages. But what she read there put all thought of normal comfort out of her mind. Chapter 32. Steve thrust his arm out to prevent the lift doors closing. They opened fully, and he stepped in, coming face to face with DC Joanne Gibb. "Morning, Joanne," he said. "Morning, boss. Am I allowed to ask how the grovelling went?" Steve pulled a face. "Let's just say we're heading in the right direction. Dr. Cameron is putting me in touch with one of her graduate students who will do the analysis, if I can find some money to pay for it." "But we could be making real progress here," Joanne protested. "Surely Commander Telford's going to see the sense in following up this lead." Steve smiled. "I think I can persuade him to share our view." The lift shuddered to a halt at their floor. "Wish me luck. I'll see you and Neil in my office in 15 minutes. He turned down the corridor, walking past blank-faced doors until he came to his immediate superior's office. Steve knocked and waited for the invitation to enter. Commander David Telford was sitting behind what Steve would have bet was the tidiest desk in the building. Not a single scrap of loose paper blemished its polished surface. Pens clustered in a metal holder, a pad of paper sat by the phone, and that was it. The walls were blank, save for Telford's framed commendations and his business studies degree from Aston University. "Sit down, Steve," he said, his face stern. He was determined to obliterate from the collective memory of the Metropolitan Police the notion that anyone other than Steve Preston was to blame for the Francis Blake fiasco. Steve understood that, and knew it was the reason why Telford, or Teflon, as he was known to the lower ranks, continued to treat him as if he brought a bad smell into the office with him. "Thank you, sir." Sometimes playing the game was a killer, but Steve cared too much about catching criminals ever to consider seriously the alternative. "Still no progress, then?" Telford's question implied the answer he wanted to hear. He cared more about image than justice, Steve knew. Finding Susan Blanchard's killer was not at the top of Teflon's agenda. Better that his team never found the real killer, so the world could go on thinking the Met had been cheated of Francis Blake by the trial judge, rather than their own maverick operation. "On the contrary, sir, I think we've opened up a new line of inquiry." Painstakingly, Steve went through the fresh evidence about the cyclist and what Joanne's trawl of records had produced. "Now, I need budget authorization to commission a geographic profile based on this cluster of cases so we can develop viable suspects," he concluded. Telford frowned. "It's all a bit tenuous, isn't it? Nothing in the way of hard evidence, is there?" "The problem with this case all along has been the absence of hard evidence, sir. The lack of forensics at the crime scene, the relative lack of witnesses, the lack of apparent relationship between killer and victim. It's obvious that the killer has some experience in covering his tracks, and that suggests he's committed sexually motivated attacks before. This is the most promising line of inquiry we've had since we began the investigation, sir." "Clutching at straws," Telford complained. "I think it's rather more than that, sir." The words, "with respect," hovered on Steve's lips, but he held back, unwilling to utter that particular lie. "It's a valid investigative strategy. Sooner or later we're going to come back under the spotlight over this case, if we don't resolve it. When that happens, I'd like to be able to say we left no avenues unexplored." "I thought Dr. Cameron had publicly refused ever to work with us again." Telford was off on another tack, unsettled by Steve's subtle threat of publicity. "It wouldn't be Dr. Cameron doing the analysis, sir. We would be commissioning another member of her department." Telford cracked a smile. "One in the eye for her, then?" Steve said nothing. Perhaps malice would win where common sense had failed. Telford swivelled in his chair and appeared to study his degree certificate. "Oh, very well. Do your analysis." He turned abruptly back to Steve. "Just don't screw up this time, Superintendent." Steve walked back to his office, his hands fists. How sweet it would be to find Susan Blanchard's killer, he thought. OK, Telford would take the public credit, but everybody inside the force would know the truth. Justice served in every possible way. He pushed open the door of his office, where he found DC Neil McCartney and Joanne waiting for him. Neil was a large, untidy man in his mid-20s. Steve had never seen him looking anything other than mildly dishevelled, and he was incapable of sitting in a chair without looking as if he was sprawling. He often wondered what the lad had looked like in uniform. His appearance alone would probably have guaranteed that he'd be booted up to CID at the earliest possible opportunity. It also hadn't hurt that he was a good policeman, shrewd, thoughtful and tenacious, to the point of bloody-mindedness. "All right, we've got the go-ahead for the geographic profile," Steve announced, as he squeezed round Neil's awkwardly arrayed legs. "I'll take the material over to the university personally as soon as we've finished up here. So, Neil, what's Blake been up to?" "As far as we can tell, nothing of any great interest. Sleeping late, going out for a paper and a pint of milk and a couple of videos most mornings, then back home. Down the bookies some lunchtimes, a couple of pints in the local boozer, then a walk in the park. Back to the flat and apparently staying in, watching TV, judging by the flickering out the window. Nothing sinister, nothing dodgy. Which is just as well, with us running minimal surveillance one-on-one. For all we know, he could be up to all sorts when we're not around. Some days, when we are there, he doesn't put his nose across the door. He could have a harem in there, and we've been none the wiser." Steve nodded sympathetically. "I know it's less than satisfactory, but we'll just have to keep as close an eye on our friend Mr. Blake as we can. Until we come up with a better active lead, he's the only thing we've got. It might be an idea to have a discreet word with the people in the downstairs flat, see if they've seen or heard any sign of company, but only if we're sure they're not mates. I don't want to alert Blake to our continued interest. What do you think, Neil?" Neil wrinkled his nose. He'd worked for bosses who didn't like to be told their suggestions might not work, but he'd learned enough about Steve Preston to know that speaking his mind would seldom be held against him, especially in such close company as they were at present. "I don't reckon it, Gov," he said. "They're a youngish couple, mid-20s, I'd say. They look like the kind that think we're the bad guys. Know what I mean? They'd probably think it was their bounden duty to tell Blake the pigs were sniffing around." It wasn't what Steve had been hoping to hear, but he trusted Neil's judgment. "Is John on him today?" he asked. "Yeah." Neil yawned. "OK, so, why don't you take yourself off for the rest of the day, Neil? Get your head down." "You sure, Gov?" "I'm sure. Joanne can keep things ticking over here. If we need you, we'll shout." Neil unfurled his body from the chair and stood up, stretching luxuriously. I'm not going to argue. Fuck me. More than 8 hours to sleep in. My body might collapse with the shock. He slouched out of the room. Do you want me to hold the fort then, boss? Joanne asked. Yeah. I'm going over to the university to see some bloke called Terry Fowler. Dr. Cameron left a message that she's made all the arrangements. I don't know how long I'll be, depends how much I have to brief this Fowler. And I'm supposed to drop in on Dr. Cameron herself when I'm done, so I'll see you when I see you. It felt strange walking into the psychology department and not heading straight for Fiona's office. The porter gave him directions to the cubicle on the 3rd floor that Terry Fowler shared with another graduate student. Steve knocked on the door and was surprised to hear a woman's voice invite him to come in. He stuck his head round the door. There were 2 computer desks, one vacant, the other occupied by a young woman with spiky platinum blonde hair, scarlet lipstick, and glasses with heavy black frames. Her ears gleamed with silver from 3 sets of piercings and a pair of ear cuffs. Steve smiled. Sorry to bother you. I'm looking for Terry Fowler. The woman cast her eyes upwards in a parody of exasperation. Then she grinned and pointed at her head. You found her. Teresa Fowler at your service. Fiona playing the old trick of working on your gender assumptions. Irritated with Fiona for setting him up as the perfect model of the prejudiced policeman, Steve walked in with an apologetic shrug. Nothing like starting at a disadvantage, he thought. What can I say? I fell for it. I apologize. I'm not usually prone to sexist assumptions. He extended a hand. Steve Preston. Pleased to meet you, Superintendent. Her handshake matched his. Firm. No nonsense. Nothing to prove. Don't worry about it. Psychologists find it hard to resist playing silly games. It goes with the territory. Grab a chair and make yourself comfortable. Well, as comfortable as you can on one of those instruments of torture. Her smile was infectious, and he found himself returning it. Call me Steve, please. He pulled up a plastic bucket chair and sat down. I take it Fiona has briefed you more fully than she briefed me. She shook her head. Only in the most general terms. She said you had a group of cases you wanted me to run through the crime linkage system. Then, if there's a cluster, I have to do a geographical profile. And you're going to pay me, which is a major plus, I have to tell you. Terry leaned back in her chair, unconsciously showing off a slim body in black jeans and T-shirt. There's a little bit more to it than that, Steve said, opening his briefcase and taking out the file Joanne had compiled. He had added 4 unrelated cases to test the accuracy of the crime linkage program, but he wasn't going to tell Terry that. First of all, I have to stress that this material is highly confidential. My lips are sealed, Terry said, pushing them together in a tight pout. I don't doubt it, he said stiffly, determined to keep things formal. But I couldn't help noticing that you share this office, so whenever you leave the office you're going to have to take this file with you, unless you can be sure it will be secure in here. Okay? Even if you're only popping out to the loo or the coffee machine. Point taken. She smiled, and raised her hands palm outwards in a placatory gesture. It's cool, Steve. I understand. I don't mean to teach you to suck eggs. Terry shook her head. Hey, you've never worked with me before. How are you to know I'm not some ditzy blonde? She widened her eyes, her mobile face a question. Steve's turned to grin. Fiona doesn't hate me that much. Okay, here's what I've got for you. 6 rapes and 4 serious sexual assaults. As Fiona said, I want you to see if there are grounds for believing any or all of them to be linked. If you get a cluster, I'm keen to see what the geographic profile produces. If we get that far, I then want you to enter another location into the geographic profile to see what happens. Terry raised one eyebrow. It should have looked pretentious, but somehow she avoided that. Is the other location in the file? Steve shook his head. I don't want to influence the way you're thinking. Once I see the results, then we'll take it from there. Fine by me. How quick do you need it? Steve spread his hands. Yesterday? Yesterday costs extra, but for the regular fee you can have it tomorrow, on one condition. Steve tilted his head slightly, his face suspicious. One condition. You have dinner with me tomorrow. Her smile was the calculated flirt of a woman who expects to get her own way. Steve felt hot blood flushing his cheeks. I have dinner with you? Is it such a strange idea? He forced himself to cling on to his professional reserve. I just don't think it's a very good one. Why? You're not married, are you? No, but so? What's the problem? I'm not in the habit of mixing business and pleasure, he said, aware as he spoke that he sounded like the kind of stuffed shirt he'd always prayed he'd never become. Where else do people like us meet interesting dinner companions? We don't have to talk about work, you know, Terry said. I won't quiz you about your 10 greatest cases if you don't ask me to define Piagetian theory. Come on. What have you got to lose? Even if you have a totally crap time, it's only going to be for a few hours, and I won't tell if you don't. Pleasantly bewildered, but still wary, Steve ran a hand through his dark hair. This is all rather sudden. She shrugged. Life's too short. You've got to seize the moment. But why me? God, you lot know how to ask questions, don't you? Now she was laughing, even white teeth, gleaming like the big bad wolf. Because you've got a brain and a sense of humour, because you're a nice-looking geezer, and because you're not a geeky psychologist. 4 very good reasons. So, you gonna have dinner with me or what? It's okay if it's no. I can take it. I'm a big girl, and I'll still do your analysis. No hard feelings. Steve shook his head, entirely disorientated by the way the meeting had deviated from his expectations. Okay, let's do it, he found himself saying, realizing as he spoke that the idea was genuinely exciting. Good call, Steve. I'll ring you tomorrow when I've got something for you, okay? She was already reaching eagerly for the file. Understanding he was being dismissed, Steve got to his feet. About dinner. Where shall I book? What sort of food do you like? She shrugged. You choose. I don't eat meat, but I love fish, and I never met a cuisine I didn't like. Why am I not surprised? Thanks, Terry. He walked down the corridor to the flight of stairs that would take him to Fiona's office, grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't quite believe what had just happened. He'd been blown away by the charisma of a stranger. He'd thrown aside one of his strongest principles, and he was feeling more light-hearted than he had for months. Maybe at last his luck was on the turn. Chapter 33. Steve's smile didn't survive his encounter with Fiona. When he walked into her office, she was staring blankly at her computer screen, hands linked behind her head. "Isn't it a lovely day?" he said blithely, settling on her sofa. Fiona looked at him as if he'd gone mad. "It is." "I think so," he said cheerfully. "I've just had a very interesting encounter with Terry Fowler." "Oh, good," Fiona said absently. "She's very efficient. I'm sure she'll do an excellent job for you." Her voice tailed off, and she frowned at the wall above his head. "Earth to Fiona. Is there anybody home?" "I'm sorry, Steve. I didn't sleep much last night. I'm a bit distracted." "You wanted to see me about something," he reminded her. Fiona scowled and squeezed the bridge of her nose between her finger and thumb. "I know. It all made perfect sense when I left the message, but now, well, I don't know if I'm overreacting." Fiona this distracted was too unfamiliar an experience for Steve to take lightly. "Let's hear it," he said. "Then we can both decide." She nodded. "Makes as much sense as anything else. I woke up in the middle of the night, you know, the way I do sometimes. No obvious reason, but I couldn't get back to sleep, so I went upstairs to surf the web for a while, and I ended up in a chat room where people were discussing the Jane Elias murder, and the general consensus seemed to be that the Garda have arrested the wrong man." Fiona took a deep breath. "Now, I know you have a fairly low opinion of the kind of people who hang around in news groups in the middle of the night in cyberspace, but a couple of the people who had posted actually know this guy, and they're saying he just doesn't have what it takes to plan or to carry out so complex a scheme. Now, if the police do have the wrong man, and if Jane's murder was nothing to do with her relationship with her Garda Síochána lover, then logic suggests that the same person might have murdered Jane Elias and Ruchand. That's reaching, Fee, and you know it. Different countries, totally different MO, and no signature that we know of. There is a signature of sorts, Steve. Both Drew and Jane were award-winning authors who wrote serial killer thrillers that have been successfully adapted for TV or film, and they were both killed in ways that mirror deaths that are described in the very books that were adapted. Fiona was focused now, her previous abstraction history. "It's not a conventional signature," was the only protest Steve could find. "I know. But I've been working another case, the Spanish one, with an unconventional signature, and I suppose that's why I'm probably more open to the idea than I normally would be. So humour me. Just for the sake of argument, let's say it's a possibility that the two crimes had the same perpetrator." Steve nodded. "Okay, out of purely academic interest, let's see where that takes us." "Where it takes us is that Georgia Lester is missing. Having had at least one death threat letter, which when she discovered Kit had also had one, scared her more than a little. Kit, who knows her as well as anyone, seems to think the papers are right, and she's gone to ground as some kind of bizarre publicity stunt. You said last night it's possible she's been abducted. Either of these may be the case. For all I know, the police are negotiating with the kidnapper as we speak. That's something I imagine you could find out with relative ease if you were minded to. But there is another possibility. "I have a sinking feeling I know where you're heading with this," Steve said. "I think Georgia could be the third victim of a serial killer. If that's the case, then for the signature to hold, it would follow that she's been murdered in the manner of one of the victims in a serial killer novel. Agreed?" Steve decided to go along with Fiona for the time being. Theoretically, yes. "After I'd been online last night, I checked out Georgia's output. She's only published one strictly serial killer novel, And Evermore Shall Be So, which was made into a film. She's an award winner. She's won the Crime Writers Association Gold Dagger for Best Crime Novel of the Year twice. She fits all the criteria, Steve. So, last night I skimmed the book." Fiona paused, pushing her hair back from her face, revealing dark smudges beneath her eyes. She continued, her voice now the calm, dispassionate tone of the lecturer imparting information. "The killer, in And Evermore Shall Be So, does abduct his victims. He uses the trick of pretending to have broken down in a country lane, but in broad daylight so they won't be suspicious of him. Then he takes the victims back to his lair, where he strangles them. Finally, he skins and dismembers them, and wraps them up like joints of meat." Steve stared at Fiona for a long moment. It was a grisly prospect, but if he accepted her basic premise, it was an inevitable conclusion. "And You think this might be what's happened to Georgia Lester? Fiona looked him straight in the eye. I'm scared shitless that this is what has happened to Georgia. Tell me I'm being paranoid here, Steve. You're the psychologist, Fee. You know if it's only paranoia when it's groundless. What you're telling me might be pretty far-fetched, but it's not entirely without foundation. Steve leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped. However sceptical he was trying to sound, part of him was entirely convinced by Fiona's thesis. In the book, what does he do with the remains? The killer's a wholesale butcher in the town where his victims live. He's got a big freezer that's supposedly obsolete. He keeps it padlocked shut. That's where he puts his packages of human flesh. So, if I'm right, the logical place to look for Georgia Lester right now would be Smithfield Market. They live in the city, you see, her and Anthony. Steve closed his eyes. He wondered just how he was going to convince the detectives searching for Georgia Lester that they were going to need a search warrant for Smithfield Market. One more question, he finally said. Do you think there's a connection with the death threat letters? Fiona shrugged. I don't know. My first reaction was that the writer of the letters wasn't a killer. There's no boasting about the murders in any of the letters I've seen, which I'd expect if the letter writer was the killer. And generally speaking, people who write anonymous threatening letters have a different mindset from those who actually kill. But the more this goes on, the less certain I feel about trusting my judgment. If there is someone out there killing writers at the same time as someone else is sending those same people death threats, it's hard to believe it's pure coincidence. We don't know whether Jane Elias or Drew Shand had any letters similar to the ones sent to Kit and the others, though, do we? And the Garda told me they hadn't found anything like that among her papers. While he was willing to accept Fiona might have made a case for a serial killer, Steve was reluctant on a personal level to believe the letters held a direct threat. If they did, that meant his closest male friend could be the next target, and that was a prospect that chilled him to the bone. Fiona stared numbly at him. His words washed over her, making no impression on the worm of anxiety that wriggled inside her. All I know is that if there is a serial killer out there, Kit is almost certainly on his list, whether or not the letter writer and the murderer are one and the same. He fits all the criteria, just like Georgia. You've got to do something about this, Steve. Chapter 34. Fiona was uncharacteristically silent as they walked through the busy Holborn streets from her office to the quiet cafe bar where Steve had arranged the meeting. Her mood seemed matched by grey skies and tall, dark Victorian buildings that hemmed them in as they headed down towards Farringdon Road. In an attempt to distract her, he said, "Does your graduate student make a habit of propositioning strange men?" "You mean Terry?" "She asked me out to dinner. I see her impulse control hasn't improved any." Fiona sounded amused. "She makes a habit of this kind of thing?" Steve demanded, unaccountably deflated by the thought. "Propositioning men? I don't think so, no. But she is irrepressibly drawn to following her urges, hunches, and inspirations without pause for thought." "Ah," he said. "It's just what you need, Steve. Someone to jolt you out of your rut," she said, slipping her arm through his and giving it a squeeze. "Is that how you see me? A man stuck in a rut? You must admit, you're a creature of habit and caution. A brief encounter with a charismatic whirlwind like Terry could be just what you need." "You think that's all she's in the market for, then? A brief encounter?" Steve said, trying to keep his tone light to match Fiona's. I have no idea, sorry. I didn't mean to suggest she saw you as nothing more than a plaything, and it's not as if she has a reputation for playing the field. I've been working with Terry for nearly 2 years now, and all I've ever seen her do with blokes is put them in their place, which is usually, very firmly, at arm's length. Not, she added hastily, that there's anything wrong with that. I've seen too many students distracted because they're the most attractive woman in the seminar group, and they can't resist the lure of other people's lust. But Terry's not one of those. That's what you're saying. They sidestepped to allow a woman with a pushchair to pass. Definitely not. She's well aware of her charm, but to her credit she doesn't trade on it. When she started her PhD, she was living with someone, but they split up. Oh, it must be 18 months ago. Since then, I don't know of anybody significant, so she must have really taken a liking to you. She squeezed his arm and smiled up at him. You know a lot about her, Steve observed. You're fishing, which I assume means you said yes. I did. Fiona raised her eyebrows. Good for you. Time to live a little, Steve. Let yourself go. And I think Terry's the perfect woman to do it with. She's bright, and she's talented, and she's good fun. Steve smiled. I'd worked that much out for myself. I suspect I'm going to have to keep my wits about me with Miss Fowler. Which is no bad thing in a relationship, Fiona commented with a wicked grin. Hey, steady on. We're only having dinner, not moving in together. Fiona said nothing, merely pinning him with an inquisitive look as she let go of his arm to turn into the cafe bar. It had opened on the crest of the city's coffee craze, the decor home front 90s, with every wall a different off-primary colour, tall aluminium vases crammed with exotic foliage scattered strategically around. The chairs were low wraparound armchairs that gripped the hips, the tables knee-high and stained the colour of herbal teas. The background music was generic Brit-pop, played just loud enough to cover the hissing and spluttering of the coffee machines. It was marginally too far from the university for it to attract the student population. Mid-morning, only half a dozen tables were occupied. Steve led the way to a corner table at the rear, where they were unlikely to be overheard. From the elaborate menu of hot and cold beverages, Fiona ordered a cappuccino, Steve an Americano. He produced his cigars and lit up, blowing a perfect smoke ring towards the ceiling. Fiona smiled. You only do that when you're nervous, she said. I do. I've noticed it before. When you're feeling twitchy, you blow smoke rings. So, that's all I am to you, a walking laboratory rat, he said affectionately. Before she could reply, a tall black woman in a caramel-coloured business suit, toting a briefcase, walked into the cafe and looked around her. Seeing Steve, the woman headed purposefully towards them. As she approached, Fiona took in the details. Low-heeled court shoes, powerful calves, hair cut close to her head, high cheekbones, a parakeet nose and dark eyes behind fashionable oval-framed glasses. It was hard to gauge her age, but given that Fiona knew she was a detective chief inspector, she had to be in her mid-30s at least. When she reached their table, the woman nodded to Steve and reached a hand out to Fiona. Dr. Cameron, it's an honour to meet you. I'm Sarah Duval, City of London Police. They shook hands, and Duval sat down opposite Fiona. Good to see you again, Steve, she added with a curt nod. Thanks for coming, Sarah. I know you're up to your eyes at the moment, he said. Aren't we all? Duval replied. The waiter arrived with the coffees, and Duval asked for a large espresso. Fiona wasn't in the least surprised. Something had to have fueled this brisk, no-nonsense woman through the ranks of the city police, and it wouldn't have been supportive praise. So, Steve tells me you wanted to talk to me about the Georgia Lester inquiry, Duval said, giving Fiona a sharp look of appraisal. To be honest, the more I think about it, the more I think I'm probably wasting everybody's time. Fiona hedged, aware she was not operating in her usual assertive mode, and wondering whether she was actually feeling slightly intimidated by the other woman. I'm willing to be the judge of that, Duval said. So, if you'd care to lay it out for me. Fiona began at the beginning, with Drushan's murder, and outlined the hypothesis she'd already explained to Steve. Duval listened in silence throughout, her features immobile, her body still as standing water. When Fiona came to the end of her theory, Duval simply nodded. "I see," she said. She picked up her cup and sipped her coffee. "I don't think you're wasting my time at all," she finally said. She glanced at Steve. "I can speak frankly here?" "Fiona understands issues of confidentiality," he confirmed. Duval picked up her teaspoon and stirred her espresso thoughtfully. "The main investigation into Georgia Lester's disappearance is being handled by Dorset Constabulary, since that is where she was last known to be and where her car was subsequently found. My involvement has come about because her London residence is on our patch. Certain inquiries need to be made in London, and it was decided that these should be handled at a level rather more senior than would deal with most missing persons, for reasons I'm sure you'll appreciate." Fiona nodded, impressed with Duval's incisive and logical manner. "There have been suggestions, as you rightly point out, that Miss Lester has engineered her own disappearance as a publicity stunt, and, to some degree, we have been allowing that assumption to run. However, I do not believe that to be the case. Apart from anything else, she had already engaged a bodyguard to accompany her on her book tour, which I don't think she'd have done if she was planning to disappear as a publicity stunt. Also, her husband's distress is clearly genuine, and I have been assured by everyone I've interviewed that she would not deliberately cause him such anxiety. We have been monitoring Mr. Fitzgerald's telephone and his mail with his full consent, and there have been no communications seeking a ransom, and there would have been by now if she had been abducted. I think we can be fairly sure of that. As you suggest, this leaves the unpalatable option that Miss Lester is dead, and not by her own hand. There is nothing to suggest she has met with a fatal accident, and so I have been proceeding as if I were dealing with the early stages of a murder inquiry. I find what you have to say both disturbing and also curiously satisfying, because it chimes entirely with my own instincts about this case. I do wish someone had told me about these death threat letters before now, however." Fiona looked penitent. "That's partly my fault, I'm afraid. Georgia wanted to take them to the police, but my partner, Kit, was opposed to the idea. He thought they were crank letters, and he didn't want to be seen to be publicity-seeking after Drushan's murder. I should have been more insistent, I'm sorry." Duval nodded. There was no concession in her face, no attempt to reassure Fiona. Her expression said that Fiona really should have known better, and Fiona smarted under it. "I'll want to see them as soon as possible," was all Duval said, however. "I'll get them to you later today," Fiona promised. "They're back in my office, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. I should have brought them with me." Duval's lips tightened in silent agreement. "So, how do we proceed from here?" Steve asked, anxious to move away from the edginess between the women to more productive territory. "I can't see you getting a warrant to search Smithfield Market on the basis of what Fiona's given you." Duval took another sip of her coffee. "A technique designed to give room for thought," Fiona decided. "I can try," she said eventually. "More coffee." We have one or two very understanding magistrates in the city, and we do have a very good relationship with the market authorities. We actually have a squad of officers based in Smithfield itself. What might help me, Doctor, is if you could tell me a little about what sort of person you believe is committing these crimes and whether they are likely to strike again. She gave a tiny, tight smile. Prevention is always a good note to strike with magistrates. I'm not a behavioral psychologist, Fiona said. I'm an academic. I don't do profiling based on stuff about whether your killer wet the bed or was abused by a drunken father. I leave that to the clinicians who have a range of experience to draw on. Duval nodded. I know. Personally, I prefer a little intellectual rigour in criminal investigation, she said wryly. But, based on what you know of this sort of killer, is there anything you can tell me? These killings are fueled by rage. Most serial homicides are sexual in their nature, but occasionally there are other motives. For example, the missionary type, who sees his goal as ridding the world of a particular group of people who don't deserve to live. I've recently been working on such a case with the Spanish police. In that instance, I've characterized the motivation as loss. Loss? Duval interrupted. Most adults develop their sense of self as a complex matrix of interlocking factors, Fiona explained. So, if we lose a parent, if our lover leaves us, if the career we had worked so hard for is shattered, we feel bereft and upset, but we don't lose our sense of who we are. But there are some people who never achieve that sort of integration. Their sense of self becomes entirely bound up with one aspect of their lives. If they lose that element, they are entirely cast adrift from the normal checks and balances. Some commit suicide. A smaller group turn the rage and pain outwards and seek their revenge on those they perceive to be somehow responsible. I see, Duval said. And you think that's what may have come into play here? Fiona shrugged. That's what my experience would lead me to think. Steve leaned forward. So, what sort of person would see serial killer thriller writers as his nemesis? Or her nemesis? Duval interjected. We're equal opportunity coppers in the city, Steve, unlike the Met. Again, that thin, tight smile behind the barb. Steve shook his head. If it's a serial, it's a man. Drew Shand was a gay man who was last seen leaving a gay pub with another man who has not come forward as a witness, so we have to assume he was the killer. Duval inclined her head in concession. I'll grant you that, for now at least. She turned to Fiona again. Humour us, Doctor. What sort of person would want to kill these writers? Fiona refused to allow herself to feel patronised or intimidated. She had a point to make, and Sarah Duval wasn't going to keep her from making it. Creative writing. It's a field where passions run high. I know, I live with a writer. I suppose it could be a deranged fan stalker, out to make a name for himself, a Mark Chapman type of killer, but they mostly stop at one. That's enough to make the statement, and they're not usually sophisticated enough to develop so complex a killing structure. It could be a wannabe writer who is eaten up with resentment at the success of others. In his parallel universe, he might believe they've ripped off his plot, stolen his ideas, either by conventional means or by creeping into his mind while he's asleep. I would characterize the writer of the death threat letters as being most likely to fit in that category, based on their content. Or it could be a writer whose career has gone into terminal decline. Maybe someone who sees those particular writers as having snatched the success he should have had. Fiona spread her hands. I'm sorry. I can't be more specific than that. Duval, she noticed, was looking sceptical. I'd never have imagined that anyone could feel so threatened by writers that they want to kill them, Steve said. Whoever is doing this has become obsessed with the notion that this particular group of writers has somehow done him a deep and destructive wrong, and this is his way of righting that wrong, Fiona said. Duval frowned. It's not as if writing books changes anybody's life. You don't think the pen is mightier than the sword, then? Fiona asked. No, I don't, Duval insisted. Books are just books. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never harm me. That's what you think? Duval considered. I don't think I've ever read anything that changed my life, for good or ill. Poetry makes nothing happen, Fiona said. I'm sorry? Something W.H. Auden wrote. Do you think the same thing is true of film and TV? Fiona asked Duval. This was between them now, Steve sidelined, as they stared intently at each other. Duval leaned back in her chair, considering. We're always being told by your colleagues that when kids watch violence on TV, they copy it. There's certainly anecdotal evidence of that, but whether it influences our behaviour directly or not, I think what we read and what we watch alters our view of the world. And I can't help wondering if this killer is someone who doesn't like the way that these writers and the adaptations of their books have presented the world, Fiona parried. Sounds a bit far-fetched to me. Fiona shrugged. But, strange as it seems, logic seems to dictate that if Georgia is dead, and if these killings are linked, the motive lies in what the victims have written. Duval nodded. The victim as teaching aid. Read the Vic, learn the killer, Steve said. Rule 1 of stranger murder. And he is going to kill again, Duval stated baldly. It was the issue that Fiona wished she could avoid, the question that had been haunting her since she'd found the key passages in And Evermore Shall Be So. Yes, unless he stopped, he'll kill again. And what you need to do now is draw up a list of potential victims and see they're protected. Duval's composure slipped momentarily, and she looked at Steve for guidance. This time, it was his face that remained impassive. I don't see how we can do that. Duval stalled. She clearly objected to being told how to do her job by someone she perceived as an outsider. I'd have thought it was pretty straightforward, Fiona said crisply. Now she was dealing with Kit's fate. Her normal assertiveness was back in the driving seat with a vengeance. You're looking for award-winning crime writers who have written serial killer novels that have been adapted for film or TV. Get in touch with the Crime Writers Association. They'll be able to put you in touch with one or other of the crime buffs who will be able to give you chapter and verse. But there must be dozens, Duval protested. We couldn't possibly offer them all protection. At the very least, you should warn them. Fiona's voice was as implacable as her face, her hazel eyes intense in the gloom of the cafe. Duval's face had closed down. That's impossible. I don't think you've thought this through, Dr. Cameron. The last thing we want is to start a panic. There's enough of a media circus as it is, and we don't even know yet whether Georgia Lester is alive or dead. It would be totally irresponsible to go public at this stage. Fiona glared at Duval. Some of these people are my friends. I live with one of them. If you're not going to warn them, then I certainly am. Duval's narrow nostrils flared. She turned to Steve. I thought you said she understood confidentiality. Steve put a hand on Fiona's arm. She shrugged it off impatiently. DCI Duval's right, Steve said gently. We don't know anything for sure yet, and it could seriously damage our chances of putting a stop to this man if we panic prematurely. You know that, Fee. If this didn't touch Kit, you'd be the first to say we should avoid giving this killer the oxygen of publicity. Yes, Steve, I probably would, Fiona said angrily. But it does touch Kit, and I owe him far more than I owe the City of London police. There was a dangerous silence. Then Duval said, By all means warn your lover to be on his guard, but I must insist that you keep it to yourselves. Fiona snorted derisively. These aren't idiots you're talking about here. These are intelligent men and women who live by the power of their imagination. Since Drew Shan died, the Scottish crime writers have formed a phone tree so they can check on each other daily. I've already had one of them onto me looking for reassurance. A lot of them know what I do for a living. If you do find Georgia in pieces in Smithfield, my phone is going to be red hot. I'm not going to tell these people there's no cause for alarm. Fee, you know there's a big difference between suggesting they should be on their guard and telling them there's a serial killer on the loose who might be targeting them. And you also know that's a line you're perfectly capable of walking, Steve said. Fiona pushed herself out of her chair. You might have forgotten Leslie, Steve, but I never will. And I'm going to deal with this as I see fit, not as you think best. Steve watched her stride out of the cafe, hair flowing with the speed of her passage. Oh, fuck, he groaned. I'd appreciate knowing what the hell that was all about, Duval said. Sir, she added, more as calculated insult than an afterthought. Steve crushed his cigar out impatiently. She's right. I wasn't thinking about Leslie, he said, half to himself. He straightened up in his chair. Leslie was Fiona's sister. She was murdered by a serial rapist when she was a student. They never made an arrest. It's why Fiona became a criminal psychologist. She always believed that if the university had given their female students proper warning, Leslie would have been safe. She's probably wrong, but survivors have to find someone to blame. Otherwise, they end up blaming the victim, and that's even less healthy. Duval nodded, understanding dawning. No wonder she's worried about the boyfriend. I'm worried about him too, Sarah. He's my best mate. Steve's face was stern. You'd better go after her, calm her down. I don't want her running around like a loose cannon in the middle of my investigation, however helpful she's been. Steve, who liked being told what to do about as much as Duval herself, gave her a hard stare. Duval held up one hand in a placatory gesture. And when I get back to Wood Street, I'm going straight to my governor to get a full murder squad working the case. I'll be working on my search warrant application this afternoon. You can tell her that, to reassure her. I will, Sarah. I'm glad you're taking this seriously, because if anything were to happen to Kit Martin, Fiona wouldn't be the only one baying for blood. Chapter 35. What she wanted to do was to jump in the first passing taxi and go straight home to Kit. But Fiona had always struggled against putting desire before duty, so she swept through the streets back to her office, oblivious to everyone and everything, her head buzzing with chaos, her gut knotting with fear. There was no particular reason why Kit should be the next name on the list, but equally no strong reason why he should not be. She had to find a way to make him take her seriously, without leaving him as scared as she was. She was walking into her office when she heard someone call her name. She turned, to find Steve running down the corridor towards her, a fine sheen of sweat on his face. "Wait, Fee!" he shouted, as she turned on her heel and slammed her door behind her. She hadn't even got her jacket off when he was in the room beside her, one sleeve in and one sleeve half out, she had no way of resisting when he pulled her into his arms and hugged her close. "I know you're scared," Steve said. "Fuck scared," Fiona snarled. "I'm furious. People are at risk, and you won't protect them." She pulled away and dragged her jacket off, throwing it on the sofa. "You wouldn't be keeping this under wraps if somebody was murdering police officers, Steve. Why don't Kit and his friends merit the same consideration?" "Apples and oranges, Fee. Police officers know how to keep the lid on things, but if we start issuing blanket warnings to crime writers, it'll be a madhouse. We can't offer them protection. We don't have the bodies. So some of them will run screaming to the media about how crap the police are, and the papers will whip it all up into mass hysteria. And then the cranks will start, and the stalkers, and the hoax phone calls, and then it'll be the vigilantes taking the law into their own hands, protecting their heroes, and before you know it, somebody will get hurt who has nothing to do with this whole mess." Steve paced as he spoke, his tension evident in every movement. "It stinks, Steve, and you know it. If Georgia has been killed, and believe me, I am praying that Sarah Duvall's team don't find anything in Smithfield apart from animal carcasses, then I think it's inescapable that there's a serial killer out there. And I won't let my lover and his friends be the stalking horses while you guys fuck around failing to catch the right person." Fiona slammed open her desk drawer and pulled out a plastic folder, throwing it towards him. "There's the letters. Kit's, George's, and the other 4. You get them to Sarah Duvall." Steve's face tightened. "Fine. Just promise me one thing. Promise you'll do what you have to do in a responsible manner." Fiona looked as if she was about to burst into tears of rage. "Oh, Steve, you should know me better than that." Her voice was a reproach that cut like a whip. Steve flinched, as she had intended. "I'm sorry, Fee, but you got to see my point. We can't afford to start a media witch hunt. Look, I'm scared too. If anything happened to Kit, I'd never, ever forgive myself. So, do something to make sure it doesn't." Steve threw the folder of letters onto a chair in frustration. "Don't you see? I can't. It's none of my professional business. The city force are totally separate from us, and I can't interfere in their case." "Well, there's nothing more to say, is there?" Fiona's voice seemed to come from a long way off. Before Steve could respond, the phone rang. She reached for it automatically, saying, "You'll have to excuse me. I have work to do." Fiona deliberately turned her back on him. "Hello? Fiona Cameron." Steve watched her shoulders slump as she registered who was calling. "Just give me a minute, Major," she said. Covering the mouthpiece with her hand, she glanced over her shoulder. "Goodbye, Steve." She waited until he had picked up the letters and was walking through the door, then moved to the chair behind her desk. Stifling a sigh, she spoke into the phone. "Sorry about that. There was someone just leaving." "I'm sorry. I have called at a bad time," he apologized. "Right now, believe me, there's no such thing as a good time. How can I help you, Major?" "I have very good news," he said. "We have Miguel Delgado in custody." Fiona forced herself to sound bright in spite of the headache that was starting behind her eyes. "Congratulations. You must be very relieved. See, and pleased that we have succeeded. You are right. He had another line of defense in place. He had a friend with what my wife calls a Winnebago. Somebody he thought he could trust, because he knew this friend was himself a criminal. But his friend is only a small-time thief, a burglar. His friend, he had seen Delgado's face in the paper, and he knew whatever Delgado had done, it must be very serious. And the only really serious crimes he had heard about were the murders. He didn't want to be implicated in crimes like that, so, although he let Delgado take his van, he tipped off the local police. We found him, early this morning, on a campsite only a few miles out of the city." "Well done. Has he confessed?" She could hear Berrocal sigh. "No. He has said nothing since he was arrested. Is there any solid evidence tying him to the crimes?" "The second victim? The American? A waiter has come forward, who says he remembers seeing Delgado with him a couple of days before the murder. We are hopeful that forensics will be able to match up fibers, but we won't have that for a while yet. Also, we are testing the knives that Delgado had in the van when we caught him. Again, we don't have the results yet, so we have nothing much to put pressure on with." She hoped he wasn't looking for help from her. She wanted to tell him to fuck off, that she had far more important things to worry about. But the professional in her knew that putting an end to the Toledo murders was just as important as what was happening in her own life. When it came to value, she had to believe all human lives were equal. Otherwise, there would be little point in her work. So, she forced herself not to let her frustration and hostility loose on Salvador Berrocal. "I'm sure you've got a very experienced team to work on him," she said, reaching for the button to switch on her computer. "I have never dealt with a serial killer in interrogation before, but I have a plan," he said, sounding enthusiastic. "I figured I would make him angry, use one of my team to taunt him. You know the kind of thing. These stupid local cops, how could they be so dumb as to arrest a pathetic specimen like him? It's obvious that whoever did these crimes was clever enough to plan very carefully and charming enough to get his victims to go along with him willingly. And an ugly, smelly, failed shopkeeper like Delgado couldn't possibly have what it takes to be the Toledo killer. My man will act as if he's disgusted to be wasting his time on such a pointless interview." "I think that'll make him very angry," Fiona said, "which will almost certainly work to your advantage. You've obviously thought it through very carefully. Now, go away and leave me alone," she thought. "Let me know how you get on." He was still thanking her for her profile when she put the phone down. So, let him think she was a rude bitch. She was past caring. Fiona headed straight for her email program and started to write a new message. Kit wouldn't answer the phone when he was writing, but she knew he checked his email every hour or so. From Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulan.ac.uk, to Kit Martin, kmwriter@trashnet.com. Advice. Remember the message on the front of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Well, don't panic. I didn't want to alarm you this morning. I had an idea, but I wanted to run it past Steve first. Overnight, I discovered that the locals think the Garda have arrested the wrong man for Jane Elias's murder. Taking into account Drew's death and George's disappearance, I had to think about the possibility of a serial offender. So, I took a look at And Ever More Shall Be So, and was disturbed by certain parallels I found there. I've had a meeting with the officer in charge of the case in the City of London Police, and the good news is that they're taking me seriously. The bad news, of course, is that if I'm right, then Georgia is probably, as we feared, dead. And the worst news is that there may be other killings. And, of course, the police are already saying they don't want to issue a general warning and start an unwarranted panic, not least because they don't have the staffing levels to offer people any protection. There is no reason to suppose you're specifically at risk. And yes, I still think the death threats are probably unrelated to the murders, but it makes sense to take precautions. Don't answer the door to strangers. Don't go anywhere alone. I mean, anywhere. Fuck bravado. I want you safe. I'm at work, if you need to talk. Departmental meeting, 2 to 3. Seminar, 3:30 to 5. Home by 6. I hope. I love you. Keep safe. F. She hit the send button and watched her message disappear into the ether. The logical part of Fiona's mind knew that she could not save Kit if someone was determined to kill him, but she could adopt the alarm principle. A burglar had once told her that security systems on private houses were no deterrent to the determined raider. If he wanted to get into a specific house, he could and he would. Where they were useful was in putting off the casual burglar. "You got to make the house next door look like an easier option," he'd explained. Well, if the price of Kit's life was making someone else look like an easier option, Fiona was prepared to do that. Afterwards, she'd live with the consequences. For now, what was important was keeping Kit alive. In spite of what she'd said to Fiona, Sarah Duval was conscious that she owed a duty to potential victims. She'd always been a proponent of preventative policing, but it acquired a new urgency when murder was the crime in question, rather than burglary or street crime. Her first priority was the preparation of an application for a search warrant for Smithfield Market, but once that was underway, she had turned her attention to what else she could usefully achieve. Because she'd never worked with Fiona, Duval recognized she was probably far more skeptical of her insights than Steve Preston, who seemed to regard the psychologist as virtually infallible. So she was wary of Fiona's contention that the death threat letters were unlikely to be the work of the murderer. Duval didn't believe in coincidence. In her book, even synchronicity was suspect. She simply couldn't believe that a serial murderer happened to be targeting thriller writers at the same time as a completely different individual was sending them death threats. Either they were one and the same person, or the letter writer had inside knowledge. So, if she could go some way towards identifying the source of the letters, she would either have uncovered the identity of the killer, or at the very least, someone who might lead her to her culprit. While she wasn't willing to take everything Fiona had said at face value, Duval was prepared to acknowledge common sense when she heard it, and it seemed to her that it was more than likely that the letter writer could well be either a frustrated wannabe writer or someone whose career had crashed and burned. If that were the case, then the chances were that there were authors' agents and publishers' editors who would have come into contact with the writer of the letters and who might even be able to make a guess at their creator. These people worked with words. It wasn't beyond the bounds of possibility that they might recognize the prose style of the writer. So, she had set one of her team the task of identifying appropriate authorities, including an expert in the genre of crime fiction. As a result, she had arranged a breakfast meeting for the following morning with 2 leading agents and 3 editors in the field. They had no idea what she wanted to talk to them about, though she had impressed them both with the urgency of her request and the need for confidentiality. But that was for the morning, and she'd work out how best to handle that later. What she had to focus on now was finding out who might be the future targets of her putative serial killer. It was a goal that had brought her to Clapham, and a quiet row of terraced cottages set a couple of streets back from the common. According to her detective constable, what Dominic Reed didn't know about contemporary crime fiction wasn't worth knowing. As the car pulled up to the curb, a couple of houses away from Reed's, Duval switched on the interior light. "Give me a minute," she said to the DC who was driving her. She used the time to refresh her memory on the brief he'd prepared for her earlier. Dominic Reed, 47. He'd started off working in BBC Radio, then branched out as an independent producer. His company currently made a couple of Radio 4 quiz programs, and he had a list of credits in radio documentary, mostly concerning one aspect or another of mystery writing. He'd written a guide to crime fiction for a major book-selling chain, reviewed the genre for a couple of magazines, and had recently published Paging Death, a critical study of modern British crime fiction. If anyone could tell Duval who might be in the sights of a serial killer, it was Reed. "Do you read this stuff?" she asked the constable. "Crime novels?" He shook his head. "I tried to read one once. I counted 5 mistakes in the first 20 pages, so I binned it. Too much like a busman's holiday. What about you, Ma'am? I never read fiction of any kind. Duval sounded like a teetotaler talking about strong drink. She clicked off the light. Let's do it, she said. Reed opened the door almost before the twin tones of the bell had died away. He was a lean, gangling man with an engaging, bony face under a thatch of untidy, greying blonde hair. "Detective Chief Inspector Duval?" he asked, suppressed excitement obvious in his expression. "Mr. Reed," Duval acknowledged with a nod. "Thank you for agreeing to see me at such short notice." He stepped back, gesturing that they should enter. Duval and the DC filed into the hall. There was barely room for the 3 of them. Stacks of books leaned against one wall, reaching above waist height. They followed Reed into the front room, where 3 walls were lined with shelves crammed with more hardbacks. Apart from books, the only furnishings in the room were 4 battered armchairs and a couple of occasional tables. On one chair, a large black-and-white cat lay curled, not twitching so much as a whisker at their arrival. "Please, sit down," Reed said. Duval gave the chairs the once-over for cat hairs and opted for the one nearest the door as being least likely to do major damage to her suit. She caught the DC's eye and nodded to the far chair. "Can I get you anything to drink?" Reed said eagerly. "Tea, coffee, soft drinks, or something stronger?" "Thanks, Mr. Reed, but I don't want to eat into your time any more than necessary. Please?" Duval waved a hand at the remaining empty chair. Reed folded his long body into the chair. "I've never actually met a senior police officer before," he said. "Seems strange, I know, since I've read about so many, but there it is." He swallowed, and his Adam's apple bounced in the open neck of his shirt. "I appreciate you making time for us, and I'm sorry my colleague wasn't able to explain why I needed to see you so urgently. Very mysterious, but of course you would expect that to appeal to me, wouldn't you?" Duval acknowledged his remark with a thin smile. When necessary, she could be as warm and confiding with a witness as anyone, but anoraks like Reed didn't need to be cosseted to part with every piece of knowledge they possessed. "It's a highly confidential matter. Before I can lay it out for you, I have to be certain of your discretion." Reed sat up straight, a look of surprise on his face. "That sounds serious." "It is very serious. Can I rely on you not to repeat this conversation to any third party?" His head bobbed up and down several times. "If that's what you want, yes, of course, I'll keep it to myself. Is this anything to do with Georgia Lester's disappearance?" he asked. "What makes you say that?" He gave an awkward little shrug. "I just assumed. You're from the city police, and I know that's where Georgia lives, and with her disappearance being in the news." Duval crossed her legs and leaned forward from the waist. "It's true that I am the officer investigating Miss Lester's disappearance, but I have a further concern. In the light of the recent murders of Drew Shand and Jane Elias, we are considering the possibility, and I put it no stronger than that there might be a connection." Reed folded his arms across his chest in an automatic gesture of defense. "You wonder if there's a serial killer targeting crime writers?" It was a statement, not a question. "Yes. I can see why you might be thinking along those lines. I won't pretend it hadn't crossed my mind, but—" He inclined his head towards the bookshelves. "I put it down to too much reading." He gave a lopsided half-smile. "And it may well be that we're letting our imagination run away with us too," Duval acknowledged. "But we have to explore every possible avenue, and that's why I want to pick your brains. I'm anxious to try to establish who else might be at risk if our theory proves correct." Reed was nodding. "And you think I can help? Well, nobody knows more than me about the genre. Tell me what you want to know." Duval allowed herself to relax slightly. She was going to get what she needed with almost no expenditure of energy, which was just as well, because she was beginning to feel the day had gone on altogether too long. If there is a connection, there seem to be certain linking factors. All three have written serial killer novels. All three have won awards for their books, and all three have had their books successfully adapted for TV or film. I imagine there aren't too many others who fit that category. Reed unfolded his arms. More than you'd think, Chief Inspector. Obviously, you'll be thinking about thriller writers like Kit Martin, Enya Flannery, Jonathan Lewis. Duval blinked quickly at the mention of Kit Martin's name, but otherwise showed no sign that his name held any more significance than any other. But if he was the first name out of the expert's hat, Fiona Cameron might well be justified in her fears, Duval thought, as she listened to what Reed was saying. But, as well as the pure serial killer novels, some authors of police series have included serial murderers in their books. Ian Rankin and Reginald Hill, for example. He got to his feet. I've got a database on my computer next door. All the factors you describe are among my criteria, so we can do a multiple search and find out exactly who fits the bill. Why don't we go and see what that comes up with? Duval uncrossed her legs. That sounds like a very good idea. Lead on, Mr. Reed. Excerpt 4. Susanna's teeth were chattering. Uncontrollable castanets rattling through her head. She didn't remember the cottage being cold when they'd been here, but then the weather had been mild in September. An hour of the gas fire in the late evenings had been enough to take the nip off the air. That, and Thomas's warm body next to hers. Now, there was no warm body, and only the chill of damp November air to caress her body. Her captor clearly wasn't about to spend his money on the gas meter, just for the sake of her comfort. Her naked skin was gooseflesh. That had as much to do with ambient temperature as fear, though certainly her fear was enough to produce goose pimples in a tropical climate. 1 minute, she'd been working on her monthly billing. The next minute, there had been a knock at the door. She'd looked out of the window. An unfamiliar white van in the drive. But the man standing on the doorstep with the package and the clipboard wore the familiar uniform of the courier that her company always used to send her packages of work. She hadn't been expecting anything from head office that afternoon, and it was late for the courier, who usually arrived mid-morning. It must, she thought, be something urgent, perhaps the Brantingham contract. Phil had mentioned in that morning's email that it was close to finalization. Susanna had opened the door and smiled at the courier. She never knew what hit her, only that something did. The next thing she knew was excruciating pain, pain expanded to include blackness and movement, and the low thrum of an engine. She was lying on her side, drool running from her mouth, and she couldn't move. Slowly, as if she was very drunk, she identified the pain. The principal source was her head, like a very bad migraine, except that this originated in the back of her head, not the front. Next in the hierarchy were her shoulders. Her arms seemed to be pinioned behind her. That was the information her screaming muscles sent her. She tried to straighten up, and a new wave of pain swept up her legs. As far as she could figure out, through the blitz of sensory overload, her feet were fastened together and linked to her wrists. Hogtied. Wasn't that what the Americans called it? By keeping perfectly still, the pain diminished. Still unbearable, but at least now she could think of something else. Blackness and movement, and the rough feel of carpet under her cheek. What else could it be but the boot of a car? That was when the fear kicked in. She had no idea how long they'd been travelling. There was no way to measure the duration of pain. At last, the movement stopped with a jerk. Then the engine noise ceased. She strained to hear something, but nothing came. Then the boot cracked open. The shock to her eyes triggered a nauseating pain in her head. Then they adjusted, and she saw a dark silhouette against the night sky. Susanna opened her mouth and screamed. The man laughed. "No one to hear you, pet," he said. The accent was Geordie. She registered that much. He bent over and grunted with the effort of lifting her out of the car. He staggered slightly under the weight as he walked. With her face jammed against his shoulder, Susanna could see nothing. The quality of the air changed, and she realized he had taken her indoors. A few more steps, a turn to the right, and suddenly they were in glaring fluorescent light. He let her fall, and she screamed as she hit cold tile. Her head cracked against something cold and hard. The next time she came round, she was naked. She was sitting on a toilet, her right arm handcuffed to a towel rail, firmly bolted to the wall. Dazed, confused, and in pain, she worked out that her legs were shackled, the chain passing behind the bowl, so she was anchored to the toilet seat. But at least now she knew where she was. Thomas had rented the cottage on a remote Cornish headland to celebrate their first anniversary. They'd spent a week here, walking on the cliffs, watching the birds, cooking simple meals, making love every night. It had been idyllic. This was a nightmare, and it had only grown worse. When she had called out, he had reappeared, tall and broad, with the muscles of a weightlifter, his dark hair cropped in a crew cut over a face that seemed oddly familiar. She couldn't figure out where she'd seen him before, but then his face was unremarkable, nondescript. If she'd written an inventory of his features, it would have fitted thousands of men. Dark eyebrows, blue eyes, pale complexion, straight nose, average mouth, slightly receding chin. The only strange thing about him was that he was wearing a white lab coat, and he had a stethoscope hanging round his neck like a doctor. He stood in the doorway, appraising her. "Why are you doing this?" Susanna croaked. "That's none of your business," he said. He produced a second set of handcuffs. "If you struggle, it's going to hurt a lot more." She lashed out with her free arm, but he was too quick for her. He gripped her wrist and snapped the cuff round it. He extended her arm and fastened the other cuff round a water pipe. Then he took a roll of elastoplast and taped her wrist and hand to the wall, so her arm was immobilized. As bemused as she was terrified, Susanna stared disbelieving as he wrapped a blood pressure cuff round her upper arm and inflated it. Then he left the room. She recognized the apparatus he came back with. She'd been a blood donor for years. "What are you doing?" she protested, as he located a vein and inserted a needle. "Taking your blood," he said calmly, with all the assurance of one of the nurses at the blood transfusion centre. Incredulous, she watched mesmerized as her blood started to flow down the tube and into the container. "You're mad!" she shouted at him. "No, I'm just different," he said, settling down on the edge of the bath to wait. Susanna stared. "What are you going to do to me?" "I'm going to feed you and make sure you have enough to drink, and I'm going to take your blood." He got to his feet and started to walk out of the small bathroom. "You're a vampire," she said faintly. He turned and smiled. Its very normality made it the scariest thing she'd seen so far. "No, I'm an artist." When he came back, he was carrying an assortment of paintbrushes, from the finest calligraphy brush to one that was almost an inch across. Satisfied that he'd drawn almost a pint of blood, he detached the apparatus and released the blood pressure cuff, keeping his thumb over the puncture. He applied cotton wool and elastoplast to staunch the bleeding, then stripped away the restraining tape. He unlocked the handcuffs and stepped back quickly, so she could not hit him. "There, that didn't hurt a bit, did it, pet?" He placed the jar of blood in the sink and walked out of the room. He returned with a can of energy-giving electrolyte drink and a paper plate that held a stack of liver pâté sandwiches and half a dozen chocolate biscuits. He put them on the floor, within reach of Susanna's free left hand. "There you go. That'll stop you feeling faint, and it'll help your body replace some of the blood you've lost." Then he turned his back, as if she had ceased to exist for him. He picked up the jar of blood and stuck the brushes in his pocket. Then he stepped into the bath and stared consideringly at the wall. There were 2 rows of tiles above the edge of the bath, but above that there was an area of blank plastered wall about 6 feet square. He selected a medium-sized brush and dipped it into the blood. Then he began to paint. Susanna began to sob. Chapter 36. By the time he was on his second cup of coffee, Steve was beginning to wonder if he'd turned into a manic depressive overnight. Less than an hour out of bed, and he'd already swung between the poles of nervous anticipation and deep despair more times than he could count. But then, as he'd commented to Fiona only the day before, these were only the symptoms of mental illness if they were groundless, and he had good reasons for both sets of emotions. His optimism, tempered though it was with his natural wariness, all centred round Terry Fowler. If she was as good at her job as Fiona had promised, and if Joanne had identified the right cases, the Susan Blanchard case might take its first positive move forward in a long time. That would be reward enough. But added to that, he had the prospect of dinner with her this evening. He couldn't remember the last time he'd looked forward to a date with a woman with such conviction that it would be fun. He'd better remember to book somewhere for dinner. Not too upscale. He didn't want them to feel uncomfortable, but not too informal either. He wanted her to realize that he was taking her seriously. Normally, he'd have asked Kit to recommend somewhere, but that was out of the question today. For, like his optimism, his pessimism was both professional and personal. There was no escaping the fact that he had done serious damage to his oldest friendship. Fiona had demanded more of him than was in his power to give, but she was bound to feel he'd failed her and Kit both. He'd tried to phone several times the previous evening, but the answering machine had been switched on. Doubtless Fiona had decided they should monitor their calls, and he was clearly not on the approved list. The trouble was, she was right in emotional and moral terms, but he was right in practical terms, and those two certainties were mutually incompatible. All his adult life, he'd been glad that the job he loved had never turned on him and threatened to destroy something that was important to him. He'd seen it happen with colleagues. Marriages crumbled, children became enemies, friendships betrayed, and he'd always known that but for fortune, it could have been him. Now he'd run out of grace. His oldest friend estranged and his best male friend at risk, and there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't even his case. All he knew about what was going on, he knew because Sarah Duval had had the courtesy to tell him, but he had been a senior CID officer for long enough to know that this was the worst kind of case to resolve. No criminal was harder to catch than a killer who killed without apparent connection to his victim, who operated on a logic clear only to himself, who left few traces, and who was smart enough to stay several steps ahead of any pursuit. When such killers were caught, it was often almost by accident. Neighbours complained about the smell of the drains. A spot check of a number plate revealed it belonged to another car entirely. A police officer stopped a random speeder. That Kit's life might hang by so slender and serendipitous a chance was almost more than Steve could bear to contemplate. How much worse it must be for Fiona, who had already had to live through one such apparently random loss. And now, when he should be at her side, supporting them both, he was the outsider. Steve carried the remains of his coffee through to the bedroom and contemplated his wardrobe. He couldn't rely on being able to get home to change before the evening. He chose a lightweight navy wool suit that he knew didn't easily crease, a white shirt and a blue tie for now, a dark grey shirt carefully folded and bagged, and a scarlet silk tie for the evening. Fiona had given him the tie, he remembered. Strange that it was the exact shade of Terry's lipstick. Even in something so basic, the two strands of his life were intertwined. As he dressed, Steve tried to put his personal feelings far from the front of his mind. He had important things to do today, and he needed to be clear-headed. But it didn't work, and as he walked to his car, he knew that whatever broke with the Blanchard case, he wouldn't settle until he knew what Sarah Duval was doing. What Sarah Duval was doing was wondering why she'd ever imagined that authors' agents and publishers' editors would be able to tell her anything about the death threat letters that Kit Martin, Georgia Lester, and at least 3 other crime writers had received. The 5 people she just had breakfast with had listened with rapt attention to what she had to say. Then they dropped their quiet bombshell. "We get over 3,000 unsolicited manuscripts a year," one of the agents had said. "Out of those, we might ultimately take on perhaps a maximum of 3 new authors. That means there are a lot of unhappy people out there, and frankly, DCI Duval, if you'd read some of those typescripts, you'd realize we're not always dealing with the most balanced of individuals." "I regularly get abusive letters," an editor said, backing up the agent. "Usually from people I've turned down, but once or twice from authors I've dropped from a list because of poor sales. People take it very personally, because writing is a very personal thing, but it never goes beyond that. They let off steam, add you to their mental hate list, they bad-mouth you round the business. But that's all." They'd passed the letters round from hand to hand, commenting only that they seemed rather more hostile than usual, but they all agreed that none of them would have bothered the police or even their company door security with them. "We're in a very emotive business," another of the agents had said. "Feelings run high, but we're dealing with people who regard words as weapon enough." However, Duval had extracted from each of them a promise that they would take copies of the letters back and check them against any hate mail in their own files on the off chance that they might spot some congruence. It had been a long shot, so she wasn't unduly surprised that it hadn't paid off. That didn't stop her feeling disappointed. She hoped it wasn't an omen for the rest of the day. She didn't want to end up with egg on her face after an operation as major as the search of Smithfield Market. It never occurred to her that indirectly what she was hoping for was the murder of Georgia Lester. Terry Fowler looked as relaxed as she had done the day before. She was wearing a thin black cardigan over a white T-shirt and what looked like the same pair of black jeans. She had pulled up a chair next to her so Steve could look over her shoulder at the computer screen. "Interesting results," she said, her fingers tapping the keys. He noticed her hands were surprisingly broad, with strong fingers that ended in short, blunt nails, carefully trimmed, as if to remove the temptation to chew them. She wore a heavy silver ring on the 3rd finger of her right hand. "I was able to use a set of parameters that Fiona's already developed for serial rapes. It needed one or two modifications, but because I was working with a more or less off-the-shelf package, it was a lot quicker than starting from scratch. And since you seem to be in a bit of a hurry— Habit, I'm afraid. Another day or two probably wouldn't have made a lot of difference. Urgency's not a bad habit in your line of business, I imagine, Terry said, half turning to give him a grin. You got to try and get to the bad guys before they do worse things. Something like that. Steve sighed. Sometimes it's more a matter of getting things done before the bureaucrats notice how much of the budget you're draining. Yeah, right, well, this particular budget drainage ran the crime linkage program on the files you gave me. She raised her eyebrows at him, including the 4 that you slipped in to see whether I was doing it properly. That's not why I put them in, Steve protested. It's not about putting you on the spot. It's about showing my colleagues that this isn't a load of mumbo-jumbo. It strengthens the value of the results if I can demonstrate that the program weeds out the cases we know to be irrelevant. Just testing, she murmured. It's okay. I'm not really offended. I understand the principle of control groups, anyway. Having run all the cases through the computer, it appears you do have a cluster here. Her tone became more brisk as she got into the meat of her results. 4 of the rapes and 2 of the serious sexual assaults. The Hertfordshire case has a slightly lower probability than the other 5, but it still comes in at 87%, which I would regard as a definite positive. Steve felt a small surge of excitement, though years of practice kept it well hidden. And how does that translate in terms of the geographical profile? Let's take it stage by stage, Terry said, her right hand clicking the mouse over dialogue boxes. A map of North London spread out before them in monochrome. She tapped a couple of keys, and the screen flooded with colour, iridescent greens, blues, yellows, purples, and a patch of burgundy. This is what we get from the first 2. Add in the 3rd and 4th. More 5-finger exercises on the keyboard. Now, the patch of red was more clearly defined, the colour clearer. But a second, purplish red zone had also appeared slightly to the north of the original scarlet. Steve, who had seen Fiona do this enough times to be able to glean some meaning from what was in front of him, noted that the main highlighted area covered a dozen streets in the northern part of Kentish Town. The second patch was up towards Archway. Add in the 5th, and that second patch gets less significant, Terry continued. But when we introduce the 6th incident, see what happens. The original red sector changed scarcely at all, but the purple area grew noticeably more reddish in tone. And what do you conclude from that? Steve asked, pretty sure he knew what was coming next. Terry turned her head and grinned at him. Same as you, I expect. She picked up a pencil and pointed to the main red zone. If we have correctly identified a genuine cluster, then chances are your man lives in this area here. It's possible that he lives in the other hotspot, but I'd be more inclined to think that's where he works. When an offender is at the start of his career, he tends to stick closer to home, and if we look at the first 2 cases, the only hit we get is this section here that simply intensifies in probability the more cases we input. She leaned back in her chair and swiveled it around so she was half facing Steve. Without looking at the screen, she hit a couple of keys. And when we add in the Susan Blanchard murder, let's see what happens. No amount of self-control could prevent Steve from revealing his shock. What did you just say? Terry grinned. You look like a stunned cod, she said. I thought that would shake you. Have you been discussing this with Fiona? Steve demanded, hiding his feelings behind a sharp tone. Nope. I worked it out all by myself. When you said there was another case to add into the series, I figured it had to be something pretty serious, and the only thing more serious than violent rape is sexual homicide. Also, it had to be an important case for you to be prepared to lash out on crime linkage and geographic profiling. probably one that had stalled, because this sort of process isn't your first port of call. Since you were interested in North London cases, chances are you were looking at a rape, murder, north of the river, as yet unsolved. Put it all together, and it comes up with Susan Blanchard. She spread her hands in the theatrical manner of a magician revealing the rabbit in the hat. "I'm impressed," Steve acknowledged. Fiona had said Terry was impulsive. She hadn't mentioned she was also intuitive. Terry shrugged. "It was no big deal. I'm supposed to be trained to make connections." She smiled. "You really shouldn't be surprised when I do it." Steve laughed. "I'm surrounded by people who are supposed to be trained to make connections, and most of the time you'd never know it. You're right, of course. It is the Susan Blanchard murder I'm interested in." "I thought you guys had closed down the investigation after that complete fuck-up at the Bailey. Wasn't the official line that you weren't looking for another suspect?" "Well, we couldn't exactly say anything else without making ourselves look even more foolish than we did already," Steve said, the edge of bitterness in his voice creeping through in spite of his best intentions. "Yeah, right. But secretly you're still ferreting away." He nodded. "I have a small team of officers working on it, but not Fiona." There was a silence. "I'd rather not get into that, if you don't mind," he said. "Maybe you should ask Fiona the history." "Cool." Terry flapped one hand from the wrist in a dismissive gesture. "It's none of my business. I'm just grateful for the check in the post, so. You want to see what happens when we add the Susan Blanchard murder into the mix?" "Is Sinn Féin IRA?" "Whoa! There speaks the detective. Okay, in spite of the fact that you're a prejudiced bigot, I'll share my results with you." Her grin took most of the sting out of Terry's words, and she hit the enter key. The principal scarlet sector changed not at all, but the more northerly area grew less red. I don't have to spell it out for you, do I? Steve shook his head, a feeling of deep gratification surging through him. "No. Your program thinks that whoever killed Susan Blanchard is the same man who committed 4 rapes and 2 serious sexual assaults in the course of the previous 2 years. And I have to tell you that from where I'm sitting, that's the best news I've heard in a long time." Terry gave him the grin he was beginning to recognize as a marker that he was about to be challenged. "Yeah, right. You have a weird take on the world, Steve. Not a lot of people think a serial rapist-turned-killer falls into the good news category. You should get out more." "I thought you were already taking steps to rectify that," he said, returning the smile. "It's a dirty job, saving the filth, but somebody's got to do it," she said flippantly. "So, where are we going?" "There's a new brasserie opened in Clerkenwell. The chef trained with Marco Pierre White, and he specializes in fish. I managed to get a cancellation for 7:30. How does that sound?" "Sounds cool." For a brief moment, Steve thought about offering to pick her up, but he knew he was unlikely to have the time. He didn't want to start letting her down so soon. If things worked out between them, his job would provide plenty of opportunities for dislocated social engagements in the future. Besides, he didn't want to appear the pushover he secretly knew himself to be. Instead, he scribbled the name and address of the restaurant on a piece of scrap paper. "I'll see you there." He stood up. "I've got to get back to the yard and get my team working on this. Can you give me a printout of the map?" Terry turned back to her computer. "You want a blow-up of the red areas?" she asked. "Please." "You need a written report?" she asked. "Might as well get my money's worth," Steve said. "Fax or email?" "Both, if you don't mind." "Be with you by the end of the morning." Terry winked. "See you tonight." Steve nodded and walked to the door. As he turned to leave, she blew him a kiss. The blush lasted all the way down the stairs. So did the smile. Terry Fowler had done more than waken his dormant case from its slumber. She'd wiped all his fear for Kit from his mind for as long as he'd been with her, and that was worth far, far more than the Metropolitan Police could ever imagine paying her. Back at the yard, Steve summoned Joanne into his office. Neil was busy watching Francis Blake, and John was off duty, so his resources were minimal, in spite of the new possibilities that Terry's study had produced. Steve tossed the maps across the table to her, unable to keep his exultation off his face. "Looks like we're on the way to somewhere at last. Geographic profile of your rapes. When the Susan Blanchard murder was factored into the analysis, the central red area didn't change at all." Joanne looked up, the excitement sparkling in her eyes. "That's brilliant. Wow. So, what do you want me to do?" "I'm afraid it's time for drudgery. Identify the streets outlined in red, and one street either side for the sake of my peace of mind, and get the electoral roll." Joanne sighed. "And go through the electoral roll, checking it against CROs? Unless you can think of a better way of doing it. When I rule the world, they'll organise the criminal records database so you can search it with any one of a dozen parameters," she said, getting to her feet. "I'm on it." "Thanks, Joanne. Oh, and thanks for the restaurant tip." She raised her eyebrows. "I hope you enjoy it." Steve grinned. "I fully intend to." Joanne turned on her way out of the door. "If you get there, of course. I mean, if I get lucky, we could all be checking out a new #1 suspect this evening. Right, sir?" "Get lucky, Joe. But try not to get lucky before tomorrow morning, if you want to remain my favourite DC." After she left, Steve stared at the closed door, feeling the buzz in his veins that came from the knowledge that at last they might be only hours from a lucky break. Thinking of lucky breaks reminded him that there had been a message on his desk asking him to ring Sarah Duval. Part of him dreaded the call. If Georgia Lester had been found dead, he wanted to put off the knowledge and its implications for as long as possible. On the other hand, it was feasible that she turned up alive. Steve reached out and punched in Sarah's number. Extract from decoding of Exhibit P13/4599. AZOQF, TQKRU, ZPSQA, DSUMX. Once they find Georgia Lester's remains, my life's going to get a lot harder. They'll have to start seeing the pattern then. But it'll take them a day or two to go official with it. They won't want to admit what's going on because that'll cause a panic. So, I need to hit my next target fast, while he's unsuspecting. But I've got to be careful not to rush things. Patience, that's the secret. Never snatch at half a chance. Never lose your cool. Just sit it out, even when the waiting's hard and bitter. Take the courier's uniform. I knew right from the beginning what I needed to get Kit Martin, but I had no idea how I was going to lay my hands on it. Then the gods smiled. I was in the launderette one evening, watching my clothes tumble around in the washer. There was only one other man there, and when he dragged out his damp clothes and stuffed them in the dryer, I couldn't miss the logo of Capital City Couriers blazing across the dark blue drill jacket. And there were matching trousers. Pure manna from heaven. After he dropped some tokens in the slot, he looked at his watch and headed across the road to the local boozer. I waited a few minutes and then loaded the courier's entire wash into my holdall. Piece of piss. I sat and waited for my wash to finish, cool as a cucumber. 10 minutes later, I was walking back to my flat with my wet laundry on top of his. The trousers needed taking up, and the jacket's a bit tight on the shoulders, but that really doesn't matter. It's not like I'll be wearing it for long. Just long enough to convince Kit Martin to open his front door to Postman Pat. Chapter 37. Fiona looked at the clock on her office wall. Breakfast that morning had been tense in spite of both their efforts to maintain something like normal life in the face of the fear that flickered below the surface. She had extracted an assurance from Kit that he wouldn't open the door to strangers, nor would he go out alone, not even for his usual lunchtime walk on the heath. She could see he was already chafing under these restrictions, but at least he could salvage his pride by telling himself he was doing it to mollify Fiona, rather than out of cowardice. The worst part of it was the not knowing what was going on. She almost wished she had been able to be sanguine about Steve's refusal to offer Kit any formal protection. At least then they'd be in communication, and she would be aware of how the investigation was progressing. But she couldn't bring herself to forgive his failure to stick his neck out for the sake of friendship, so she would somehow have to deal with her unaccustomed ignorance. She glanced at the clock again. This was pointless. She was achieving nothing sitting here. The paper she was supposed to be revising before submitting it for publication stared accusingly at her from the computer screen, as neglected as a piece of waste ground. In her heart, Fiona knew she couldn't concentrate in the office. If she took the paper home, she could at least hope to get the work done there. Nothing would happen to Kit while they were in the house together. The decision made, Fiona was taking her jacket off its peg when her phone rang. She resisted the temptation to ignore it and crossed the office to pick it up on the fourth ring. "Hello? Fiona Cameron," she said. "Dr. Cameron, this is Victoria Green from the Mail. I wonder if you could spare me a few minutes." "I don't think so. If I could just explain what it's about." The journalist's voice was warm and ingratiating. "There's no point, because I'm not interested. If you bother to look at your cuttings library, you'll see I don't do interviews." "It's not an interview we want," Green said quickly. "We'd like you to write an article for us." "I know you write articles. I've read you in Applied Psychology Journal." "You read APJ?" Fiona said, her surprise holding her back from putting the phone down. "I have a degree in psychology. I've read your work on crime linkage. That's how I knew you were the best person to talk to about writing an article for us." "I don't think so," Fiona reiterated. "You see," Green continued, undaunted, "I've got a theory that Drew Shand and Jane Elias were murdered by the same person, and I think Georgia Lester might be the next victim. I'd like you to apply your crime linkage work to these cases to see if I'm right." Fiona replaced the receiver without responding. The word was out. It wouldn't be long before others jumped on Victoria Green's bandwagon. If she'd had any doubts about going home to Kit, they had ended with the phone call. The man with the face like a chicken shrugged. "Beats me, innit? Once it's skinned and off the bone, your human flesh isn't going to look much different from a piece of beef or venison." Sarah Duval sighed. "I appreciate that." "And it's huge, the market. I can't begin to count the number of fridges and chill cabinets and freezers in that place. It's not like walking into your local butcher shop, you know. There's 23 trading units in the East Building and another 21 in the West." His dark eyes glittered, and his beaky nose twitched in a sniff. Sergeant Ron Daniels smiled benevolently at the small man. Working as officer in charge of the Smithfield Market policing team, he'd got to know Darren Green, the trader's representative, over a period of years. He knew that behind his aggression was a reasonable man, provided he was accorded sufficient respect. "Nobody appreciates that more than me, Darren. We've got a big job on our hands, and that's why we've come to you." Duval turned to the Home Office pathologist. Professor Blackett, what's your take on this?" The balding, middle-aged man sitting behind her looked up from his notebook and frowned. "It is problematic, as Mr. Green points out, but on your suggestion I read the relevant section of George Lester's book, and if we're dealing with a copycat killer, then the cuts of meat he would end up with are going to vary from the standard butchery cuts in several key details." "It's still just going to look like meat, though, isn't it?" Darren Green insisted. Tom Blackett shook his head. "Trust me, we can spot the difference." He flicked his pad over to a clean page and began to draw. "Human beings are bipeds, not quadrupeds. Our shoulders and our upper leg muscles are very different from those of a cow or a deer, particularly the leg. If you take a transverse section through the middle of the thigh, taking off the head of the femur, which is far too obvious to leave in place." He pointed to the rough sketch he'd made. Darren Green leaned over and looked suspiciously at it. "You've got the rounded outline of the shaft of the femur here. In front of it, you've got the anterior group of muscles, the rectus femoris and the vasti. Behind it, you've got the posterior group, the adductor magnus and the hamstrings. And here, on the inside, you've got the medial group of muscles, which is where most of the blood vessels and nerves are also situated. The chances are you're also going to have a lot more fat than on the average animal carcass." Green's face broke into a smile as understanding dawned. "Right," he said. "That arrangement of meat is nothing like what you get on a leg of beef or venison. And, of course, a joint of human beef is going to be a lot smaller than the corresponding cut from a cow or a deer," Blackett continued, "which is something any butcher would recognize at once, I presume." "I dare say," Green said cautiously, "but even if a group of us do help you out with this search, it's still going to take forever to cover the ground. We'll never get it done and dusted before the morning's trading begins. Don't forget, it's not like a shop that opens at 9 o'clock. We do most of our business between 4 and 7 in the morning." "If we were talking about searching the whole market, I'd have to agree with you, Mr. Green," Duval said. "But we do have information that will narrow the targets down considerably. We're looking for freezers that are not in everyday use, ones that are for more long-term storage, probably ones that are locked up. That's why we need the full cooperation of your members. We don't want to have to go around breaking into their property, so what I need you to do is to contact everyone who has a unit in the market and ask them to make sure they'll have staff on the spot tonight who can give us access to all their storage, and that they'll be there all night if need be." "Bloody hell," Green protested. "That's a tall order." "If you don't have the resources to do it, I can second some of the market police officers to you, but it has to be done," Duval said, her voice adamant as her face was implacable. "They're not going to like this," he complained. Daniels took over. "We're not doing this for fun, Darren. This is a very serious matter." "That's right," Duval said grimly. "Now, I need you and your volunteers at Snow Hill Police Station for 9 o'clock, so Professor Blackett can give you a full briefing on what you'll be looking for, and so you can be assigned to the officers you'll be assisting. I intend to commence operations at 10 precisely. I have no desire to disrupt your night's trading, but that depends on you and your members. I suggest you get on with it." The smile on her lips did nothing to diminish the force of the command. With muttered complaints, Green left the others. "What do you think, Ron? Will it work?" Duval asked. The big man nodded. "I think you'll get all the cooperation you need. I'll have a word with Darren, make sure he lets people know that the traders aren't under any suspicion at this point." Duval nodded. "You seem very confident that you can spot what we're after, Professor," she said. "If I'd sounded as dubious as I feel, your Mr. Green would have been as obstructive as possible. It's not easy to identify human flesh by sight, Chief Inspector. It's simple enough to run tests to confirm it once we have something suspicious, but whether we find anything depends entirely on how good your killer is. Blackett paused, then raised his eyebrows. Always, providing he exists. Chapter 38. Detective Constable Neil McCartney was tired. Watching Francis Blake for 12 hours a day was a killer assignment, in no small part because the man led such a bloody boring life. Sometimes he wouldn't see hide nor hair of his target for the whole shift. At least Neil had swapped over onto days, 10 till 10, which was slightly less desperate than the long nights when all Blake seemed to do was watch videos and sleep. But Neil knew this was only a brief respite. With Joanne stuck in the office bashing the computer, it wouldn't be long before John was hassling to get the day shift again. It wasn't unreasonable. He had a wife and young kids who didn't want to be quiet all day because Daddy was sleeping. That could have been his life, Neil thought with an edge of sourness, if he hadn't been stupid enough to choose the wrong woman. He'd met Kim on the job. She was bouncy and vivacious, the life and soul of every party. Not the sort he'd normally have gone for, being a quiet sort of bloke, really. He thought the looks he got were envy. It was only a long time later that he realized they were pity. He was her alibi for her affair with one of the custody sergeants, the perfect distraction to fool the man's wife at every police function. And the best possible alibi was marriage. At first, his bitterness had been turned on himself. But there was no point in being sour about Kim. She was the woman she was. So his search for somewhere to put the blame had ended with the job. Neil could so easily have turned into another rancorous copper, taking out his spite on those he came into contact with professionally. But the transfer he'd sought had taken him into plain clothes and onto Steve Preston's team. And that had saved him. It had reminded him of why he joined the police in the first place. Putting villains away. That was what it was all about. And to hell with the office game playing. That was how Steve ran his squad, and officers who couldn't live with that didn't last long. So now Neil's loyalty, first and last, lay with his boss. That was why, however tedious the surveillance got, he was prepared to stick it out. The fiasco of Francis Blake's entrapment and subsequent trial had only stiffened his resolve. That was what happened when politics got in the way of policing, and he was as determined as his boss to set the record straight and catch Susan Blanchard's killer. So he stifled his doubts about the point of what he was doing, and stuck to Blake like chewing gum. He yawned. The rain drizzled relentlessly down his windscreen. It seemed a fitting counterpoint to the lack of excitement in his and Francis Blake's lives. If he had the kind of money that Blake had trousered over his newspaper deal, Neil was bloody sure he'd be living somewhere with a bit more class than this. No two ways about it. This was a dump. The flat Blake had rented on his release was less than a mile from his old place in King's Cross. The new place was in a busy but faintly seedy street off the Pentonville Road, the sort of place where the locals were off-duty hookers, the hopelessly unemployed, the elderly poor, and the mentally ill. The best you could say about it was that it was handy for public transport. Halfway up the road, some uninspired architect had designed a utilitarian block in grey brick that looked like it had been jerry-built in the 60s. It was cut off from the neighbouring terraced houses by a service lane that ran up either side and round the back. On the ground floor were half a dozen shop units, a newsagent, an off-licence, a betting shop, a mini-market, a kebab shop and a minicab office. The 2 floors above were divided into flats, and it was in one of these drab boxes on the 2nd floor that Blake had taken up residence. It depressed Neil just thinking about it. Not only would he be living somewhere with a bit more class than this, He'd be doing something a bit more exciting than the occasional trip to the bookies or the video shop round the corner. From what Neil could see, Blake might as well still have been locked up in the scrubs. A couple of miles away, Steve Preston and Terry Fowler were having a very different evening. For once, Steve had managed to drag himself away from work with time to spare, leaving Joanne ploughing her way through apparently endless criminal record searches. Neil had had nothing of significance to report, so there was no specific professional worry niggling at the back of his mind to distract him from the company. Terry had been 5 minutes early, claiming pathological punctuality made it impossible for her to be fashionably late for anything. "I'm always the one who arrives at parties while the hosts are still in the shower," she said. "Makes for an interesting start to the evening." Steve didn't mind in the least. He was perfectly happy with an extra 5 minutes in the bar to enjoy admiring her. Terry was wearing a simple knee-length black dress in some material he didn't recognize that seemed to flow and shimmer around her body whenever she moved. For someone who'd been languishing in the doldrums for what he now realized was far too long, Steve allowed himself warily to wonder if his luck had truly changed as much as it appeared. "Careful," he cautioned himself. "You know, as soon as your emotions are engaged, you build too much too fast. Take it easy. Don't let her see how much you need this. Just for once, treat your personal life with the same circumspection you bring to building a case." But nothing happened over dinner to change that feeling of overwhelming luck. He was aware of being an engaging companion, and she seemed more than willing to appreciate him. The conversation never lurched into one of those awkward silences while someone figured out what to talk about next. They'd swapped stories, made each other laugh, started to sketch the details of their lives. For a man accustomed to containing himself in a private place for most of his waking hours, Steve was pleasantly surprised to find that Terry's apparent candor had the knack of making him open up. For the first time since he'd met Fiona all those years ago at university, he recognized a woman who allowed him to relax, who made no demands other than that he be himself. Ironic, intelligent, and apparently lacking all pretension, Terry seemed to Steve to be as attractive inside as she was on the outside. He couldn't for the life of him figure out what she'd seen in him. When she left him at one point to go to the toilet, he found himself watching the door, eager for her return, as he hadn't been with anyone for years. "I feel like a teenager again," he thought, bemused. "This is insane, Preston. Put the brakes on." All through dinner, Steve had kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, but it didn't. She didn't even demur when he insisted on paying for the meal. "You earn a lot more than me, sugar," she'd said, with a casual shrug. It was after 10 when they emerged on Clerkenwell Green. A thin rain had started while they'd been inside, so they huddled together under the awning to wait for a vacant taxi. The white neon of the restaurant's name cast its shadow on Steve's face, turning it into a chiaroscuro of planes and angles. Terry's hair flamed platinum in its glow. She snuggled into Steve and grinned up at him. "So, handsome," she said, "did you put clean sheets on this morning?" Steve laughed out loud. "Why? Did you?" "In spite of the fact that I figure your place will be a lot more civilized than mine, yes, I did." He shook his head, his smile crinkling the skin round his eyes. "Okay, I'll own up to being presumptuous, yes. I changed the sheets this morning." He squeezed her close. In response, Terry shifted so that she was facing him. She stood on tiptoe and leaned into his body. She gripped his lapels and pulled his face down to hers. Then she kissed him, long, languid, and luxurious. It was all the reply he needed. Any pretense at caution disappeared in the instantaneous heat of his desire for her. When they got back to his flat, for the first time in years, Steve unplugged the phone and turned off his pager. For tonight, There was nothing so urgent it couldn't wait until morning. Nothing except Terry, and that was more than enough. Night in the city. A few years previously, the streets around Smithfield Market would have been deserted at this time of night. Tall grey buildings, blank-faced, turned the narrow streets into twisting canyons. The streetlights hardly seemed to cut the gloom. The market itself was closed, the vast Victorian glass, brick and iron construction under restoration. But now, all that had changed. Bistros and brasseries, bars and restaurants had colonized the area, their bright lights spilling onto pavements and making the streets lively with patrons. Old buildings had been developed into luxury apartments for the new rich, and Smithfield had reinvented itself as a brave attempt at the epitome of cool. The market halls had been restored to their former glory. Even when it was closed for business, which was how most people only ever saw it, it was an impressive sight. Tall, elaborate wrought-iron railings stretched the length of the avenue dividing the east from the west building, richly painted in grape purple, dark cyclamen, and deep aqua, with their details picked out in gold. From their midst, ornate cast-iron pillars sprouted, acanthus leaves flowing into cantilevered struts supporting flat canopies that sheltered the roadway from the rain. The inside was a marriage of magnificent Victorian ironwork and relentlessly modern technology. Lorries carrying carcasses backed into special sealed loading bays to protect the meat from the elements. Then the meat was loaded onto a mechanical meat rail system and delivered directly to the tailor-made trading units. Smaller boxed and crated deliveries were brought into temperature-controlled service corridors running either side of both buildings. It was a far cry from the old market system of porters rushing hither and thither, with meat exposed to whatever airborne contamination came its way. It was a system that should have made the killer's job much harder. Just before 10 o'clock, Sarah Duval's team arrived. Some came in unmarked cars, but most had walked the short distance from their briefing at Snow Hill Police Station. Duval had been adamant that the operation should be kept as low-key as possible. The last thing she wanted was a squad of liveried police vans and cars lined up outside Smithfield late at night. Such a sight would inevitably alert the news media, and once they had the sniff of a story, it wouldn't take them long to ferret out what was going on. Darren Green had done his job well. The traders knew what was coming, and surprisingly few had complained about the potential disruption to the night's trading. Now the search was about to begin. It was Green's moment. His earlier irritation had given way to excitement, and he was buzzing round the uniformed officers like a fly around uncovered meat, making sure they were all supplied with the overalls and headgear they needed to comply with the strict hygiene regulations. Duval surveyed the team before her. She'd managed to scramble together a dozen uniforms, half a dozen detectives, and 4 butchers who would assist the officers permanently based at the market in the search. Tom Blackett was there, along with 2 of his assistants from nearby Bart's. As they waited for the last stragglers to arrive, Blackett crossed to Duval's side. "I'm amazed you got a warrant for this," he said. It was half a grumble. "I called so many favours in on this that if I end up with egg on my face, I'm going to be in Payback City for years." "I can imagine. Not many magistrates would stick their neck out on something as tenuous as this." Blackett's smile was as cheerful as the drizzle that had just started to fall. "Let's hope we find something." He moved away to talk to his assistants. Duval cleared her throat. "Right, everybody. You all know what you're supposed to be doing once we get inside. Professor Blackett and his assistants will wait with me under the clock in Middle Street. If anyone finds anything at all suspicious, come to us at once, and the pathologist will go with you and examine whatever it is you've found. Mr. Green?" Darren stepped forward with a theatrical gesture that looked completely absurd. "This way," he announced. "Good luck," Duval called as the team filed in. She followed them as they fanned out to their allotted sections. "We'll need it," she added, under her breath. Chapter 39. For once, Kit was awake first. He shifted across the bed and wrapped his arms around Fiona, kissing the back of her neck. She groaned. "I'm getting up now," he said. "I'm going to make kedgeree for breakfast." "Oh, God," Fiona sighed. "Must you? Couldn't we just lie here and luxuriate in the afterglow for a while?" Kit chuckled. "The afterglow was then. This is now. I can't think why, but I've woken up with an appetite. Get yourself out of bed, Dr. Cameron. Breakfast in, make it 40 minutes. He peeled himself away from her with another kiss and jumped out of bed, pumped with energy. When it came to displacement activity, like most writers, Kit had turned it into a fine art. Fiona listened to his receding footsteps, then dragged herself into a sitting position. She yawned, stretched her spine and got out of bed, flexing shoulders that had stiffened in the night. Too much tension, she told herself, far too much tension. Not knowing what was happening in Sarah Duval's investigation was a kind of torture, and given how she'd left things with Steve, she couldn't even use him as a way in. If Georgia was dead, she needed to know. Her fear for Kit vibrated through her constantly now, and she couldn't be with him 24 hours a day. At least, if they found Georgia's remains in the market, they could take steps to make him safer than he was now. And if she was wrong, for once in her life, Fiona longed to be hopelessly, embarrassingly wrong. She wanted nothing more than to see Georgia's face smiling out of the morning papers, restored to Antony's arms in one piece. She'd even forgive her for the anxiety she'd caused, if only it meant she could feel Kit was safe again. She didn't know how she was going to get through a normal day at work, when her mind was so heavily occupied elsewhere. 20 minutes later, she was showered, dressed, and decently made up. More than that, she was awake. Over breakfast they said little, allowing the radio to fill the silence. There were too many thoughts and fears rumbling in the background of their minds for idle chatter to be possible. Fiona finally pushed her plate away after 2 helpings. "That was wonderful," she said. "Not only a night to remember, but a morning as well." She stood up and reached for her briefcase. "You're lucky to have me," he said, grinning wolfishly, then spoiling it with a wink. "I know, and I plan to keep it that way. You will look after yourself today, won't you?" Fiona gave a nervous smile and stepped into his arms for a hug. "Take care," she said softly. "Of course I'll take care. I've got a book to finish, love. I'll talk to you later." It was a promise he fully intended to keep. Like a child on Christmas Eve, Steve had scarcely been able to sleep. What had happened between him and Terry thus far had left him feeling breathless and exhilarated, but the promise of what could follow had robbed him of all but the sketchiest of sleep, and yet he wasn't tired. He leaned back on the pillows, stretching his arms over his head and arching his spine. Relaxing again, he rolled on his side to watch her. She was a sprawler, legs and arms extended like a giant starfish. Terry lay on her stomach, face turned towards him. Even with smudged makeup and sleep-distorted hair, he thought she was gorgeous. He felt dazzled and dazed in equal measure. His own body felt strange and new. He'd made more technically perfect love with a woman before, but last night, technique had seemed irrelevant. He'd occupied his body entirely, not a scrap of himself available for scrutiny of what he was doing. There had been none of that sense of performing for someone else's benefit or his own. Whatever had happened between him and Terry, it had consumed him as never before. And it had been fun. They hadn't just burned up in the heat of passion, they'd found laughter as well. Steve had woken in the same familiar space, but he was looking at the morning with the eyes of an explorer. It was unnerving, almost frightening, to find himself so thoroughly gripped by attraction. All his adult sophistication, all his professional shrewdness, had left him unprepared and vulnerable, and he didn't know how to handle it. Terry stirred, making a small indeterminate noise in the back of her throat. Her face twitched, eyebrows rising. Then she opened her eyes. A moment's disorientation, then her mouth spread in a self-satisfied grin. "Thank fuck it wasn't a dream," she said, gathering her limbs together and snuggling against him. He rubbed his chin, bristled with overnight stubble across the snarl of her hair, slipping his arms around her. "You academics have a real way with words." "Ah, but actions speak louder than words, and I am definitely a woman of action," Terry countered, running her fingers down the defined muscles of his chest and across his ribs. She could feel him hard against her, and hooked one leg over his, languorously moving her hips towards him. Steve groaned softly. "You're a morning person, then," he said, his voice roughening with arousal. She pulled her head back and pouted. "You have a problem with that?" Her voice was as much of a tease as what her body was doing to his. He drew her into his arms, her breasts warm against his chest. "Not unless you have to be somewhere in the next hour." Sarah Duval felt sick. She knew it had more to do with having had no sleep and too much coffee than with what she'd seen at Smithfield Market, but understanding didn't make her faint underlying nausea go away. Explaining to Anthony Fitzgerald exactly what he was going to have to identify at the morgue hadn't helped either. She almost wished that the killer had stuck more closely to the text. Then there would have been one less horror for them to face. She sat grim-faced in the back of the car, but the immobility of her features disguised a mind that was racing. This case was messy in more ways than the obvious. It was going to produce potentially devastating media interest, which meant every move she and her team made would be under scrutiny, not only from an army of hacks, but also from a nervous hierarchy, worried lest she should do or say the wrong thing. And then there was Fiona Cameron. With this latest development, Fiona would no longer be the only person putting two and two together and coming up with a serial killer. It wasn't something Duval wanted to acknowledge publicly, but she had no conviction that they could continue to maintain there was no connection between the deaths of Drew Shand, Jane Elias, and Georgia Lester. Either way, it wouldn't be long before some bright and ambitious journalist remembered that Fiona lived with a crime writer. They'd be beating a path to her office, and while she believed Fiona was unlikely to go to the press off her own bat, Duval had no idea how she would respond to a direct question from a journalist. And once the kite was in the air, there would be a stream of panicking thriller writers demanding police protection. It was a minefield, especially if the media also found out that someone had been sending out death threats to crime writers. And then there was the investigation itself. This morning had been a nightmare, but that was only the beginning. After the gruesome discovery, just after midnight, she had tried to prevent the market from opening for trading less than 4 hours later. But Darren Green had argued vigorously that she was out of order. By no stretch of the imagination could she claim the whole market was a crime scene. It was obvious, he pointed out, displaying an intelligence and a steely determination she wouldn't have expected him capable of, that whatever had been done some time previously. Hundreds of people had been in and out of the market since then, and there was no chance of the police finding any traces of their quarry anywhere other than the immediate vicinity of the freezer in question. His trump card had been to point out that the best way to make sure the police questioned every potential witness was to allow the market to function as normal, They could take names and addresses of everybody who turned up, and maybe even begin their interviews. It had been a smart suggestion, not least because it allowed Duval to save face. So, they'd sealed off the storage area and drafted in a small army of officers to make sure nobody entered Smithfield without providing contact details. Meanwhile, the Sockos had begun the painstaking task of examining every inch of the equipment store where the grisly discovery had been made. So far, so bad. What made it even worse was that she was going to have to continue her liaison with the local police in Dorset. Whatever had happened to Georgia Lester might have ended up on her ground, but it had started on their patch. If there were going to be eyewitnesses, the chances were far higher that they'd turn them up down there, much more likely that someone noticed something out of the ordinary in a remote country area than that one person with a load of meat would attract attention in Smithfield Market. Always provided the officers down there knew what the hell they were doing, she added automatically. Duval had never been good at delegating authority, even to her own team, but having to rely on another force for the core of an investigation was her idea of hell on a stick. Thus far, she'd not found anything specific to complain about in the work of her Dorset colleagues, but nevertheless she felt a general unease that they weren't moving sharply enough on the case. She'd have to set up a meeting, preferably down there, so she could get a feel for where the initial abduction had taken place. But that would have to wait. First, she owed Steve Preston the courtesy of filling him in on what his steer had led to, so she'd asked her driver to detour to New Scotland Yard before returning to her offices in Wood Street. She took the lift to his floor and stalked down the corridor, earning a few apprehensive looks from those she passed. A quick tap on the door and straight in. Her first impression was that Steve had somehow squeezed a week's holiday into the last 24 hours. The lines of strain round his eyes had relaxed. Instead of the pallor of the senior officer overworking on an obsession, his skin had a healthy tone. His eyes were bright, and the grin he greeted her with was light years away from the careworn smile of the previous day. "You look as if your caseload is going better than mine," Duval said, easing herself into the seat opposite him, aware that her suit was crumpled and she probably smelled stale as a pub ashtray. Steve arched his eyebrows in surprise. "Must be an optical illusion. I hear you had a long night." Duval nodded, pushing her glasses up her nose. "And it's going to be a long day. I thought you'd like to know how it worked out." "Appreciate it," Steve said, dipping his head in acknowledgement. "We went in around 10 and started turning the place upside down, butchers and bobbies searching freezers and cold cabinets for dodgy-looking meat, traders screaming about their stock being interfered with, pathologists poking around anything that looked remotely abnormal, which there wasn't much of, I have to say. The deal was, if we found anything seriously suspicious, the pathologists would take it back to the lab and test to see if it was human or not. I'd had the whole team briefed about what they should be looking for, but when it came to it, it was all academic." "How do you mean?" "Around midnight, the lads found a freezer at the back of a storage area. It was padlocked shut, and nobody would admit to having keys for it. According to the market supervisor's office, it had been put there a month ago by one of the traders who was supposed to arrange for it to be taken away, but he was adamant that it hadn't been locked, and 2 of his staff backed him up on that, so we took the bolt cutters to it. When they opened the door, it was full of packaged meat, except for one shelf. All that contained was a parcel wrapped in black plastic bin liners." Duval paused for effect, her expression a question. Steve closed his eyes momentarily. His angular face pained. "The head." The head. The butcher, who was helping them, dropped to the floor like a stunned ox. They had to take him to hospital to have the cut on his head stitched. He hit the corner of a worktop on the way down. "He'll be drinking off that for the rest of his life," said Steve. "I presume it was Georgia Lester's head." "No question. The husband's got to ID it later today, but there's no doubt about it." "When are you making the announcement?" Duval sighed. "My boss wants to hold a press conference this afternoon. We're waiting for Dorset to confirm they can have someone here for it." "Would you have any problem with me breaking the news to Kit Martin ahead of the press conference? He and Georgia were close, and he'll know that Fiona talked to us. It seems the least I can do." Duval frowned. "I'd rather we kept it in the family for as long as possible. I know he's your friend, but we can't afford a perception that one writer is getting preferential treatment from the police." Steve shrugged. "It's your case, Sarah. To be honest, I was thinking about the long-term interests of the Yard as much as being considerate to Kit. Fiona Cameron is a good operator, and we've been denied her services for a while now because of her own bloody-minded stupidity. In spite of that, she came to us with her suspicions. I'd have liked the chance to do a bit of bridge building here, maybe mended the breach. I'm sure it could have benefits for the city force too." Duval's wry smile concealed the burn of genuine annoyance. First Darren Green and now Steve Preston had outmanoeuvred her in a matter of hours. It wasn't good for the spirit, especially a spirit as normally self-confident as Duval's. "That's a good point, sir." Steve recognized the use of his title as the signal to back down. "It's your decision, Sarah." "I suppose it can't do any harm, provided you make it clear to him that he mustn't talk to the media before we do." A last attempt to appear in control. "I don't think it would even occur to him." Steve stood up and reached for his jacket. "She was his friend, Sarah. He's not that desperate for personal publicity." She accepted the implied rebuke in silence and got to her feet. "I'll keep you posted," she said. "How's the Blanchard case going?" Steve shrugged into his jacket and spread his hands wide. "Chasing what might be a lead, but it's an uphill struggle. I haven't got the resources to run a proper operation." Duval's smile was tight. "Keep it deniable, huh?" "Something like that. At least until we've got a cast-iron case." Duval winced. "And I thought I was having a bad day." Steve opened the door and stood back to let her precede him. "Don't let it get you down. There's more to life than the job." He walked down the corridor with the loose-limbed stride of a man out for a walk in the park. Duval stared after him, the usual impassivity of her face defeated by her astonishment. Steve Preston, claiming there was more to life than the job. It was about as likely as Bart Simpson joining the diplomatic service. Feeling somewhat shaken, Duval headed for her car to return to her own office in Wood Street. It was clearly a day for surprises. Maybe Dorset would turn out to be the home of a new breed of super cops, and maybe, just maybe, between them they would find Georgia Lester's killer before the media ate them alive. Stranger things could clearly happen. Chapter 40. Fiona left the lecture theatre heading for her office. She had no recollection of what she'd spent the last 50 minutes saying. She'd been flying on automatic pilot, looking down on her students with the distance of dissociation. Her anxiety hummed inside her like a high-tension cable, shutting her off from everything else. She wanted to be home with Kit. She wanted him where she could see him, or at the very least sense his presence. Knowing that would be intolerable to him didn't make it any easier to be without it. Something had to break soon, she told herself. Either they would be able to dismiss the notion of a serial killer so they could all relax and return to something approaching normality, or everyone would accept that Kit and a handful of others were at a serious risk and take steps accordingly. If the police wouldn't protect him, then she'd arrange it herself. She knew there were agencies around who provided bodyguards, and Fiona had no reservations about surrounding Kit with professional protection. He'd go ape, of course, but then he might not have to know. Whatever happened, their lives would never be quite the same again. Kit had been confronted with his own physical vulnerability, however much he chose to scoff at it. That would inevitably change his view of himself, and Fiona had been forced to recognize that all these years on, she was still no nearer a position where she could effectively protect those she loved. Ignorance may have been a valid excuse when it came to saving Leslie, but even now, with all the knowledge and experience in her arsenal, Fiona couldn't be sure of saving Kit. It wasn't a comforting thought. She dumped her papers on her desk and checked her email. Apart from routine departmental memos, there was only a brief note from Kit saying, 10 o'clock and all's well. He'd promised to post Fiona at regular intervals after her insistence that he stay in touch. He claimed it made him feel like a wimp, but both knew it was only a token demurral. She began to compose a short reply, but she was interrupted by a phone call from Spain. "Hello, Major Barracal," she said, trying not to sound as distracted as she felt. Part of her registered with weary surprise that it wasn't like her to care so little about a case she'd been involved in. "I thought I had better let you know what progress we have made," he said, sounding rather dispirited himself. "That's kind of you." "There is not very much to report, I'm afraid. Delgado refuses to admit his guilt. He just sits there with a face like stone, saying nothing at all. But the good news is that it seems we are starting to get some forensic evidence to back up the circumstantial evidence. We have found a former neighbor of Delgado's, who works at the Alcazar and who thinks Delgado may have been able to access the keys on one of his visits to the house. And best of all, we have finally located 2 witnesses who saw him with the Englishwoman on the night he killed her, a husband and wife from Bilbao. They saw the story in the newspaper and got in touch with us. It turns out they were staying in the hotel where she worked, and that's why they noticed her. She had checked them in, you see, so they remembered her. We have charged him with that murder for now, but I think we will eventually have enough to make him stand trial for all 3 killings." "That's good news," she said, not really caring. "You must be glad he's off the streets." "Very glad. We would never have got so close so quickly without your help. I have made sure my superior officers know this. I think this may persuade them that we need you to come and train us in crime linkage and geographical programming." Fiona gave a hollow laugh. "I think you're being very optimistic, Major. But good luck with your case against Delgado." "Thank you, and good luck with your own work, Dr. Cameron. I'm sure we'll be in touch again." Fiona made her farewells and replaced the phone. She knew she should be feeling triumphant, but instead she felt frustration. Her work had helped stop someone killing strangers in Toledo, but no one would let her do the same for the man she loved. Maybe she should call Sarah Duval and offer her services. The woman could only say no. Kit was in the kitchen making coffee when the doorbell rang. He froze in the middle of what he was doing. He wasn't expecting anyone, and in spite of his bravado in front of Fiona, he was keenly aware that if there was indeed a killer out there with a list, his name would inevitably be near the top. Carefully, he put the spoon back in the bag and leaned it against the coffee maker. He took a deep breath and walked down the hall. He was inches away from the door when the bell screamed again, making him twitch involuntarily. The postman always rings twice. James M. Cain, a classic American noir. That didn't have a very happy ending either. He tiptoed the last few feet and put his ear to the door. "Who's there?" he called. The flap of the letterbox clattered open. A disembodied voice from the region of his groin said, "It's Steve, Kit." Kit felt a dizzy relief and hastily turned the lock, pulling the door wide open. "I'm not paranoid, honest," he said. Then, seeing Steve's face, he stepped back. "Stupid bastard," He cursed himself silently. Steve wouldn't be here in the middle of the day unless the news was the worst kind. It's not Fiona, he croaked. His mouth suddenly dry, his eyes wide. Steve put a hand on his arm and gently maneuvered him across the threshold. He closed the door firmly behind him. As far as I know, Fee's fine. Come on. Let's go through to the kitchen. I need to talk to you. Numb with anxiety, Kit led the way, almost stumbling as carpet gave way to tiled floor. I was making coffee, he said, knowing it was irrelevant, but wanting to preserve ignorance for as long as possible. Coffee would be good, Steve said. He sat down at the table, patient while Kit completed the ritual, busying himself with frothing milk and forcing water through the packed coffee grounds. Kit carefully placed one cup in front of Steve, then sat down with his own. It's Georgia. It was a statement, not a question. Steve nodded. One of my colleagues found her remains in the early hours of this morning. Was it where Fiona said it would be, in Smithfield? She was right in every particular but one. Steve took out a cigar and fiddled with the cellophane wrapper. It wasn't pretty, Kit. Whoever butchered her left us her head. So we'd be in no doubt what we'd found. Kit took a long, shuddering breath. Jesus. He exhaled slowly. He put his hands over his face, his shoulders shaking. Steve felt helpless. He'd known Kit for years, but their relationship had never needed to encompass grief before. He had no sense of what the rules of engagement were. When policemen cried, they usually didn't want their fellow officers to acknowledge it, not even the women. They just wanted to get it over with. Steve got up and went to the cupboard where the drinks were kept. He found the brandy and poured a good 2 fingers into a glass. He put it in front of Kit, laid a hand on his heaving shoulders and said, "Drink this. It'll help." When Kit raised his head, his eyes were red and swollen, his cheeks wet. He pushed the brandy to one side and reached for the coffee, wrapping his large hands round the cup to suck what heat from it he could. "I kept hoping Fiona was wrong," he said. "I kept telling myself it was the kind of sick thing I'd make up, not the sort of thing that really happens, you know? It was the only way I could get through it. I just couldn't let myself believe there's someone out there killing us." Steve sighed. "When you've seen as much as I have, Kit, you know that real life can trump fiction every time. I'm truly sorry about Georgia. I know she was a friend." Kit shook his head wearily. "She was always larger than life. I'd have put Georgia down as indestructible. Underneath all that froth, she was so sharp, so strong. I know people thought we were an odd couple, but she was closer to me than almost anybody in the business. She was brilliant. She could make me laugh. And she was always there. When the writing was going to shit, she'd bring a bottle round and we'd bitch about what a hard life it was, even though we both knew what lucky buggers we were." He drained his cup and rubbed his eyes fiercely with the back of his hands. "Fuck, what a bastard life is." "They're not announcing it formally till later this afternoon," Steve said, resorting to what he knew. "But I didn't want you to turn on the radio and hear it that way. Thanks. How's Anthony? Do you know?" Steve shook his head. "It's not the Met's case. It's City of London, so I've not had any direct dealings with it. But I happen to know he's doing the formal identification round about now. Poor bastard." He reached for the brandy then and swallowed hard. "If I write him a note, will you post it for me? It's only that I promised Fiona I wouldn't go out alone. I thought she was being overprotective, but now—" He got to his feet. "Give me a minute." "Take your time," Steve said, unwrapping his cigar and lighting it. While he waited for Kit to return, Steve couldn't help his mind gliding away from the pain and mess of Georgia's death to thoughts of Terry. Even Sarah's hideous news hadn't managed to take the gloss off the previous night, or the morning after. They were meeting again that evening. Steve's habit of caution seemed to have abandoned him, along with the weariness that had infected his interior life for so long. He didn't want to play this cool. to act hard to get. He wanted to be with her, and since Terry assured him the feeling was mutual, it seemed crazy not to snatch every moment that offered itself to him. Part of him was longing to share with Kit what was happening to him, but this wasn't the time. When Kit came back into the kitchen, he was holding an envelope. I didn't have a proper sympathy card. Just had to make do with a postcard. I don't think Anthony will mind. I just wanted to let him know I was thinking about him. Tell him I'm here, if he needs anything, you know. He handed the card to Steve. I've stamped it. If you could just stick it in the box at the bottom of the road, he should get it tomorrow morning. Are you going to be okay? Steve asked, getting to his feet. Kit took a deep breath. I'll be fine. You need to get off. There'll be work piling up for you. Impulsively, Steve stepped forward and wrapped his arms round Kit in a hug. Kit hugged him back, his arms tight round Steve's back. There was no awkwardness when they let go and moved apart. Thanks for telling me, Steve. You're right. It would have done my shedding completely if I'd heard it on the news. Now I know I can unplug the phone. The last people I feel like talking to right now are journos. Will you tell Fee? Steve asked. Or do you want me to? I'll email her now. I don't want to phone her when she's working. You know how it is. Kit followed Steve to the front door. Unusually, he didn't wait till Steve was out of sight to close the door. Instead, he shut it immediately, locking both Yale and Mortis. Then he walked slowly back to his desk and clicked onto his email program. From Kit Martin, KM writer at trashnet.com, to Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulun.ac.uk. Subject, bad as it gets. You were right. Georgia is dead. Cold, hard words for a cold, hard fact. Steve just left. He came to tell me himself. Didn't want me to have it sprung on me by a phone call from a hack or a news broadcast. They found her in Smithfield, like you said. I've read, and evermore shall be so. I can imagine only too well what it was like. Only thing different, according to Steve, is that the killer left the head with the body. I wish you were here, or I was there. I feel very disconnected from my life, very disorientated. Please don't worry about me. I have taken to heart all you said. I'm going to stay battened down till you get back, and then reconsider what's the best course of action until somebody puts this mad fucker behind bars. Somewhere in all of this, there has to be some clue that will open it up. I presume they're going to link the investigations now, even if only unofficially. Do what you can to get included on the team. Not that I want you to be working when you could be with me, but I want this guy caught. Not just for Georgia's sake, but for my own peace of mind. And if anybody can make a case for linking these crimes, it's you. I love you. Kay. Kit sent the message, then exited from the program. He took the magazine out of the CD player and emptied it. He went upstairs to the living room where Fiona's classical CDs were kept, and went along the shelf. Clutching the Verdi Requiem, he walked back downstairs and loaded it. He pressed play and sat down in his chair. While the music swelled, Kit leaned back, eyes closed, his mind playing movies of the friend he had lost. Chapter 41. The conference room was packed, bright with TV lights and stuffy with the exhalations of too many excited bodies. Speculation buzzed from journalist to journalist about the nature of the announcement. The more cynical, having seen it all before, attempted to make their guesses sound like convictions. It had to be Georgia Lester, and she had to be dead. That was their flat take on the situation. It had to be Georgia because there was nothing else that important on the stocks right now. If there had been, they would have had a whisper from a contact. And she had to be dead. Otherwise it would be her publishers holding the press conference, obviously. Besides, they all claimed inside knowledge. One of their sources said there had been a big operation last night around Smithfield Market, and it had something to do with the missing writer. The more literate of them had smugly put two and two together and come up with the answer they hoped would be confirmed this afternoon. If they were right, it would be a guaranteed front page, and that was what really mattered. It was, the more confident among them maintained, just a matter of detail now, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and getting one of that lesser breed of reporters, the ones who didn't have a title like crime correspondent or home affairs specialist, to go in search of the husband for the heartbreak photo and the tear-jerking quote. Nevertheless, a hush descended when the police filed in. That it was serious was obvious. The Deputy Commissioner himself was there, flanked by DCI Sarah Duval and a face none of the reporters recognized. The officers settled behind the bank of microphones, self-conscious and uneasy. The press liaison chief was hovering like an anxious parent before the nativity play. When everyone was satisfied with the sound quality, the Deputy Commissioner cleared his throat. "Thank you for coming this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a short statement to make, and then I will take questions." He introduced his fellow officers. The stranger turned out to be a detective chief superintendent from Dorset. The DC looked down at the paper in his hand. He cleared his throat again. "As a result of an operation carried out by officers of the City of London Police last night in the vicinity of Smithfield Market, human remains were recovered. These have been identified as the missing crime writer, Ms. Georgia Lester. As a result of this, a murder inquiry has been set up. DCI Duval will be in operational control of the investigation. We will be liaising with our colleagues in Dorset, where Ms. Lester apparently went missing last week. This is a particularly horrific crime, and we would appeal for anyone who saw Ms. Lester after she left her cottage in Dorset last Wednesday. Her car was found abandoned on Sunday, but we have no idea how long it had been there. We would like to narrow that time frame down, if possible. We are also appealing for any witnesses who may have seen anything unusual around Smithfield Market during the course of this past week." He looked up and pursed his lips. "I'll take questions now." A hubbub of voices, hands waving. The press liaison chief pointed to one. "Corinne Thomas, BBC Radio. When you say human remains, what exactly do you mean?" The Deputy Commissioner indicated to Duval that she should give the prescribed answer. "Ms. Lester had been dismembered. The manner suggests someone with rudimentary anatomical or butchery skills." Second questioner. "Jack O'Connor, The Times. One of Miss Lester's novels, which was made into a film, features a killer who kidnaps his victims, then butchers them. As I recall, the bodies in the book were hidden in a wholesale butcher's. Do you believe her killer copied the book?" "No comment," the Deputy Commissioner said firmly. O'Connor wasn't giving up. "Do you believe this crime is connected to the Edinburgh killing of Drew Shand, who was murdered recently in a manner identical to one of the victims in his book?" The background agitation of his colleagues almost swamped O'Connor's voice, but there was no doubt from the grim faces looking down at him that they'd heard him. "No comment," the Deputy Commissioner said again. A third questioner jumped to her feet. "Sharon Collier, The Mirror. Are you refusing to deny that there's a serial killer targeting thriller writers?" "I'm neither denying nor confirming anything of the sort, Miss Collier. At this stage, I have no evidence to allow me to offer any comment on these questions." The DC was starting to look a bit edgy. The press liaison chief quickly found one of his tame hacks and prodded him into action. "Patrick Stacey, The Express. Where exactly was the body found?" Duval took the initiative. We discovered Miss Lester's remains in a disused freezer in a storage area in Smithfield Market. According to the owner, the freezer had been awaiting transport to another meat depot and had been there for about 5 weeks, so if anyone saw someone using that freezer during those 5 weeks, we are keen to hear from them. The questions were coming faster now. Do you have any suspects? What leads do you have? Is her husband a suspect? Is there a serial killer on the loose? Is an arrest imminent? Have you called in the services of a profiler? Abruptly, the Deputy Commissioner rose to his feet. That's all for now, ladies and gentlemen. When we have any more to report, we will keep you informed. Wait a minute! A shout rang out across the room. A bearded man in a tweed sports jacket, check shirt and red tie was pushing his way through the ranks of journalists. The DC looked to the press liaison chief, who made a shooing motion with his hands, indicating they should leave now. The Dorset officer started to move to the side of the room, but Duval sat still, staring at the man who was making determined progress, apparently unconcerned about the people he was shoving out of his path. "Why don't you tell them the truth?" he shouted, his face flushed. "Why deny what everybody knows is the truth? There's a serial killer out there, and he's killing crime writers who have stolen his stories." By now, several uniformed officers were attempting to reach the source of the disturbance. But the floor of the press conference was in chaos as journalists tried to see and hear what was going on. There was a hubbub of voices, but still the man in the tweed jacket could be heard. "How do I know?" he yelled at the top of his voice. "I know, because it's me. I killed them. Drew Shand, Jane Elias, Georgia Lester. They stole my stories, and I made them pay." Duval was on her feet now, pushing past her boss and diving down into the melee. Disregarding obstacles, she fought her way through the excited throng, driving a path to her quarry. No pause to apologize to the photographer she elbowed in the ribs, nor the radio reporter, who took a crack on the jaw from her outflung arm. By now, the man in the tweed jacket had managed to free himself from the crowd around him sufficiently to start scattering sheets of paper in the air. He threw the leaflets high above his head, and they fluttered in the air like albino bats unnerved by sudden light. Journalists were pushing and shoving each other, trying to grab a flyer for themselves, while others were baying questions at the man in the tweed jacket, who was grinning with the fixed rictus of a gargoyle. 2 of the uniforms grabbed him, just as Duval made it through the final ranks of the press pack. Panting, her jacket ripped across one shoulder, she faced the stranger. "Get him out of here," she commanded. "Custody suite. Now." The journalists howled in protest as the uniformed officers led the man away. Duval noticed he put up no struggle. She stood, marooned in the middle of the media, watching the man and his escorts leave through the door she'd entered by. She became gradually aware that the Deputy Commissioner was shouting into his microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, this press conference is over. Please leave the building. I repeat, please leave the building." He might as well have been singing Yellow Submarine, Duval thought. At least that would have caught their attention. Ignoring demands for her reaction, Duval snatched one of the crumpled flyers and pushed her way back through the outraged and frustrated journalists without a word. Approaching the platform, she gestured with a sweeping motion that they should all get out of there. The DCS from Dorset looked eager to be somewhere else, while the Deputy Commissioner looked furious. As they shuffled out, Duval took the chance for a quick flick through the flyer. The author, one Charles Redford, claimed to be the murderer of Drew Shand, Jane Elias, and Georgia Lester. In a style that was disturbingly reminiscent of the threatening letters, Duval had already examined, Redford announced that they were being punished for stealing his ideas and preventing him being published. He had previously sent them all manuscripts, soliciting their help in finding a publisher. Not only had they failed to give him a leg up, they had rubbed salt in the wound by stealing his ideas and using them in their own books. The conspiracy outlined in the flyer was daft enough to catch the attention of the seriously paranoid, but as a motive for serial murder, it seemed a little thin, Duval thought. It never ceased to amaze her how little it took to tip some people over the edge from common or garden nutters to homicidal maniacs. No doubt Fiona Cameron would have a technical term for it. In the anteroom, away from the clamour, the DC shook his head. "What the hell was all that about?" he demanded. "How did that lunatic get in there?" Duval shrugged out of her jacket and inspected the damage with pursed lips. Let the DC slug it out with the media creep. She wasn't about to get into that particular war. "He must have had some sort of press credentials," the press liaison chief stammered defensively. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed in." The DC waved a hand, as if seeing off a troublesome wasp. "Never mind that. Who the hell is he?" Duval looked up from her torn jacket and took a deep breath. "According to the leaflet, which the world's press are now in possession of, he's called Charles Redford, and he's a wannabe thriller writer who thinks the victims stole his plots." "Is he for real?" The DC looked bemused. "That's what I plan to find out right now. I told them to take him straight down to the custody suite. I'm going to arrest him on suspicion of murder and take it from there." "Do we need to arrest him at this point? He could be nothing more than a time-wasting attention-seeker." It was, Duval thought, a long time since the DC had done policing without the politics. "I want this by the book, sir. If he is the killer, I don't want the slightest chance of it falling down in court on some procedural glitch. I want him under arrest. I want him legally represented, and I want him on the record all the way." To her surprise, the DCS from Dorset weighed in on her side. "I think DCI Duval's quite right," he said, the edge of a country burr in his voice, adding unexpected authority to his quiet bass. "I'd want the same thing in her shoes, and I'd very much appreciate being able to sit in on the interview." "I don't think we can accommodate that," the DC said dubiously. "A matter of jurisdiction, you know." "We've got one interview suite with an observation room," Duval pointed out. "Surely there would be no problem with our colleague using that facility. I think it could be helpful, sir. Another pair of eyes, another pair of ears." She didn't for a moment think the provincial DCS would spot anything that wasn't obvious to her, but she knew she was still going to need cooperation from Dorset in putting her case together. It would cost her nothing to keep their senior officer happy. "Fine." The DC nodded and drew her to one side. "But that's as far as it goes, Duval," he added in an undertone. "This one's ours." Maybe not if he killed her in Dorset, Duval thought. But if there was a name to be made here, she was determined it was going to be hers. He'd confessed on her patch he was going to stay hers if it was humanly possible. "I'll get down to the custody suite, then," she said. The two men watched her swing her ruined jacket over her shoulder and stride off confidently down the corridor. "God help him if he's wasting her time," the Dorset man said. "She's going to have her work cut out," the DC said. "How do you mean?" "How do we usually weed out false confessions? We catch them out on the details that haven't been made public. Only this killer has been using previously published material as his blueprint. He's going to know all the answers, whether he's killed them or not." The Dorset DCS drew his breath in sharply. "Oh, shit," he said. "And I'm not sure if DCI Duval has worked that one out yet," the DC added, pursing his lips in a superior smile. Fiona closed her eyes, blotting out the email on the screen in front of her. Confirmation of what she had been dreading was the last thing she wanted in her face. Eventually, she forced herself to reread Kit's email. This wasn't the time for self-indulgence. He needed her support, not for her to whimper in the corner like a scared bunny. She composed herself and hit the reply button. From Fiona Cameron, fcameron@psych.ulun.ac.uk, to Kit Martin, kmwriter@trashnet.com. Subject, bad as it gets. My darling Kit, I'm so sorry about Georgia. You must be hurting, my love, and I wish I could do something to take the pain away. I fear I can be of little use on this particular case, even supposing DCI Duval wanted my help. It's already clear to anyone with half a brain that these cases are connected, and you know I don't get into the touchy-feely wet the bed when he was 9 and tortured the neighbour's cat stuff. So what could I give them? Not much, except common sense. So, my love, it is important that you take extreme care of yourself. I'll be home at the usual time, or earlier if I can manage it. I love you. F. Chapter 42. Charles Cavendish Redford was adamant that he did not want legal representation. He insisted that he knew more about the criminal law than the average duty solicitor, and was perfectly capable of withstanding a police interrogation without someone to hold his hand. It was a decision that pleased Duval. She knew that even the most newly qualified duty solicitor would caution Redford to say nothing further, but if he wanted to damn himself from his own mouth, that was fine by her. Lacking a solicitor would simply mean there were fewer interruptions to the flow of what Redford wanted to reveal, and if one thing was clear, it was that Redford was a man who was eager to have his say. She'd had to keep shutting him up when the custody sergeant was processing him. The last thing she wanted was for him to get it all out of his system, then clam up once they were in the interview room and on the official record. As soon as he'd been formally arrested, Duval sent a team of officers to search his house. Another team were given the task of finding out as much as was humanly possible about the life and times of Charles Redford, self-styled pre-published writer. Then Duval escaped to her office for 10 minutes. She tossed her wrecked coat in the bottom of her locker and replaced it with a lightweight black wool jacket that lived there on permanent standby. She shot a mist of her favourite perfume into the air and walked through the miasma, feeling its coolness on her skin. Then she sat down with notepad and pencil, sketching out the main points she needed. Finally, about an hour after the commotion in the press conference, Duval found herself facing her self-confessed serial murderer across a formica-topped table. The room was claustrophobically small, the large mirror on one wall seeming to shrink the space rather than to increase it. The normal sense of stale sweat, smoke, and fear were overlaid with a layer of her Versace red jeans. No Hannibal Lecter. Redford didn't so much as twitch his nose. "At last," he said impatiently. "Well, go on. Get the tape running." Duval's sergeant reached out and switched on both tape decks. For the record, he dictated date and time and details of those present. The DCS from Dorset, ensconced behind the mirror with his own sound feed, was not on the list. Duval sized up Redford. Medium height, medium build. His hair and beard were neatly trimmed, his complexion the pasty white of someone who spends little time out of doors. His eyes were a dark grey-blue, watchful and deep-set. His tweed jacket looked as if it had been expensive when new, but that had been a long time ago. It fitted him well enough to have been tailored for him, But that meant nothing in these days of charity shops sprouting in every high street like mushrooms. The collar of his Tattersall check shirt was a little frayed on the inside edge, his long fingers restlessly intertwined in an endless, meaningless sequence. The impression was one of intensity behind a mask of genteel poverty. "You'll have sent a team out to search my flat," he stated, a smirk quirking one corner of his mouth. "What a waste of time. You're not going to find anything there except old newspapers, the sort of thing anyone might have who was a bit remiss about going to the recycling bank." "We'll see," Duval said. "You'll see nothing, Detective Chief Inspector Duval," he said, almost chewing the words of her title. "What's your first name? Something pretty and girly that you hate, I bet. Well, Detective Chief Inspector, I am your worst nightmare." Duval allowed herself an indulgent smile. "I don't think so, Mr. Redford." "Oh, but I am. You see, I committed these murders. I'm freely admitting to that. And I'll tell you how I did them and what I did, but only up to a point. I'm not going to lead you to any physical evidence. I'm not going to tell you places to look for witnesses. Do you have any idea how many tourist beds there are in Edinburgh? That should keep your opposite number in Lothian and Borders amused for a while. No. All you're going to have is what I admit to, Detective Chief Inspector." He grinned, showing small, even incisors like a child's milk teeth. "You're going to have so much fun with the Crown Prosecution Service. No evidence except a confession. Oh, dear me." Duval looked bored. "Fine. So, can we get on with the confession?" Redford looked momentarily hurt. Then he brightened again. "I see what you're up to," he said triumphantly. "You're trying to wind me up by making me feel dismissed. Well, let me tell you, I've read enough and seen enough to understand all your tricks, DCI Duval. You're not going to put one over on me. Now, I consider myself to be a storyteller, so let's start at the beginning." "No," Duval interrupted incisively. "Let's try a more radical approach to narrative. Let's pretend we're Martin Amis or Margaret Atwood. Let's start at the end, with Georgia Lester." "My!" Redford let out a long drawl of admiration. "A literate cop. I shall have to watch my story structure here. But don't you want to hear why I've taken against thriller writers in such a big way?" Duval produced his flyer from her plain black, no-nonsense handbag. "I am showing Mr. Redford one of the leaflets he distributed at a police press conference earlier this afternoon," she said for the benefit of the tape. "I presume your reasons are outlined here. You sent them your novels hoping they'd help you, but not only did they ignore you, you believe that they stole your plots and plagiarized your writing. An accurate summary?" Her tone was brisk. He was so filled with confidence the best she could hope for was to unsettle him, and she was going flat out for that. She could feel the adrenaline coursing through her, creative tension holding her tight as a bowstring. It was so seldom that an interrogation proved anything approaching a challenge, and Duval relished the confrontation. "Well, yes," he said, an edge of dissatisfaction in his voice. "But I thought you'd want to know more about that. It's why I started. You should be interested." She shrugged. "Motive is much overrated in detective fiction, Mr. Redford. Remember that GP in Manchester? Harold Shipman? Convicted of killing 15 elderly patients with morphine overdoses? Nobody really knows why he did it, but it didn't stop a jury putting him away. I'll leave the motive to the lawyers. I'm interested in the mechanics of what you did and how you did it. And let's stick to Georgia Lester, eh? You'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about your other alleged crimes with officers from other jurisdictions in due course. If, that is, you can convince me that you had anything to do with Georgia Lester's murder." Redford sat back and steepled his fingers in the manner of a patronizing academic. "I knew. She had a cottage in Dorset," he began expansively. "How did you know?" Duval shot back. She was determined not to let him relax into his tale. Hello magazine did a feature on her last year. There were interior and exterior photographs. The article said the cottage was 7 miles from Lyme Regis. It wasn't that hard to find, so I tracked down the cottage, and then I laid my plans. I made sure I knew what her schedule was. How did you find that out?" Duval demanded. "It's on her website, all her public engagements. I knew she went down to Dorset most weekends, and it was easy to work out when she'd be due back in London from the events listing on the web page. Must you keep interrupting?" he demanded peevishly. "I thought you'd welcome my questions," Duval said smoothly. "You say you want me to believe you. You should be grateful that I'm trying to confirm your story with all these details." His eyes flashed a momentary anger. "You think you're clever, don't you, Duval? But you're no match for me. I killed them, and you're going to have to charge me with Georgia Lester's murder. Either that, or with perverting the course of justice, Mr. Redford. So, you stalked Georgia. What a pathetic little crime that is. How did you capture her?" An hour later, Duval left the interview room. She felt drained and frustrated. In spite of her constant hammering of questions, she hadn't been able to extract a single fact from Redford that hadn't either been published in the press or couldn't have been gleaned from a studious reading of Georgia Lester's text. She let herself into the observation room, where the DCS from Dorset was sitting with a notepad on his knee. "What do you think?" she asked. He looked up and pulled a face. "I think you need something concrete from your search, something that isn't already in the public domain. He's given you nothing that a good brief won't demolish for a jury. He wants his day in court, but he doesn't want to be convicted. That's how I see it. And he thinks he's cleverer than you." Duval leaned against the wall and folded her arms across her chest. "And that might just be where I can trip him up. Reading that flyer, I was struck by how similar some of the language is to the threatening letters that have been sent to some of the crime writers. With the right expert witness, I think I can tie him to the letters, whether or not we find the originals on his computer. And if we can tie the letters to the murders, then we've got a way in. It's going to be a bastard to make it stick, though." "Do you think it really is him?" Duval pushed herself off from the wall and crossed to the one-way mirror. Redford was gazing up as if he could see her, a confident smirk on his face. "That's what I keep wondering." The DCS tapped his pen on his pad. "It strikes me, reading that flyer, that he'd do just about anything to get his books published." Duval sighed. He had expressed a notion that had already crossed her mind. "You think he'd go as far as murder?" "I think he'd certainly go as far as confessing to murder." He shook his head. "I tell you something, DCI Duval. I'm not going to fight you over who gets this collar." Fiona found Kit upstairs in the living room, stretched out full length on the sofa. On the floor beside him, a bottle held about 2 inches of red wine. The glass balanced on his chest contained another inch. There was an Australian soap on the TV. His eyes were looking at the screen, but she knew he wasn't watching it. "I'll get another bottle," she said. "That'd be a good idea," he agreed, no trace of the drink in his voice. When Fiona returned, she sat down cross-legged on the floor beside him and tipped the remains of the bottle into her glass. "I'm more sorry than I can say about Georgia." "Me too," Kit said, shifting his position so he was half sitting, leaning against the arm of the sofa. "I'm all so scared. There's somebody out there killing people like me, and it's hard to escape the idea that I could be next on his list." "I know." Fiona drained her glass and started on the second bottle. "And there's nothing I can say or do that will change that. God, how I hate that feeling." She reached up and gripped his hand. The silence between them was filled with the inane chatter of the soap's teenage love interest. More than she had ever wished anything, Fiona wished she could wave a magic wand and remove the sense of threat that clung to them both, like a sticky spider's web, blinding them to everything except its presence. "It was kind of Steve to come and tell you himself," she said finally, "especially given the way we left things." "He loves you too much to be petty." Fiona gave him a quick glance of surprise. She had always thought the burden of Steve's love was her private secret. It had never been mentioned between them before, and she had assumed Kit had accepted her version of their relationship, a long-standing defiance of the theory that friendship between heterosexual men and women was inherently impossible. Kit shook his head, a tired smile creeping over his face. "You think I never noticed?" "I suppose so. I presumed because you never objected to him that you took it at face value," she admitted. Kit reached for the bottle and topped up his glass. "Why should I have minded? It's not as if he's ever been any kind of threat. I've always known you didn't love him. Well, you do love him, obviously, but like a friend. And he's never tried to tell me how I should be treating you, so why should there be a problem?" Fiona laid her head against his thigh. "You never cease to surprise me." "Good. I'd hate to think you had me sussed." He released her hand and stroked her hair. "You're a very good reason for staying alive, you know. I'm not going to take any chances." Fiona grasped the offered opportunity. "So, first thing in the morning, we're going to call a security firm and get you fixed up with a minder." "Are you serious?" His tone was a mixture of incredulity and outrage. "Never more so. You can't live like a hermit, Kit. You know it'll drive you stir-crazy within a couple of days. You'll get frustrated and bad-tempered, you won't be able to work, and then you'll do something that you think is safe, like going for a walk on the heath. You'll expose yourself." As he started to argue with her, Fiona held up her hand in an adamant gesture. "I'm not going to argue, Kit. Your safety's the most important consideration, but you've still got to be able to live." "Fair enough. But a minder? I feel like a complete plonker." "It's better than the alternative." Before Kit could say more, the final credits of the soap faded, and the familiar urgency of the 6 o'clock news theme swelled from the TV. Fiona swiveled round to watch the screen. "Let's see what they're saying about Georgia," she said. The newscaster gave his trademark sombre smile and launched into the news. "Good evening. The remains of missing mystery writer Georgia Lester have been discovered in a freezer in London's Smithfield Market. And in a dramatic development, a man has confessed to her murder at a police press conference." The rest of the headlines were lost on Fiona and Kit. "What the fuck?" Kit breathed. They didn't have long to wait. Georgia was the first item in the main bulletin. City of London Police called a press conference this afternoon to announce that a search of Smithfield Market had ended with the discovery of Georgia Lester's remains. Their grisly find came in the early hours of this morning, as police worked through the night following a new line of inquiry. Miss Lester went missing somewhere between her cottage in Dorset and her London home 10 days ago. Since then, concern has been voiced for her safety. But the revelation was overshadowed by the events of the press conference itself. Over now to our reporter, Gabrielle Gershon. A solemn-faced 30-something with fashionable glasses gazed into the camera. Police were giving little away at the press conference. They admitted only that Georgia Lester's dismembered body had been found in a freezer at Smithfield Market, but refused to be drawn into speculation as to whether there was any connection between the best-selling crime author's death and the recent murders of fellow thriller writers Drew Shand and Jane Elias. But, as the press conference drew to a close, a man pushed his way through the crowd of reporters, claiming to be responsible for all 3 deaths. He then distributed leaflets alleging that all 3 of the murdered authors had stolen his work and that he'd killed them in revenge for their plagiarism. For legal reasons, we cannot show the footage of this dramatic event. However, the man has been taken into police custody, and within the last 10 minutes, police have admitted that he has been arrested on suspicion of murder. The newsreader's voice interrupted. Did the police appear to be taken by surprise by this extraordinary intervention, Gabrielle? He asked. Yes, Don. It threw them into a complete confusion. Up to that point, they'd given no indication that they had any suspects whatsoever in Georgia Lester's murder. It's a remarkable turn of events. I can't recall anything quite like it ever happening before, Don, the newsreader, said, as the screen returned to a view of the studio. Thanks, Gabrielle. We'll come back to you if there are any further developments. He looked seriously at the camera. Later in the program, we'll be bringing you an appreciation of Georgia Lester's life and work. But now, the other main stories tonight. Fiona reached for the remote control and flicked the mute button. Unbelievable, she said wonderingly. He confessed, in front of a room full of journalists. Now, there's a man who doesn't need a publicist. Pass the phone, Fiona said. Kit stretched and grabbed the cordless handset. Who are you going to call? Wood Street. I want to find out if this is the real thing or the local neighbourhood nutter. You think they'll tell you? Fiona gave him her disapproving tutor stare. You think they won't. 10 minutes later, she put the phone down. Sarah Duval had inevitably been unavailable, but once Fiona had explained her connection to the case to a slightly wary sergeant in the incident room, she had been rewarded with the assurance that yes, the murder squad was treating the confessor seriously, and, strictly off the record, he was likely to be charged with something by morning. Maybe not murder, not quite yet, but something serious. It was, she thought, like the moment when you realize the dental anesthetic has worn off. She felt tension seep from her shoulders like a liquid flow. Her initial response of skepticism had been dispelled by the CID sergeant's solid reassurance that someone as sharp as Sarah Duval was taking this seriously. And if the confessor had been one of the usual suspects who came out of the woodwork whenever there was a major crime in the headlines, the police would have known. She smiled up into Kit's anxious eyes. They seem to think he's kosher, she said, letting out a long breath. She hastily moved from the floor to the sofa and wrapped her arms round him. I hope they're right, she said softly. Oh, God, I hope it's finished. Chapter 43. The air in the room was redolent with the heavy fragrances of ylang-ylang, sandalwood and rose. The flicker of a pair of candles took the chill off the clinical white of the walls and transformed Steve's bedroom from a monastic cell to a place where romance was possible. The massage oil and the candles were Terry's contribution to the atmosphere. After the first night, when urgency had been everything, she wanted to give their love-making a more sensual framework. They lay in a languid tangle of limbs, a pair of champagne flutes within reach, but for the moment disregarded, as they gave each other the history lessons of their past. As he listened to Terry's tale of her childhood, Steve luxuriated in the sense of having been swept out of the mundanity of his life. When the shrill note of his mobile phone cut through Terry's gentle ironies, it was a dislocating wrench back into his former life. Shit, he swore savagely, even as he was disentangling himself from her. She chuckled. Ignore it. You're off duty. I can't. he said angrily, crossing the room in a handful of long strides and abruptly grabbing the phone from the dressing table. There's too much on, bloody thing. He hit a button and barked, "Preston here." "Steve, this is Sarah Duval." Steve stifled his exasperation and backed up to the edge of the bed, where he flopped down. "What can I do for you, Sarah?" "Have I caught you at a bad moment?" "No, it's fine." Duval registered his clipped tones, knew it wasn't fine, but pressed on regardless. She wasn't about to allow Steve Preston's convenience to come between her and her objective. "I wanted to ask if you thought Dr. Cameron would be open to a formal approach from us to liaise on the Lester murder." Steve glanced uneasily at Terry. He felt faintly uncomfortable talking about Fiona in front of her. It felt almost incestuous. "I don't see why not. The problem is with the Met, not in general. What was it you were after specifically?" "As you know, we've got a confessor in custody, but I'm having peculiar problems with checking out his authenticity because so much of the detail of the crime comes from Lester's book. However, I think he could be tied to the letters. What I want to try for is linking him to the letters, then linking the 3 murders, especially if we can establish that Shand and Elias also had letters. I thought Dr. Cameron could look specifically at the letters and the flyer he distributed at the press conference. Then she could review the evidence in the other 2 cases to see if there's linkage. With 3 cases to go at, we've got more chance of turning up some witness evidence or something else that would either tie in the confessor or eliminate him." "I'd have thought it was worth trying," Steve said cautiously, "and there's no better person for that kind of job." "I don't want to wait till morning," Duval said. "Have you got a home number for her?" "I think you'd get a better response face-to-face than over the phone." This wasn't the time to tell Duval that her phone manner wouldn't ingratiate her with a woman who was already predisposed to dislike her because of Duval's reluctance to provide protection for Kit and his fellows. "A home address, then?" Steve cast a quick glance at Terry, who was curled on one side, watching him with a smile. For a brief moment, he considered going through to the other room to avoid any chance of Terry recognizing her supervisor's details. The instinct to confidentiality was bred in the bone, but he realized that if he was going to stand any chance of making this relationship work, he had to let her into his life. He took a deep breath and recited the familiar address. Terry's eyebrows rose and her expression changed to one of curiosity. Steve ended the call and tossed the phone back on the dressing table. "I won't pry, if you'd rather I didn't, but I couldn't help recognizing Fiona's address," she said. Steve got back into bed and stretched out his arm to pull her into his embrace. "You heard about the guy who confessed to Georgia Lester's murder at the press conference?" "I saw it on the news, yes." "Well, City of London want to consult with Fiona about it. They think he's a strong suspect." "And they want to establish linkage with the other 2 crime writer killings, is that it?" Terry's interest was piqued, and she shifted so she could prop herself up on one elbow. "That's right. She'll jump at the chance. Apart from anything else, it might reassure her that they've got the right person and she can stop worrying that Kit might be next on the hit list." "Of course. That's why she's been right off the planet the last couple of days." "It didn't occur to you that Kit might be a target?" "What can I say? I'd sort of forgotten about Kit. I've only met him once. Plus, Fiona never talks about her home life. And really, nobody's been talking the serial killer angle up much. The papers all made out that there was no connection between Drew Shand and Jane, what's her name?" She shook her head crossly. "God! How could I be such a dummy? She must have been off her head with worry." Steve sighed. "She's been as near as Fiona ever gets to frantic. We had a row over it yesterday. She was angry because she was the one who actually came up with the idea of searching Smithfield, but neither City nor the Met could commit to protecting Kit." Terry frowned. "Oh, Steve, that's bad. Torn between the personal and the professional. What a shit of a time you and Fiona must have been having. Worried stiff about Kit, and ending up going head-to-head with each other." "It's not been easy," he acknowledged. At least it looks as if Kit is safe now, for which I am profoundly grateful. The guy's my best mate, and if anything happened to him, I don't know how I would have coped. The only thing is, I'm afraid it's really screwed things between me and Fiona. She's not a woman who forgives easily. She'll come round in time, Terry said with breezy confidence. Especially if you do a bit of serious grovelling. She always responds well to a good grovel, in my experience. Steve shook his head. It's going to take more than that this time, I think. Terry cuddled into him. All my hard work, getting you relaxed, and now you're wound up like a spring again. She reached for the bottle of massage oil. There's nothing for it. You're just going to have to put Kit and Fiona out of your mind and lie down and take your medicine like a man. Steve managed a smile as he shuffled onto his stomach, feeling his muscles fluttering as she straddled him. Whatever you say, Doctor. I'm not a doctor yet, she said. Just think how much better I'll be when I'm qualified. He groaned as her hand, slick with oil, began to massage his shoulders. I don't know if I'm strong enough for that. We'll work up to it gradually, soldier. Her strong fingers kneaded the powerful muscles of his back, erasing all thoughts of Sarah Duval, and even Fiona Cameron, from his mind. Fiona was in the kitchen making coffee when the doorbell rang. Frowning at the unexpected interruption, she walked down the hall to check the spy hole in the door. The chances were it was some hack who had decided that he needed to try Kit for a juicy quote for the morning's paper. If it were, Fiona would take great pleasure in blowing him off. One thing was certain. No friend would have called round this evening without checking ahead by phone first. To her surprise, Fiona recognized the person on the doorstep, though what Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Duval was doing there was beyond her. Muttering, "Hell and damnation," under her breath, Fiona opened the door. "DCI Duval," she said. "I'm sorry to interrupt your evening," Duval said stiffly, as if apology were a stranger in her mouth, "but I hoped you could spare me some time." Fiona stepped back and indicated that Duval should enter. "Second left, the kitchen. We'll talk in there." Duval walked down the hall, taking it all in as she went. Good quality wooden flooring, expensive oriental rugs, a couple of dramatic landscapes in oils on the walls. At the turn of the stairs, a man she recognized as Kit Martin appeared, looking curiously at her. "It's work, Kit," Fiona called. "I need to have a word with DCI Duval." "Can't wait till morning, eh? No problem," he said, turning and vanishing back upstairs. "I saw on the news that you've got someone in custody," Fiona said, as she followed Duval into the kitchen. "Please, have a seat." Duval pulled out a chair and sat, crossing her legs precisely. "I was making coffee. Would you like a cup?" "Thank you." Black, wasn't it? Fiona didn't wait for a response, reaching for a second mug and filling it up from the cafetiere. She put milk in her own mug and brought them both to the table, where she settled down opposite Duval. Carefully keeping her face blank to match the police officer's, she said, "So, what brings you to my door?" "As you said, we have someone in custody. We had little choice given the very public nature of his confession," Duval said, an ironic note in her voice. "But the position is far from clear-cut. His name is Charles Redford, and he's admitting the killings, but he's giving us nothing that isn't already accessible to anyone who has studied newspaper reports and the Georgia Lester novel that the murder appears to be based on. A search of his flat produced nothing conclusive. He had copies of the 3 crucial books by Shand, Elias, and Lester on his desk. There was a stack of newspapers containing stories about the 3 murders, but so far nothing for forensics to have a serious go at. We have had one break, in that his phone bill shows that he made calls to both Shand and Lester's numbers within the last 3 months, and an agent has given us a statement saying that Redford threatened her. She had been considering taking him on, but she decided against it. When he got her letter of rejection, he turned up at her office and barged past the receptionist. He got into her inner office and shouted abuse at her. He snatched a paper knife that was lying on the desk and waved it in front of her face, telling her she should be careful who she insulted. Then he threw the knife at the wall and stormed out. Fiona sipped her coffee and said nothing, merely raising her eyebrows slightly. Her earlier encounter with Duval had left her with no desire to make this any easier for her. Duval cleared her throat and continued. She says she decided not to call the police because she was flying out to New York the following morning, and she didn't have time for the, quote, hassle. Her expression was of grim disapproval. We also took a look at his computer, but so far we haven't found any trace of the threatening letters. I'm hopeful that the computer specialists will be able to find something when they examine the hard disk more closely, but I'm not prepared to pin my hopes to that. She lifted her slim briefcase onto her lap and opened it. I've brought with me copies of the letters, and also a copy of the flyer he distributed at the press conference this afternoon. She extracted a handful of transparent plastic envelopes, each of which contained a photocopied sheet of paper. She closed her briefcase, replaced it at her feet, and placed the envelopes on the table. I believe the language is distinctive enough to demonstrate they were all written by the same person. I intend to place these with a linguistics expert in the hope we can demonstrate that. Duval met Fiona's eyes. There was no help there, but she continued regardless. What I hoped was that you could look at them from the point of view of a psychologist and tell me what you think. What I think about what? Duval pursed her lips. She hadn't been expecting an easy ride. Open hostility she would have handled easily, but Fiona's stubborn failure to give anything back was too similar to her own style for her to understand how to get round it. Whether this same person wrote all these, whether that person is capable of escalating from letters to action, whether there are clues in this material to indicate a connection to the crimes, whatever you find there, I'm interested in. Fiona held her mug in both hands and looked steadily at Duval. Do you think he's the killer? Duval pushed the bridge of her glasses against her nose. Does that matter? I'm curious. I have something at stake here, if you remember, Fiona said coldly. Duval uncrossed her legs. I'm not someone who operates on instinct. I work on evidence and experience. Based on that, I'd say he's more likely the killer than not. He's arrogant and overconfident. He's vain, very vain. He's convinced that he has been ripped off. I think he's planned this very carefully so that he'll be charged and tried and found not guilty. Then he'll finally get his chance to show off to his heart's content. I think your partner is safe, Dr. Cameron. Fiona had heard what she needed to hear. I'll do it, she said. Duval placed a hand on the envelopes. There's something else, she said. Fiona didn't like the way Duval worked. There was a cold calculation to everything the detective did and said that made her feel used. If it hadn't been for her personal connection to this case, she would never have gone as far as she had. But she was irritated by the assumption that having gone this far, she could be pushed further. It's late, Chief Inspector, she said, her voice cold. Let's cut to the chase. Duval blinked. I'm not here to waste time, Doctor, yours or mine. I'm well aware of your work on crime linkage. If we are to get this case into court, I believe it's important that we make a convincing case for connecting the 3 murders. I've already spoken to my colleagues in Edinburgh and Ireland, and they're willing to let you review their evidence with a view to formulating a tenable theory that we can take to court, that the 3 murders are the work of the same person. Fiona shook her head, an expression of disbelief on her face. You took for granted that I would agree to this, she said. Duval shook her head impatiently. "I hoped you would. If you say no, I'll find someone else. But I'm told you're the best. And as you pointed out to me, you have had something personal at stake in this case." Fiona stared at Duval, a mixture of reactions battling inside her. She was outraged at the woman's presumption, angry that she had been outmanoeuvred, flattered, in spite of herself, and intrigued, as she always was, by the prospect of a professional challenge. This wasn't one she wanted to hand over to someone else, she admitted to herself. But the knowledge that Duval would see her agreement as some kind of triumph smarted. "The circumstances of these murders are very different," she said, determined not to give Duval what she wanted right away. "It's unlikely that I'm going to be able to come up with the sort of concrete connection that jurors like." Duval gave her a small, tight smile. "We both believe that the same person killed Drew Shand, Jane Elias, and Georgia Lester. We both know, if that is the case, they have to have left their signature on each crime. You know how to read the invisible ink. I know how to translate that into hard evidence. Are you in or out?" The two women stared at each other across the kitchen table. It was, Fiona knew, time to put up or shut up, and this case was too close to home for her to bear the thought of leaving it up to someone else. She reached out for the envelopes. "I'm in," she said. Charles Cavendish Redford leaned against the cold wall of his cell. He knew there was no point in trying to get some sleep. They'd be watching him through the peephole in the door, and they'd simply wait till he nodded off, then wake him up to take him back to the interview room, hoping he'd be disorientated enough to let his guard drop and give them something only the killer could know. He wasn't going to fall for that. The beauty of having read so many detective novels and true crime was that he knew all the tricks of the trade. He was going to stay awake and alert, fueled by adrenaline. There was a strict time limit on how long they could keep him without charge. Whatever they did then would suit him fine. Charged or released, he'd still be within the plans he'd made so carefully. It was all going beautifully. That policewoman was a godsend. He could wind her up, and the more antagonism that built between them, the more likely she was to charge him with Georgia Lester's murder. He would have his hour in the sun. He wasn't afraid of being found guilty. He was far too clever for that. One way or another, he would walk out of this a free man, and then publishers would be falling over themselves for his work. He shifted on the thin mattress, making sure he didn't get too comfortable. He smiled inwardly. For far too long, Charles Cavendish Redford had put up with being slighted, robbed, and cheated. Soon, however, that would be history. Soon, he would be a household name, just like Drew Shand, Jane Elias, and Georgia Lester. Chapter 44. Fiona leaned against the door jamb of the living room. "Duval wants to send someone round tomorrow to interview you," she said, "to see if you remember a bloke called Charles Redford sending you any manuscripts or letters." "That's not why she came round, though, is it?" Kit said from his prone position on the sofa. "No, that was incidental." She walked into the room and chose the armchair that gave her a view of Kit's face. "Charles Redford. He's the man they have in custody?" he asked. He knew she'd tell him the point of the visit when she was ready. Till then he was happy to let the conversation go where it was comfortable. "That's right. Do you know him?" Kit's brow furrowed as he trawled his memory. "I've got a feeling he sent me a manuscript a couple of years ago." "What did you do with it?" "What I always do with unsolicited manuscripts. Sent it back with a polite letter saying, unfortunately, I don't have the time or the expertise to critique other people's work, and suggested he get an agent." Kit yawned. "I don't remember hearing any more from him." "You didn't read it?" "Life's too short." He reached for his glass and tipped the dregs of his wine into his mouth. He waited for Fiona to get round to the real purpose of DCI Duval's visit. "I'm going to Edinburgh in the morning," Fiona said. Drew Shand? Kit asked. Duval seems to think there's some value in trying to establish linkage between the 3 murders. I'm not sure I see the point. They occurred in 3 different jurisdictions, and as far as I understand the legal principles, you can only try each case in its own jurisdiction, and I'm not sure to what extent each court would allow evidence of the other crimes. But the other police forces involved have agreed to cooperate with the attempt, so they must think there's some value in it, if only to clear their own books. Duval appears to reckon she'll have more chance of nailing him for George's murder if she can demonstrate a pattern of behaviour. Kit elbowed himself upright. So, the info we got earlier was spot on. They got the right man. Duval thinks he's a strong suspect, and she's the person on the ground. There's certainly little doubt he's the letter writer. Duval says the language is practically identical, and embarrassingly for me, she reminded me of a case I read about in the US, where someone who wrote threatening letters went on to kill half a dozen people. I hold my hand up. I was wrong when I said I didn't think this letter writer would escalate into murder. Kit grinned. Can I have that in writing? Fiona met childish with childish, sticking her tongue out at him. So, when are you leaving? There's a flight just after 9. I'm glad you're going. I liked Drew and Jane. I don't like to think that whoever killed them is going to get away with it. If anyone can build strong enough linkage to convince a jury, it's you. Fiona sighed. I wish I shared your confidence. It's going to be a hard one to stand up. She looked away. I'd like it if you came with me. Why? There's no need. Not now they've got what's-his-name behind bars. Fiona, who couldn't quite articulate what was bothering her, shrugged. I know. I'd just rather you were with me, that's all. I've got a book to finish, he protested. You can work just as easily in Edinburgh. You can sit in the hotel room and write all day. It's not that simple, Fiona. I'm all over the place. This business with Georgia is doing my head in. It's all I can do to get the words on the page right now, and that's sitting in my own office with my own music and my own things around me. There's no way I'm going to be able to concentrate in a strange place with chambermaids bombing in and out and nothing to filter out the background shit except daytime TV. I'm not coming, and that's that. His jaw jutted defiantly, daring her to disagree. Fiona ran a hand through her hair in a gesture of frustration. I don't want to leave you here on your own, not when you're so upset. I can't give you the support you need if I'm 400 miles away. They stared at each other across the room, each uncompromising in their resolution. Eventually Kit shook his head. Can't do it. I want to be inside my cocoon, where I belong. Besides, my friends are down here. We're going to need to get together and raise a glass to Georgia, to rite of passage, Fiona. I need to be here to be part of it. He stretched a hand out towards her, appeal in his eyes. You got to see my point. Point taken, Fiona conceded. I was thinking of myself as much as you, I suppose. I've been so scared for you. I just want to keep you close, remind myself that everything's okay again. They shared a rueful smile, each conscious of the tendency of their work to interfere with the shape they wanted their lives to have. How long are you going to be away for? Kit eventually asked. I'm not sure. I'll probably fly straight on to Dublin and do the Irish end as soon as I'm finished in Edinburgh. Tomorrow's Friday. I should be in Ireland by Sunday, maybe home Monday night. Any more than that, and I'm going to have serious problems covering my teaching commitments. I'll cook something special for Monday night, then, he said. We'll have a romantic dinner, turn off the phones, take the battery out of the doorbell, and remind ourselves what's so devilishly attractive about each other. Fiona grinned. Do we have to wait till Monday? Fiona stepped off the plane into a grey drizzle. Low clouds obscured the Pentlands and the Ochils, while the rain laid an ashen sheen over landscape and buildings alike. The day had started badly, and it didn't seem to be improving. Her mind had been on Georgia as she'd grabbed her laptop to pack it in its case. Preoccupied, she'd let it slip from her grasp, and it had crashed to the floor, the case splitting open and dislodging the screen. "Oh, fuck!" she'd exploded. There had been no time to deal with it then. Furious with her carelessness, Fiona had opened the cupboard in her desk and pulled out the folder that contained the CD-ROMs and floppy disks she needed to run her programs. She'd shoved them into her briefcase and ran downstairs. Kit looked up from the morning paper. "What's wrong?" he'd said. "I just smashed my laptop casing," she'd said. "I can't believe I did that. Can I borrow yours to take to Edinburgh?" He'd been back in moments, zipping up the laptop bag, far calmer than she'd have been in the circumstances. It was a measure of the toll the previous day's anxieties had taken that so small an accident had ruffled her so thoroughly. But at least she had a laptop to work with. She'd already used it on the flight to record her comparisons of the death threat letters and the flyer Redford had distributed at the press conference. There was no question in her mind that the same person had composed all the documents, and she could not rule out the possibility that the letter-writer had become sufficiently obsessed with his grievances to turn his words into action. If it came to it, she would so testify in court. Now she walked briskly from the small plane to the terminal across tarmac, greasy with damp. Inside, she shook her head to free the sparkles of raindrops from her hair and followed the exit signs. The walk from the gate to the arrivals hall seemed interminable, endless corridors turning back on themselves in the kind of maze that experimental rats were better at solving than frazzled commuters. Eventually, she emerged into the bustle of the airport. She looked around and saw a man carrying a piece of white card with Cameron neatly inscribed on it. He was a wiry, dark-haired whippet of a man whose sharp suit hung from his shoulders as if it was still on the hanger. With his foot tapping impatiently and his restless eyes flicking across the concourse, he looked more like a villain expecting a tug than a police officer. Fiona crossed to him, put down her overnight bag and touched his elbow. "I'm Fiona Cameron," she said. "Are you waiting for me?" The man ducked his head. "Aye, that's right." He folded the card and stuffed it in his jacket pocket, then extended a hand to her. "I'm Detective Sergeant Murray, Dougie Murray. Pleased to meet you." He pumped her hand vigorously. "I've got the car outside." He released her hand and walked off. Fiona adjusted the strap of the laptop on her shoulder, picked up her bag and followed. Outside the door was an unmarked saloon car. Murray gave a wave to the traffic warden patrolling the curb and made for the driver's door. Fiona opened the back door of the car and deposited her bags, then got in beside him in the front. He was already gunning the engine. "The super sends his apologies. Meeting came up that he couldn't gie the body swerve. I'm to take you to St. Leonard's. That's the divisional HQ where the investigation's based. The super'll meet you there. Is that okay?" "I'd like to go to my hotel on the way," Fiona said firmly. "Only to check in and drop my bags off. I don't want to be lugging my overnight bags around all day," she added pointedly. "No, right. Course you don't. We've put you in Channing's, so we'll have to make a wee detour." He spoke in a tone of satisfaction, as if it had made his day to have to plan something more creative than a straight run back into town. They swung off the ring road at the Art Deco Starkist Casino, cutting through a chunk of green belt to join Queensferry Road. Fiona stared at the traffic without registering anything, her thoughts occupied with Kit. He'd be sitting at his desk, working, the CD player loaded with whatever was the flavour of the moment. REM and Radiohead would certainly be in the stack somewhere. Maybe The Fall, maybe the Manics. He'd be alternating between bashing the keyboard and staring out of the window, choosing work to keep his personal demons at bay. But now she had to put him out of her mind and concentrate on what she'd come here to do. The bungalows suddenly gave way to tall sandstone terraces set back from the main road, elegant Victorian family homes, now mostly divided into flats, with huge windows and high ceilings to swallow heat. They made an abrupt left turn onto granite steps, the car wheels rumbling as Murray swung it round the next corner. "Here we go," he announced, double parking outside a blonde sandstone building with a canopy and a pair of ornamental lampposts. "I'll wait in the car," he said. Fiona wasn't surprised. The elegance inside matched the sandblasted facade. She checked in and followed a youth up an elegant staircase. Her room was on the first floor, looking out over the wide gardens that divided the street. Through the smur of rain, she could see the steely ribbon of the Firth of Forth. Over on her left, a vast looming Gothic pile with twin towers dominated the street spread below her. "What's that building?" she asked the porter just as he was leaving. "That's Fettes College," he said. "You know, where Tony Blair went." It explained a lot, she thought. Fiona unpacked her case and made her way downstairs. 10 minutes later, they cleared the Georgian Newtown, dipped down to cross the Cowgate, and zipped up the Pleasance to a modern building that housed A Division of Lothian and Borders Police. She followed Murray indoors and along a corridor. He opened a door with a flourish and said, "I'll tell the super you've arrived. You'll be working in here, so you might as well get yourself settled in." As he turned away, Fiona decided it was time to start asserting herself. "A cup of coffee would be nice," she said without a smile. "Aye, right. Milk? Sugar?" "Milk. No sugar, please." He turned on his heel and marched off, jacket flapping with the speed of his stride. Fiona turned into the room. It was surprisingly pleasant, if small. There was a pale wooden table with a desk chair in front of it. 2 standard armless upholstered chairs sat against one wall. There was a small side table with a phone, a jug of water, and 2 clean glasses. Best of all, there was a window. She could see across the car park, and beyond the wall and the rooftops, a slice of Salisbury Crag just about hanging on to its green tones through the rain. Fiona dumped the laptop on the desk and got down on her knees to find the phone point. She was just plugging in the adapter for her modem cable when the door opened. A pair of stocky legs in trousers that strained over the thighs came towards her. Fiona leaned back so she could see the man over the desk. The sight jolted her memory. A picture formed in her mind, like an image on photographic paper swimming into definition in the developer bath. A stocky man, with startling red hair and a freckled face ruddy with the East Coast winds. Pale blue eyes fringed with unusually dark lashes, a button nose, and a pinched cherub's mouth. Detective Sergeant Alexander Galloway of Fife Police. Instantly, she was transported back a dozen years, to a dark and dreary pub in St. Andrews, where he'd agreed to meet for a drink so she could pick his brains about Leslie's murder. He hadn't been involved with the case initially, but when it had come up for review 6 months after the event, he'd been one of the officers assigned to it. He'd been able to tell her nothing new. Now, she gaped in shock. She hadn't made the connection when Duval had explained that Detective Superintendent Sandy Galloway was the officer in charge of the inquiry into Drushan's murder. But there could be no doubt. The red hair had faded to a dull, gingerish grey, and his flushed face had developed a purplish tinge that would worry his GP, had he ever found time to visit the surgery. But the eyes were the same pale blue, outlined with those remarkable dark lashes. The snub nose was a Jackson Pollock of red veins, and the mouth looked more crimped with disapproval than she remembered. But then, that's what a dozen years at the sharp end of policing would do to a man, she thought. He looked down at her and gave a little smile. No, no, Doctor. You got it all wrong. It's us that are on our knees to you this time, he said genially. Fiona scrambled to her feet. I had no idea. I was just looking for the phone point. Galloway tutted. Murray should have sorted you out. I don't think Murray does sorting out, Fiona said wryly. At least not for older women. I'm still waiting for my coffee. Galloway threw his head back in a soundless laugh. Aye, you've got sharper over the years. Professional observation, that's all. I'm taken aback to see you again, though. Fiona extended a hand. Galloway's grip was dry and firm. I mentioned to DCI Duval that we'd met before. I thought she would have told you. I think DCI Duval likes to keep us all on our toes, Fiona said, her voice as neutral as she could manage. Aye, well, I was sorry, you know, that we never got anybody for your sister's murder. Fiona looked away. I won't pretend I wasn't angry at the time, but these days I understand better how hard it is to find a serial offender. She met his eyes again. I don't harbour any grudges. You did your best. Galloway rubbed the side of his nose with his index finger. Aye, well, I learned a valuable lesson from you, you know. You did, aye. Never forget that murdered folk have families that need to know what happened. It doesn't hurt to keep that at the front of your mind. He cleared his throat. Anyway, it's good of you to come at such short notice. What I've done is, I've got one of my officers bringing down the murder file. Is there anything else you want to see? Fiona unzipped the laptop case. I want to spend some time in Drushan's flat. It's been searched thoroughly, you know. He leaned forward, fists on the desk, frowning. It should have been an aggressive pose, but somehow Galloway made it merely eager. She looked him straight in the eye. I'd just like to get a feel for it, and I want to double-check that there's nothing there to connect Drushan with Charles Redford. Right on cue, there was a knock on the door, and a uniformed PC wheeled in a trolley stacked with files. He brought them over to the desk. Will that be everything, sir? He asked. Galloway looked a question at Fiona. Coffee, she said. Either point me in the direction of the best coffee in the building, or have somebody bring me a cup every hour. You heard her, Constable, Galloway said. Away up to my office and bring down the tray with my filter machine and the coffee. He smiled at Fiona. I can always come down here for a cup if I get desperate. Now, I'm just going to leave you to it. If you need anything, or you want to discuss anything with me, just pick up the phone and ask the switchboard to find me. And when you're ready to go over to the flat, just let me know and I'll organize a car for you. Thanks. Looking at this lot, I'm going to be pretty busy for the rest of the day, Fiona said. I'll probably be ready to go over there late afternoon, but I'll call you when I can see light at the end of the tunnel. Left to her own devices, she loaded her software onto Kit's computer. Before she began the work, she sent him a quick email to say she'd arrived safely. Then, making sure her mobile was switched on, she set about the task. She was familiar with police files by now, and although she skipped nothing, she had learned how to skim for material of interest. What she was looking for were factors common to all three murders that, taken individually, were insignificant, but which, taken together, built to form a conclusion that was inescapable. Fiona suspected that in this case there was little she could achieve that any intelligent police officer couldn't do equally well. But the advantage for the police in having her do the work was that she could testify as an independent expert witness who was an acknowledged authority in the field of crime linkage. For once, she had something firm to hang her analysis on. It was clear that each of the 3 murders had been modelled on an episode from a book written by the victim. The Irish police's arrest of a suspect had diverted attention away from that, but Duval had made it clear to her that the Garda would be reviewing their position in the light of Redford's confession. She had no doubt that their suspect would be freed shortly. What was clear was that each of the victims must have been stalked. One of the things she'd have to check out over the next few days was how much information about each of them was readily available in the public domain. With luck, some of that material would be in the murder files already, and of course the police forces involved would be trawling for fresh witnesses, now they had a suspect whose photograph they could release. For Fiona, the task was more subtle, and for once she could work at her own pace. The chances were, as Kit pointed out, that Duval was right. This time, there was no ticking time bomb of a killer preparing to strike again. Chapter 45. DC Joanne Gibb walked down the corridor to Steve Preston's office with a bounce in her stride that seemed to deny the hours she'd spent hunched over her computer running criminal record checks against everyone on the electoral roll in a clutch of streets on the borders of Kentish Town and Tufnell Park. She'd been practically cross-eyed with fatigue and on the point of tears of frustration at the fruitlessness of her task when the phone had rung. The previous day, she'd tried to contact the local information collator at the police station serving the area Terry had identified, only to discover the constable who ran their card index was on holiday and not due back until Monday. It had felt like the last straw, but she'd hacked on through her lists, hoping against hope she'd still turn something up. Late morning, the call had come through. The collator, Darren Watson, had dropped by the station to pick something up, and he'd seen the message marked urgent from Joanne. At the end of her rope, and almost without hope, Joanne had outlined what she was looking for. "Right," Darren had said. "A couple of likely lads spring to mind. Why don't you come over and we'll have a look?" Now? Joanne could hardly believe her luck. In her experience, police on their day off would do almost anything to avoid being dragged on duty. "Sure. I've just come back from a week in a cottage in Cornwall with me other half, and frankly, anything that keeps me out of the house for an hour or 2 would be a bonus. Get yourself over here, and we'll see what we can dig out." Joanne didn't need asking twice. She'd practically run downstairs to her car and invited several outbreaks of road rage on her way to the North London police station, where Darren Watson might just have the answer to her prayers. Local information officers were responsible for maintaining the informal intelligence of the station, as well as keeping a card index file of every known villain on the patch, with details of their convictions. A good collator recorded associates, suspicions, and gossip. There were sound reasons why much of what they had tucked away was never entered into a computer. A card could always be conveniently misplaced, whereas even deleted computer records left traces. Omniscience, coupled with deniability, was the hallmark of a good collator. Joanne hoped that was what she was going to find. Darren was in a small subterranean office that had the atmosphere of a wartime command bunker. One wall was covered with large-scale maps of the area, with pins in a variety of colours marking specific locations. Another was lined with filing cabinets. Shelving along a third wall sagged under the weight of box files piled along its length. Darren was sitting on the edge of the desk that occupied most of the fourth wall, dressed in his civvies, a navy fleece over a white T-shirt, blue jeans, and brilliant white trainers. Joanne's first thought was that if his appearance was anything to go by, Darren's files would be immaculate. Joanne was acutely aware that the attrition of the day's work, on top of too little sleep, had left her a long way behind the collator in the grooming stakes. They introduced themselves, and Joanne came straight to the point. "Like I told you, I'm trying to develop a suspect in a series of rapes. We have reason to believe he might be on your patch. I've done a trawl through electoral records, but I've come up with a blank. We think he might have a record for minor sexual offences, maybe even attempted rape. What we're looking for is an offender who works out of doors, who targets white women, usually blonde. He may ride a bike in his getaways, and he uses a knife in his attacks. It's possible that some of his attacks may have been witnessed by small children." Darren pushed off from the desk and headed for his filing cabinets. "I've been giving it some thought, and I've come up with 2 names. He hauled open one of the card index drawers and flicked through. "There we go." He took out a small bundle of cards held together with an elastic band. "Gordon Harold Armstrong." He handed the cards over to Joanne and moved to another drawer. Gordon Harold Armstrong was 25, unemployed, and had been in and out of prison for burglary and indecent assault. His technique was to grab women on their way home from work, fondle their breasts, and expose himself. He had threatened 3 of his victims with a knife. There was no mention of a bike. But for Joanne, the crucial disqualifying factor was that Gordon Harold Armstrong was black, and based on both Fiona's analysis of Susan Blanchard's murder and the evidence of the rape victims, the man she was looking for was white. Darren turned to her with a single card. "Any joy, do you think?" Joanne shook her head. "I think I'm looking for an IC1. Darren proffered the card. "Try this one." Gerard Patrick Coyne, 27 years old. New Zealand-born, he had arrived in the UK as an 18-year-old student, which explained his absence from the voters' roll, Joanne realised. Having graduated from Kent University with a social sciences degree, he had worked for various market research companies as a data analyst ever since. His first arrest had come 4 years previously, after a woman had complained he had attacked her in a local park. He had pushed her to the ground and tried to have sex with her, but she struggled and got away from him. The charges were later dropped on the grounds of insufficient evidence. He'd been arrested for the second time a few months later. A foot patrol had found him lurking in the bushes of another park, this time carrying a knife. He'd been charged with possession of an offensive weapon and had been given 2 years probation. According to the notes on the back of the card, Coyne had been a suspect in 2 other sexual assaults. In one case, the victim had been too traumatized to take part in an identification parade. In the other, the woman had been unable to pick Coyne out of the lineup. Coyne, not surprisingly for a sex offender, had no known criminal associates. What he did have was a bike. Darren Watson's scrupulous notes revealed that he was a member of a local cycling club and had won several road races. Joanne allowed a slow smile to spread across her face. "Darren, you are a star," she said, waving the card like a winning lottery ticket. "You like our Mr. Coyne, do you?" "Like him. I love him." As she spoke, Joanne pulled her notebook out of her handbag and began to copy down Coyne's details: address, date of birth, date of arrests, and his conviction for the offensive weapon charge, and the name of his cycling club. As she knocked on Steve Preston's door half an hour later, Joanne was convinced her boss was also going to love the prospect of Gerard Patrick Coyne. She walked into his office, a grin spread across her face. "Have I got news for you?" she began, sitting down opposite her boss, without waiting to be invited. She flicked open her notes and read out Coyne's details. She looked up. I've run his CRO. Looks like we've got a suspect at last, Gov. She sorted through the bundle of computer printouts, collating a set to give to her boss. And nothing to tie him into Susan Blanchard, Steve reminded her. Nothing except informed speculation and a bit of computer analysis. He took the sheaf of paper and stared at the top sheet, which included Coyne's photos. "Wait a minute," he said, an edge of excitement creeping into his voice. "What is it, Gov?" Joanne leaned forward in her eagerness, as if she would somehow see whatever it was that Steve had latched onto. "I know that face. I've seen him." He closed his eyes and frowned in concentration. When they opened, his whole face was alight with excitement. He was at the Bailey the day Blake was set free. I know it was him. I noticed him particularly because he was in cycling clothes, carrying a helmet. It was him, Joanne. I know it was him. Are you sure? It was as if she dared not hope. I'm sure. I was paying attention to the public gallery crowd because I still had it at the back of my mind that we brought the wrong man to court. I was checking out the faces, just in case I saw anybody that rang a bell. Steve jumped to his feet and started pacing. What we've got to do. Joanne, I want you to get me the video footage we shot at Susan Blanchard's funeral. We had full cover, all angles. And see what you can get from the press, whatever pics and footage they took outside the Bailey. And the magistrate's court. See if you can find anything from there. You'll have to be discreet. You know how they get on their high horse if they think we're trying to come the heavy hand with them. Go and talk to the press office. See what they can do for you. What about Coyne? Are we going to pull him in? Steve spread his hands in frustration. I haven't got the bodies for this, Joe. Let me see. He was talking half to himself, doodling on his desk pad. John's relieving Neil at Blake's place at 6. Maybe Neil could go over to the suspect's address then, keep on him till midnight. He looked up at Joanne. Any chance you can come in tomorrow at 7 and pick Coyne up for the day? Joanne nodded, enthusiasm overcoming weariness. Of course. This could be the break we've been waiting for, but if you don't mind me asking, why are we still surveilling Blake when we've got Coyne to go at? Steve gave a resigned nod. Good point, Joe. I suppose I've got a thing about Blake. Oh, I know he's not the killer. But if Fiona Cameron's right, and he did see what happened on the heath that morning, I'd love to get something on him. For all we know, he's in contact with Coyne. I'd like to stay on him for as long as we can manage it. But Blake's not what you should be concentrating on now. Leave it with me. I'll make the arrangements. Just get yourself to Coyne's place for 7 tomorrow, and stay on him. She got to her feet. If that's all, I'm going to clock off now and catch up on some sleep. You deserve it. Great job, Joe. Well done. He smiled. Our luck's on the turn. I've got a good feeling about this. Before the door had even closed, Steve was on the phone. Within 15 minutes, he had everything in place. Neil had agreed to take on the extra surveillance, and another CID officer was lined up to cover Blake the following day, while Steve's core team was elsewhere. It was far from satisfactory, but it was the best he could manage at such short notice. And given the way things had started to run in his favor, he couldn't help feeling optimistic. Maybe they'd finally get their hands on the real killer of Susan Blanchard. Nothing would make him happier. Then he remembered Terry Fowler, and amended the thought. Now everything was in place. It didn't matter that the van he'd hired using one of his false driving licenses had no logo on the side. Courier companies often hired anonymous white vans when their own fleet was overstretched. Anyway, it was only a minor prop. The key vehicle, the 4-wheel drive Toyota, was already parked in the narrow lane that ran behind the row of houses where his target lived. All it had needed was patience. He'd cruised by the target's house a couple of times earlier in the day. No surprises there. If there had been any kind of protection in place, it had disappeared in the smoke and mirrors of the previous day's confession. He couldn't believe his luck when he'd switched on the TV the night before. Just when he thought things were going to get even harder for him, the police had fallen for a faker. Now nobody would be expecting him, least of all his target. Everything was in place. Even the weather was working in his favour. A grey, drizzly afternoon meant empty streets and poor visibility. He turned the key in the ignition and flicked the indicator down. Ready or not, here I come. Kit stared at the screen without seeing the words. Time had drifted past without him noticing, engrossed as he was in the process of grieving for his friend. He replayed Georgia in his mind like a series of videotapes, recalling her gestures, her facial expressions, the way she laughed. Whole chunks of conversation dropped out of his memory and reverberated round his head. So many times they'd stayed up late in hotel bars, talking about their work, their colleagues, the publishing business, and gradually moving on to more personal issues. She'd talked fondly of Anthony, lasciviously about her lovers. He'd confided the whole process of falling in love with Fiona to Georgia, and right up to the end, he'd still shared more of their relationship with Georgia than anybody else. It wasn't that they lived in each other's pockets. Weeks could go past without them meeting, but theirs was the sort of friendship that always picked up where they'd last left off. He missed her already. A dull pain like the beginnings of hunger. He wished Fiona were with him. She understood the mechanism of loss. She could be his guide through the uncharted terrain of grief. He shook his head, like a dog worried by a fly, and opened his email program. He downloaded Fiona's message and read it. Words at a distance, but still they soothed. Kit glanced at the clock and was surprised to see how late it was. The detective from the City of London Police was due to take his statement in half an hour. Not that he had much to say. His vague recollection of being sent a manuscript by Redford wouldn't advance their case much, he suspected. He wondered if Georgia had also been on the receiving end of one of Redford's unsolicited offerings. If so, there would probably be a record somewhere. Unlike Kit, Georgia had employed a part-time secretary to deal with her correspondence. Somewhere, there would doubtless be a copy of any covering letter that had accompanied the manuscript on its return journey. The creak of the gate interrupted his meandering thoughts, and he looked out of the window. A courier was struggling up the path with a large cardboard box, the sort that contained author copies of books. A clipboard was balanced on top of the box. Kit got to his feet and walked out into the hall. He opened the front door before the courier had even managed to ring the bell. "Parcel for Martin," the man said, peering over the top of the box. Kit reached out to take the box. It was as heavy as he'd expected, and he stepped back so he could turn round and put it on the floor clear of the door. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something move. He half-turned as the courier's arm came down in a savage arc. He saw the blow coming, half-raised his arm to ward it off. He knew, as soon as the impact hit his skull, that he was too late. Red and white pain bloomed behind his eyes. Then everything faded to black. The courier walked back down the path, swinging his clipboard. He climbed into his van and drove off. 2 streets away, he found a parking space. He pulled off the tight uniform jacket and replaced it with black leather. He climbed into the back of the van and stripped off the coarse blue trousers, pulling on a pair of black jeans in their stead. Then he locked up the van and walked back to the lane that ran behind Kit Martin's back garden. He pushed open the garden gate he'd left unbolted a few minutes earlier. Then, in the gathering dusk, he made his way past the bare branches of the plum trees and across the patio, through the French windows he'd unlocked. Handy of Kit to have left the key in the lock. Across the kitchen and into the hall. Nice place, if you like that sort of thing. Himself, he preferred the more traditional farmhouse kitchen to all this stark modernity. And there he was. Victim number 4. Trussed up like a chicken. Cuffed hand and foot with those convenient plastic restraints. Mouth stopped with a wide strip of elastoplast that would allow him to breathe even if his nose got bunged up. He didn't want him dead yet. Not by a long chalk. Not so powerful now, Mr. Kit Martin, creator of false gods, destroyer of lives. Time for him to face his own destruction. But first, more patience was needed. Darkness was what was required. It wouldn't do for the neighbours to see their friendly neighbourhood celebrity rolled down the garden path like a lumpy carpet and dumped in the back of a 4-wheel drive. He checked his watch. Half an hour should do it. Then they'd be on the road for the long journey home. Chapter 46. The video viewing room was as high-tech as anything a broadcasting company could have provided. Steve wasn't quite sure how the techies had managed to swing the budget for such a sophisticated suite, but for once he felt it was worth every penny taken away from more direct forms of policing. He was sitting beside a technician who was taking him through the videos of Susan Blanchard's funeral. It had been a sparkling sunny day, which had doubtless felt grotesquely inappropriate for the grieving family and friends, but which had made the police camera operator's job easier. 3 video cameras had been set up at a discreet distance from the graveside, taking advantage of the aged yew trees that ringed the churchyard. They had filmed the mourners arriving at the church, then assembling at the graveside for the interment. Then, as the crowd had dispersed, one camera had remained to film the grave itself for the remainder of the afternoon. Steve's eyes were glued to the screen as the video played out before him in slow motion. Every now and again, he asked for a freeze frame and zoom so he could take a closer look at individual mourners. The first tape had yielded nothing concrete, although there were a couple of rear views that could have been coin. By the time they were halfway through the second tape, his eyes had begun to feel gritty and tired. "I need a break," he told the technician, pushing back his chair and stretching. "Give me 10 minutes." He left the video suite and climbed the 2 flights of stairs to his office. On his desk, there was a thick brown envelope with "Urgent, FAO Detective Superintendent Steve Preston," scrawled across it in black felt tip. He ripped it open and pulled out 6 black and white photographs. A compliment slip fluttered to the desktop, and he saw it had come from the picture editor of a national daily, a man he'd shared a drink and a few jokes with at one of Teflon's ghastly cocktail parties the previous Christmas. Nothing could beat personal contact for results in that grey area of press and police cooperation. The photographs had all been taken outside the Old Bailey on the day of Francis Blake's acquittal. Steve rummaged in his top drawer for his magnifying glass and began to study the prints methodically. As he worked his way across the third picture, he let out a sigh of relief. His memory hadn't been playing tricks on him. On the fringe of the crowd surrounding Blake was the unmistakable face of Gerard Coyne. Steve scanned the remaining photos and found Coyne on 2 others. In one, he was full-faced to the camera. In the other 2, he was in profile, but there was no possibility of error. The man who had been identified by Terry's geographic profile had been there at the trial of Susan Blanchard's putative killer. Fired with fresh enthusiasm, Steve ran down the stairs to the video suite. "Let's roll," he said. "He's here somewhere. I know it." His patience was rewarded a mere 10 minutes later. The second tape had picked up Coyne emerging from the trees at the side of the graveyard. He was wearing a dark suit, with collar and tie, appropriate to the occasion. He had hung back from the main body of mourners round the grave, staying on the fringes. A significant number of people had respected the family's grief and stayed well back, while Susan's twins had thrown roses on their mother's coffin and watched it lowered into the ground. But they had all dispersed fairly quickly after the ceremony was over. Coin, conversely, had melted back into the trees. Then, when the last of the congregation was long gone, he had re-emerged and crossed to the path that led to Susan Blanchard's grave. Steve felt his pulse quicken as Coin moved in slow motion down the path. As he drew level with the open grave, he didn't so much as glance sideways. Instead, he continued along the path. 2 graves along from Susan Blanchard, he stopped abruptly and turned to face that headstone. Damn! Steve swore softly. We can't see his face. I bet he's looking at her grave. I'd put money on it. Coin stood, head slightly bowed, for a couple of minutes. Then he turned and went back the way he had come. There was nothing in his behaviour to suggest anything untoward. He could, if pressed, have claimed he'd delayed his planned visit to the grave near Susan's because there was a funeral in progress. But taken in conjunction with his presence at the Old Bailey and the geographic profile, it was another brick in a circumstantial case that might yet prove sufficient to put him behind bars. I want you to print me a series of stills from that video, Steve said. The best views of his face. Blow them up so we get the best possible definition. I don't want there to be any doubts about this. No problem, Ateki said. I suppose it's urgent. It's urgent. Steve was already heading for the door. He checked his watch. Teflon had a habit of finding excuses to be out of the office early on Friday afternoons, but he might just catch him. Commander Telford was actually waiting for the lift that Steve emerged from. I'm glad I've caught you, sir. I need to speak with you urgently about the Susan Blanchard case, he said firmly. Can't it wait, Superintendent? I've got an appointment. With a large gin and tonic, Steve thought cynically. I'm afraid it won't wait, sir. Perhaps you could call ahead and tell them you've been unavoidably delayed. Telford pursed his lips and snorted through his nose. Oh, very well, but keep it as brief as you can. He turned on his heel and marched back to his office. Steve had barely closed the door behind him when Telford said, What is it that's so important, then? We have a viable suspect in the Blanchard case, sir. It's my intention to bring him in for questioning and search his premises. I thought you'd want to be kept informed. He crossed to the visitor's chair and sat down, ignoring the fact that Telford was still standing. Where has this come from? Telford said, unable to hide his scepticism. If you remember, sir, you authorized a crime linkage and geographic profile based on cases with similar components. Using the results of that, my officers did a trawl of criminal records and we emerged with a likely name. That's it, Telford interrupted. You think that'll stand up in court as a reasonable excuse for pulling someone in and turning over his home? There is more, sir, Steve said, biting back his frustration. The suspect is a member of a cycling club, and we have 2 witnesses who put a cyclist at the scene of the crime. Even more significantly, when I saw the suspect's photograph, I recognized him. I had seen him before, sir. He was present at the Old Bailey when Francis Blake was in court. I've verified that from photographs taken there that day. And I've since examined the videos we took at Susan Blanchard's funeral. He was there, too. After the funeral, he walked past her grave. In my opinion, sir, we have enough circumstantial evidence to arrest him on suspicion of murder, and to conduct a search under Section 18 of PACE. He held Telford's eyes, willing him to agree. He knew his strength should be more than Telford's weakness could withstand, but he'd never tested it in a head-to-head before. Maybe he should have done it months ago when Telford had pushed through the decision to dump Fiona and use Horseforth. But he had backed down then, and the price had been too high for him to be comfortable with the idea that the same cost might be extracted again. "It's thin," Telford complained, "and you've already come a cropper with this case. I don't want another disaster on my hands." "We can keep the lid on it, sir. There's no need to make any kind of announcement until we're ready to charge him. Nobody need know about the arrest and search. I can keep it really tight, just me and my immediate team." Telford shook his head. "You make a convincing case, but I want to run it past the AC Crime before we go any further." "But the AC's on leave," Steve protested. He could see his case slipping out of his grasp, and he felt powerless to stop it. "He's due back on Monday morning. I suggest we have a meeting with him first thing. Until then, nothing must be done to alert the suspect." Telford's smile was genial. He'd found a way to pass the awkward buck, and he was happy. "We've waited long enough. Another couple of days won't hurt. That's not good enough." Steve could feel his cheeks flush with anger as Telford's smile changed to a frown. "My team have worked all the hours God sends on this, and I am not about to sacrifice our momentum. I propose leaving a message on the AC's home phone so he can contact me for a briefing as soon as he gets back." "How dare you threaten to go over my head? You are out of order, Superintendent," Telford shouted, with all the bluster of a man who knows he is out of his depth. Steve got to his feet. "That may be, sir. But this is my investigation, and I will not jeopardize it. I'm prepared to take full responsibility." Faced with an implacability he could not shake, Telford immediately backpedaled. "If you think it's necessary, then do it. But you'd better be very sure of your ground if you're going to disrupt the AC's leave." "Thank you, sir," Steve said, his tone bordering on the insolent. He left the room before his temper escaped his control, even managing not to slam the door. It wasn't the result he'd hoped for, but at least he had sidestepped Teflon. The Assistant Commissioner for Crime wouldn't be thrilled to come home from whatever foreign parts he was visiting to find an urgent message on his answering machine, but although he knew how to play politics as well as any other senior manager, the AC had been a far more courageous detective than Telford had ever managed. He would understand what was driving Steve, and he felt sure the AC would give him the go-ahead. Till then, he would have to keep the surveillance as low-key as possible. Nothing, he thought, as he walked back to his office, was ever as straightforward as it seemed. It was a sentiment Fiona would probably have agreed with. She had ploughed through the murder file on Drew Shand, which had proved to be a singularly unproductive activity from the point of view of developing strong points of linkage. Among the few things she could say so far was that in spite of careful staging, there was no indication of the sexual motivation of the fictional killings being replicated in the real murders, which was significant in itself. It meant that there was clearly some other motive behind the deaths of Georgia and Drew. They had both been stalked, they had both been abducted, neither had been killed in their own homes but at some unspecified site, and they were both award-winning writers of serial killer thrillers which had successfully been adapted by other media. All of this was in the realm of the psychology of the act, however. There was little of a concrete nature from which further evidence could be developed. What had struck Fiona was that the killer was prepared to deviate from his template. In each case, there was a significant alteration between the events outlined in the book and the path the murderer had taken. With Drew Shand, the body dump was different. Although there were sites nearby that would have better matched the precise description in the book, his body had been displayed somewhere else, presumably because it was less exposed and the killer could drive right up to the location. With Jane Elias, the torture that had been carried out on a live victim had been translated into the mutilation of a body already dead. Either the killer had misjudged his initial attack, or he hadn't had the stomach for that degree of sadistic experiment. Fiona inclined to the latter view, because it conformed to the element of expediency in the earlier variation. In George's case, The crucial difference was the discovery of the head accompanying the victim. Furthermore, according to Duval, there was no sign that the killer had slavishly stuck to the book. There was no indication that he had had sex with the severed head. Again, a mixture of squeamishness and expediency had come into play. For the killer to be certain that his actions would be identified, he had to make sure that the meat in the freezer was clearly the remains of Georgia Lester. So he had made changes. It wasn't exactly a signature, but it was a pattern. With this new realization in the front of her mind, Fiona approached Drew's flat with more optimism than she had felt earlier. Perhaps there really was new material to be had there. Late in the afternoon, Murray had been dispatched to navigate her through the rush-hour traffic to Drew Shand's Newtown flat. He had let her in, then left her to it, with instructions to her to lock up after her and bring the keys back to St. Leonard's in the morning. It was a beautiful flat, she thought. The rooms were elegantly proportioned, with elaborate plaster friezes in the living room and main bedroom, which looked west, across a large communal garden, grass and mature trees enclosed behind iron railings and separated from the surrounding houses by the road. The flat had been expensively fitted out, with heavy curtains and comfortable furniture. Framed film noir posters adorned the walls, an interest mirrored in the collection of videos that filled an entire bookcase in the living room. In spite of that, and the books that lined the freakishly tidy office, it felt more like a display for a magazine feature than a home. Even the bathroom was preternaturally tidy, with all the normal clutter hidden behind handsome mirror and chrome cupboards. Not even a half-squeezed tube of toothpaste disrupted the order. This much she learned from her first pass through the flat. But Fiona was no behavioral psychologist. It wasn't her business to try to read the crime by reading the victim. In this instance, her primary goal was to find something in Drew Shand's life to connect him to Charles Cavendish Redford. She knew the police had searched the flat thoroughly, but at that point they'd been looking for a connection with the gay S&M world, not a communication from a frustrated writer. She pulled the desk chair over to the filing cabinet and started going through the files. The bottom drawer was devoted to personal papers, mortgage, accounts, household receipts, car insurance, the general detritus of modern life. The next drawer contained a series of suspension files that seemed to relate to Drew's published work and work in progress. She searched the files quickly, on the off chance that he really had stolen an idea from Redford, but there was nothing to indicate any source for his material other than his own imagination. The top drawer was devoted to correspondence. There were files for his agent, his publisher, his publishing contracts, and, finally, one marked fan mail. It was a surprisingly thick file, Fiona thought, as she pulled it out of the drawer. She'd lived with Kit for long enough to have an appreciation of the sort of volume of mail a successful writer would ordinarily receive, but Drew's file exceeded her expectations. The first dozen letters were much as she expected. Letters of appreciation for his first novel, inquiries about when the second would be out, requests for signed book plates, the occasional, slightly embarrassed pointing out of a minor error in the text. There were a couple of letters expressing disgust at the violence of Copycat, but nothing that would stir any great feeling of concern in the recipient. The bulk of the file, however, consisted of letters and printed-out email from men who expressed an interest in meeting the author of Copycat because they found him attractive and were intrigued to know if his personal sexual tastes were reflected in his novel. These were held together with a paperclip. Stuck to the top sheet was a post-it note that read, "Sado File." As she flicked through, a single letter dislodged itself from near the back of the sheaf. It was a folded sheet of A4. Fiona unfolded it and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. "Drew Shand," she read. "Your career has barely begun, but already it is based on the dangerous ground of theft. You have stolen from me. You know that you have taken my work and passed it off as what you have yourself made, and your lies deprive me of what is rightfully mine. Your work is a feeble reflection of other people's light. You take, you destroy. You are a parasite who lives off the life force of those whose gifts you envy. You know this to be true. Search your pathetic, grimy soul, and you will not be able to deny what you have deprived me of. The time has come for you to pay. You deserve nothing from me but my contempt and my hatred. If killing you is what it takes to grant what is rightfully mine, then so be it. It is a fair price for stealing my soul. The hour and the day will be of my choosing. I trust you will not sleep easy. You do not deserve so to do. I will enjoy your funeral. From your ashes, I will rise like a phoenix. There were differences between this letter and the one she had already seen, but the similarities were overwhelming. There was no doubt in her mind that Drew Shand had received a letter from the same person who had written to Georgia and Kit, and who had also composed the flyer distributed to the press conference where he had admitted his guilt. It was hard to find an argument to contradict what Fiona was now beginning to accept was the case. The coincidences were piling too high. Whoever had killed Georgia had also killed Drew, and it looked as if that person really was Charles Cavendish Redford. Chapter 47. Her flat was like her, Steve thought. Light, bright, and smart, stylish and bold. Terry lived on the top floor of an old brick building off City Road. The 3 floors below her were occupied by a graphic design business, a leather goods workshop, and a company providing post-production facilities to independent filmmakers. The label by the 3rd floor button in the goods lift read simply, Fowler Storage. Steve suspected there was no planning permission for residential use for the top story. He also suspected that Terry didn't give a toss. Her living space consisted of a large open room around 40 feet by 50 feet. A door at the far end gave onto a narrow bathroom and a shower cubicle. The main area was whitewashed, the floor painted a dark, glossy terracotta. There was a sleeping area with a brass bed and brass rails for hanging clothes, a sitting area with half a dozen beanbags and a mini stereo system, a work area with a desk, a computer and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. A kitchen area was squeezed into a corner by the windows, complete with a round pine table and 6 folding chairs. A portable TV and video on a trolley were stowed in one corner. The walls were decorated with framed Keith Haring prints, their bright splashes the main source of colour. She'd opened the door with a flourish, imitating a trumpet fanfare through pursed lips. He'd stood on the threshold, appraising the room with a professional eye. He nodded. "Great views," he said. "I like it." Then he was through the door, and in her arms, their hungry mouths searching for satisfaction. No time to undress, just the urgent fumbling aside of whatever clothes got in the way, desire sweeping everything away except the consciousness of each other's body. Afterwards, they lay in untidy array, breath mingling, both for once entirely lacking in self-consciousness. "So, what's the main course?" Steve asked. Terry giggled and snuggled her hands under his shirt. "That wasn't even the starter. Think of it as an amuse-bouche. Consider me amused." Terry freed herself from his arms and stood up, lithe movements that he followed with his eyes. "Let's get comfortable," she said, pulling her dress over her head and kicking off her shoes. "Sounds good to me," he agreed, getting to his feet. He scooped his mobile phone and pager out of his pockets and crossed to the desk, where he put them down next to the keyboard. He shrugged out of his clothes, throwing them over the desk chair. "Bathroom?" he asked. Terry pointed. Down there. Don't go away, he said. As if. As soon as the bathroom door closed behind Steve, Terry jumped to her feet and moved purposefully to the desk. She stared down at the phone and pager. The mood had been shattered the previous evening by a phone call that hadn't even been his case, bringing to the surface all his worries and fears for his friend, and even worse, thrusting Fiona Cameron into the space between them. She wasn't sure what the past history there was, but all her instincts told her there was more to it than mere friendship. His body language changed whenever Fiona's name cropped up, betraying something lurking beneath the surface. Tonight, she didn't want Fiona in bed with them. Impulsive as always, Terry reached out. It was the work of a moment to switch off both phone and pager. Besides, she reasoned, as she crossed to the bed, tonight was Friday night and the end of the working week. If she was going to have a relationship with this man, Terry knew she would have to change his workaholic ways. And there was no time like the present. Sarah Duval stood under the feeble spray from the showerhead and wondered why every police station she'd served in had had crappy showers. She'd spent the last hour in the computer room, where all the officers on her squad were patiently entering the results of all the Smithfield interviews that had been conducted already and were still going on all over Greater London. While the interviews with Redford remained so unproductive, she decided to crack the whip in other areas of the investigation. She'd only walked away from the computers when she realized that the lines of print on the screen were wavering before her eyes, as if through the lens of a swimming pool. If she had any more caffeine, her system would probably go into cardiac crisis, so she'd headed for the women's showers in the hope that a cascade of cool water would restore her brain to something approaching working order. The first 24 hours were crucial to a murder investigation. Unfortunately for Duval, those essential hours had passed over a week ago, and she was left picking over a very cold trail. So far as she could tell, not a single witness statement, apart from that of the literary agent, had anything approaching a positive lead that would tie Redford more strongly into the crime. And that only spoke to motivation, not direct connection to the murder. The only concrete thing they had was a sighting of a metallic grey four-wheel drive, possibly a Toyota or a Mitsubishi, seen by a passing motorist parked behind Georgia Lester's Jaguar on the day of her disappearance. The driver hadn't seen either Georgia or the occupant of the 4x4, but there was no record of Charles Redford possessing such a vehicle. She already had someone checking with car hire firms to see if he'd hired one recently. Duval turned off the trickle of water and stepped out of the cubicle. She toweled herself dry and climbed into the only clean clothes in her locker, a pair of blue jeans and a Chicago PD sweatshirt. Not exactly ideal, but better than the crumpled outfit she'd been wearing for the past 36 hours. The clean material against her skin made her feel more refreshed than the shower had. A cursory glance in the mirror, and she was ready to roll again. When she walked back into the operations room, she instantly plugged into the fresh sense of excitement that buzzed under the hum of the computers. She was 2 steps into the room when one of her sergeants bounded up to her. "We've got something in from Dorset," he said, unable to keep his face solemn. Duval felt her tired face trying a smile on for size. "Tell me more," she said, pulling out the nearest chair and sitting down. "There's an outhouse at the bottom of a field at the back of the property. They didn't realize it belonged to the cottage, which is why they haven't searched it before now. Anyway, it turns out the husband mentioned it to one of their officers, so they broke in there a couple of hours ago, and that's where he butchered her. It's got stone benches along one wall, and there are bloodstains all over them. Even better, he left his tools behind. Knives, hacksaw, chisel, hammer, the lot." Duval nodded. Probably thought that was safer than hanging on to them or trying to dispose of them somewhere else. I take it they've got a full forensic team in there now. They're going over it inch by inch. Great. Keep me informed. He moved off, glad to have some definite purpose. He had completely missed the troubled look on his boss's face. For the first time since Redford had grandstanded his way into her interview room, something had come up that didn't gel with what he had said. She'd have to double-check. But Duval was as sure as she could be that he had said he had taken Georgia to a place he'd known about for years, a place they'd never find. That squared with what the book had said. It was, however, entirely at odds with the Dorset police's discovery. Uneasiness crept through Duval's weary body, as palpable as nausea. What if her instinct had led her astray? What if Redford was nothing more than an attention-seeker? What if there was still a killer on the loose? She shook her head, unwilling to concede the possibility. It couldn't be. Redford was so right, she felt it in her heart. But what if she were wrong? The pain came first. A desperate localized agony inside his head, red, yellow, and white waves behind his eyes. When he tried to groan, Kit found his mouth couldn't move. Then the secondary pains began to take focus. His shoulders ached, his wrists smarted. He tried to shift his position and found himself rolling helplessly from his side onto his back. His hands dug uncomfortably into his spine, and he had to rock his shoulders furiously to get back into the less painful position he'd started off in. Nothing made sense. Opening his eyes was no help. The darkness was more profound than it had been before he'd forced his eyelids apart. His stomach grumbled. The waves of pain from his head seemed to be directly connected to his gut, producing an uncomfortable queasiness. Slowly, he realized that wherever he was in motion. Now he could hear the low grumble of an engine and the hiss of road noise. Muffled voices separated out, and he understood that a radio was playing. It dawned on him that he was inside a moving vehicle, and the driver was listening to the radio. Comprehension brought memory back with bewildering swiftness. The courier at the door, with the box of books. The movement, out of the corner of his eye. Then nothing. Till now. With appalling clarity that momentarily banished pain, Kit recognized the scenario. He was trapped in a nightmare of his own invention. He was living the story of Susanna Tremaine, the second victim of the serial killer he'd dubbed the Blood Painter. The killer had captured her by pretending to be a courier delivering a package. Then he'd loaded her into his van and driven her to the holiday cottage. 24 hours earlier, it would have been at the front of his mind. He would never have opened the door to a courier, not even one of the ones he was familiar with. But that had been before Charles Redford had been arrested, before Sarah Duval had told Fiona the killer was in custody and life could return to normal, without the bite of fear cutting into every moment. They'd been catastrophically wrong. Terror clutched at his heart. He knew exactly what lay in store for him. After all, he'd written the script. Before she let herself out of Drew Shan's flat, Fiona took a look at the Edinburgh street map on his reference shelf and decided to walk back to her hotel. A brisk couple of miles on the city streets might clear her head. She set off through the Georgian streets of the new town, heading for Queensferry Road, the damp air clinging to her skin and hair. She was almost the only person on the streets. She turned onto the Dean Bridge, enjoying the spectacle of walking above treetop level, with random blocks of light from the backs of the Newtown tenements glowing pale yellow through the insubstantial mist. It could have felt spooky, she thought, and if someone with the gifts of Kit or Drew had been describing it, it would have crept off the page and made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. As it was, after a day of airports and the enclosed office at St. Leonard's, it felt curiously liberating, a brief escape from the concerns of work and love. When she arrived back at her hotel, she was almost reluctant to go in. The brief time out had refreshed her, leaving her ready for something more enjoyable than thoughts of murder. The only tantalizing prospect the evening had to offer now was the chance of a conversation with Kit. Fiona checked at reception for messages. Nothing. She'd hoped he would have called, in response to one of her earlier email messages. Never mind, she thought. She'd call home in the hope that he was monitoring the answering machine and would pick up when he heard her voice. She went up to her room and called room service. While she waited, she booted up the laptop and checked her email again. Nothing from Kit. Not like him, she thought. They'd had no contact since she'd left that morning, which was a break in their usual pattern of communication. Glancing at her watch, she saw it was just past 9. He couldn't still be working. He should answer the phone. Quickly, she dialed the familiar number, her fingers stumbling so she had to abort the call and start again. The phone rang out. 3, 4, 5 rings. Then the answering machine. His recorded voice for once provided no comfort. She waited for the bleep. Kit, it's me. If you're there, pick up, please. Come on. I need to talk to you. She waited in vain. While she ate the pasta she'd ordered and sipped a glass of wine, Fiona flicked through the letters again, checking to see if there was anything she'd missed. When the phone rang, she dropped her fork with a clatter. She grabbed the receiver eagerly and said, "Hello." "This is DCI Duval." Fiona felt intense disappointment. "Oh, hello. I was expecting someone else." "I wondered what progress you'd made," Duval said abruptly. Fiona outlined her day's work in some detail. As she reported her findings, Duval made no response apart from the occasional non-committal sound of someone making notes. When she had finished, Duval spoke. "So, you found nothing to contradict the theory that Redford is the killer?" she asked. It was, Fiona thought, an odd way to put it. "Nothing. Why? Has something come up at your end?" A nervous prickle of anxiety crept across her chest. She felt the hesitation build at the other end of the phone. "A minor discrepancy, that's all," Duval said briskly. "How minor?" Fiona demanded. Duval outlined what the Dorset police had uncovered, and how it was at odds with the little Redford had said on the subject. "We'll have more sense of its significance when we get the forensics back from the outhouse." "But that could be days," Fiona protested. "If you've got the wrong man in custody, then other people could be at risk." One person in particular, she thought, fear beginning to clench her stomach. The killer's going to feel very safe. He'll be confident about striking again. And I can't raise Kit. "I'm aware of that. We're doing everything we can to corroborate what Redford is saying. I've not heard from Kit all day," Fiona blurted out. "One of my team was supposed to interview him this afternoon. I'll check out what he had to say. He may have indicated he had plans for the evening," Duval said with a confident authority she didn't feel. "I'll get back to you." "I'll be waiting for your call." Fiona replaced the phone gently, as if somehow so doing would also keep Kit safe. She recognized, terrified. Suddenly, she bolted for the bathroom, making it just in time. Undigested pasta swilled round in a bilious red sea of tomato sauce and wine. Her stomach kept on emptying itself in a reflex long after there was nothing left to bring up. She leaned back on her heels, a sheen of sweat across her forehead, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The thought of Sarah Duval's call forced her to her feet. She flushed the toilet and brushed her teeth. What was taking her so long? She ran her hands through her hair, gazing at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were haunted, her face made gaunt by the inner fears eating her away. "You look like shit," she told her reflection. "Get a grip, Cameron." The phone ringing catapulted her out of the bathroom and across the bedroom. "Yes, Fiona Cameron, hello?" "We seem to have a slight problem," Duval said hesitantly, Jesus God, no, she screamed silently. What sort of problem? She forced out. Apparently, he wasn't at home when my officer called on him, Fiona groaned. Something's happened to him. I don't think you should jump to conclusions, Dr. Cameron. My officer admitted he was over an hour late in getting to their appointment. Mr. Martin may well have given up on him. I understand from Miss Lester's husband that a group of her fellow writers were planning to get together today to hold a sort of wake. That's probably where Mr. Martin is right now. Look, Redford's confession checks out in every detail but one. He's been treating his interviews like a game, a battle of wits. It's entirely possible that he was deliberately misleading us because he's determined not to give us anything concrete. He wants to get away with us, I'm sure of it. Duval's voice showed not a trace of doubt. I'm sure Mr. Martin will be in touch. Try not to worry. Easier said than done, DCI Duval. I still believe we have the right man in custody. You would say that. You got too much invested in this to say otherwise. If Mr. Martin hasn't been in touch by tomorrow morning, call me. Bet on it. She slammed the phone down. Her hand shook as she removed it from the receiver. Oh, God, she breathed. Please, God, let it not be him. She began to pace the room. 6 strides, turn, 6 strides, turn, like a cat in a cage. There was no comfort for her in Duval's apparent confidence. She knew Kit wouldn't have left her high and dry without a word. Think, Fiona, think, she urged herself. She grabbed her personal organizer and looked up Jonathan Lewis's number. She didn't have many of Kit's friends' numbers, but Jonathan and his wife Trish had been regular dinner companions over the past couple of years, so they'd made it onto her list. Trish answered on the 3rd ring, sounding pleasantly surprised to hear from Fiona. Is Jonathan in? Fiona asked. No. He's gone off on this wake they're holding for Georgia. Isn't Kit with them? Trish answered. He must be. I'm up in Edinburgh, and I've been trying to get hold of him without success. They were supposed to be meeting at 6, Trish said. Do you know where? Jonathan said something about some drinking club in Soho where Adam's a member, but I don't know what it's called. I know he was expecting to see Kit there. You're probably right, Fiona sighed. He's most likely halfway through the 2nd bottle by now. Sorry to bother you, Trish. It's no bother. If it's urgent, you could give Jonathan a ring on his mobile. Fiona copied down Jonathan's number and called it as soon as she ended her conversation with Trish. The mobile rang half a dozen times before it was answered. It sounded as if a small riot was going on in the background. Hello? Jonathan, she shouted. It's Fiona Cameron. Is Kit with you by any chance? Hello? Fiona. No, where is the bugger? He's supposed to be here. He's not there. No. That's what I'm saying. He's not been in touch. No, hang on. Somewhat muffled, she heard him shout. Anybody heard anything from Kit, like, why he's not here? There was a brief pause. Then Jonathan came back onto her. Nobody's heard from him, Fiona. I don't know what he's playing at, but he's not here. Fiona felt her stomach contract again. If he turns up, tell him to call me, please, Jonathan. No problem. Take it easy, Fiona, but take it. The connection terminated, and Fiona was left stranded with fear coursing through her again. She wanted to scream, but she forced herself to take a rational approach to the situation. If Kit was going to be targeted, the obvious book to copy would be The Blood Painter. Because it had been successfully adapted for TV, it fitted the pattern the killer had adopted so far. If the killer was following the pattern of the book, Kit must still be alive. The characteristic of the blood painter was that he held his victims prisoner and drained their blood at daily intervals, using it to paint murals in the place where he held them captive. So, if Kit was truly the next victim, whoever had him needed to keep him alive for a couple of days at least, so he could reproduce the murder in the book as faithfully as possible. All she had to do was to work out where he was being held. It had been a while since she'd read the book, but she remembered that the victims of the blood painter had all rented remote holiday cottages in the 6 months before their deaths. When he came to kill them, the blood painter rented the same cottage and held them captive there for the week while he slowly bled them to death and created his grotesque paintings. But she and Kit had never rented a holiday cottage. They'd not had so much as a weekend break in the UK, preferring to take their holidays abroad. Where could he be holding Kit? Where could they be if the killer was truly determined to follow the book? Chapter 48. The M6 was practically empty this far north of Manchester. Most of the Friday evening traffic had peeled off on the M55 to Blackpool or at the first junction leading to the southern end of the Lake District. As the road climbed up Shap, there were only a few cars and a scattering of lorries heading back to Scotland for the weekend. In the fast lane, a dark grey metallic Toyota 4x4 cruised at a comfortable 85. Not so fast it would attract the attention of the traffic police, but a good enough speed to eat up the miles between driver and destination. He'd given up on the radio, replacing the civilized voices of the BBC with a talking book. The Blood Painter, by Kit Martin. Read by the author. Apart from anything else, it would keep him firmly on track in case he'd slipped up on any details. He couldn't think of anything that would make the miles pass more quickly. Detective Superintendent Sandy Galloway was halfway down his postprandial glass of Cole Ela. His teenage twins were upstairs, competing to lay waste some distant planet courtesy of their Sony PlayStations, and his wife was loading the dishwasher. He'd have to go into work tomorrow morning, in the light of this London business. But sufficient unto the day, that was his motto, and so he settled down with his whiskey to watch a cop drama on TV and savour all the things they got wrong. When the phone rang, he ignored it, but he couldn't ignore the teenage bellow from upstairs. "Hey, Da! Is some Englishwoman for you?" "Oh, shite," he muttered, hauling himself out of his chair and through to the hall. He picked up the phone and waited for the click that indicated the upstairs extension had been put down. "Hello? Sandy Galloway speaking." "It's Fiona Cameron. I'm sorry to bother you at home. I got your number from the incident room sergeant. He didn't want to tell me, but I'm afraid I gave him a rather hard time, so don't be angry with him." It poured out in a breathless rush. "No bother, Doctor. How can I help you? Or is it you can help us? Have you found some more letters at Drushan's?" There was a pause. He could hear her draw breath. "This is going to sound like paranoia. You know my partner is Kit Martin, the crime writer?" "Aye, I knew that." "I've been aware, since I first formed the theory that there might be a serial killer at work, that Kit fitted the victim profile perfectly. I've been worried that he might be a target. When the city police arrested Redford, we all relaxed. But I've just spoken to DCI Duval, and she says there's a chink in the case against Redford. And I can't get hold of Kit. He's not answering the phone. He's not been in touch via email. Could it not just be that he's working?" Galloway tried to sound calm and unconcerned. If there was a serious crack in the case, Duval would have let him know. "He wasn't there when the police were round earlier to take a statement, and I've never known him not to respond to email. The thing is, if Kit's a target, the book the killer will be following is The Blood Painter. He'll be holding him somewhere till he's ready to kill him." He could hear from her voice that she was frantic with worry. "I understand your concern, Fiona." He slipped into her first name, hoping it would soothe. "The trouble is, there's no evidence to suggest that anything's happened to him. He could be spending the evening with friends, raising a glass to Georgia Lester somewhere." "That's exactly where he's supposed to be, but I spoke to one of his friends and he's not turned up. And anyway, if that's what he had planned, he would have let me know." Fiona insisted. "Anything could have happened. He could have bumped into somebody on the way there and gone for a drink with them first. He could have been held up by transport problems. Fiona, if there was any serious problem with the case against Redford, City of London would have been on to us. You can be sure of that. Galloway genuinely believed she had no grounds for her fears. The police officer in him knew that without any evidence of a crime, there was no way to justify any sort of formal inquiry. And the man in him knew that people didn't always know their partners as well as they thought they did, not even if they were psychologists. Sometimes email doesn't get through, he pointed out. Servers go down. Maybe he thinks he's let you know. He heard her exasperated sigh. And maybe he's in the hands of a killer. The police should be checking out that possibility. Galloway took a deep breath and inched out on a limb. If, and it's a very big if he is, then where should the police be looking? According to the blood painter, the killer should take him to a holiday home. Only we've never rented a holiday home in the UK. But Kit's got a bothy up in Sutherland where he goes to write. I think that's where they'll have gone. Whereabouts in Sutherland? He felt her hesitation. That's the problem. I don't know exactly. I've never been there, you see. All I know is that it's near Loch Shin. You don't even know the address? No. We only ever communicate by email when he's up there. He's got a satellite phone, but he doesn't use it for voice calls. We both find it harder to get through the time apart if we actually speak to each other, you see. Somehow, email is more bearable when he's away for weeks at a time. Suddenly realizing that she was wittering, she forced herself back to the practicalities. But surely the local police must know where it is. I thought everybody knew everybody up in the Highlands. Galloway rubbed his hand over his mouth. Her fear had transmitted itself to him, and he had sweat on his upper lip. Near Loch Shin is a hell of a big area, Fiona. The loch itself must be, 15, 17 miles long? I doubt very much that there's anything they could do about it tonight, even supposing we could convince them there was any real reason why they should be looking. There must be something we can do. We can't just sit around doing nothing when Kit's life could be at risk. Now anger had taken over from fear in Fiona's voice. Listen, Fiona, the chances are that you're getting yourself worked up over nothing. Now, this fictional killer of Mr. Martin's, what does he do with his victims? He keeps them captive for a week and draws their blood and paints murals with it. Well, that suggests that time is not as much of the essence as it would be if this killer gave his victims a swift death, doesn't it? Besides, if you don't know where his bothy is, how would the killer know? Why don't we wait till the morning? It might well be that Mr. Martin has turned up by then. But if he hasn't, we'll get Highland police onto it first thing. That's a promise. Meet me at St. Leonard's at 7:30, and we'll see what's what, okay? His voice was reassuring without being patronizing. No, it's not okay, she said bitterly. But it'll have to do, won't it? Aye. I'm afraid it's the best I can do. And I will talk to DCI Duval in the meantime and see if there are genuine grounds for concern. Try to get some sleep, Fiona. I know you're imagining the worst, but the chances are Redford's our man and your chap's alive and well, and on his way out for a night's drinking with his mates, coming to terms with Georgia Lester's death. You know yourself, that's by far the likeliest scenario. I'll see you in the morning. He replaced the phone and stood for a long minute in the hall, pondering. No. He was right. There was no point in trying to get anything moving tonight on something as tenuous as this. Without something more solid than Fiona had, there was no prospect of getting Highland to take this seriously. By morning, he could maybe convince them there were reasonable grounds for action if Kit Martin hadn't shown up safe, sound, and hungover in his own bed. And really, there were no good reasons to think otherwise. Convinced that Fiona was overreacting because of what had happened to her sister all those years before, Galloway headed back to his TV show and his whiskey. Fiona slumped in her chair. She'd done her best. But sometimes that wasn't enough. After Leslie, she had done her best too. She couldn't change the fact of her sister's death, but she had taken every step she could to make sure the person responsible paid the price. She'd failed then, and she knew the price that failure had exacted. She couldn't give up on Kit now, not just for his sake, but for her own. Duval and Galloway might think she was a hysterical idiot, but she knew Kit, and she knew she had grounds for her worries. Galloway had tried to reassure her with his suggestion that the killer couldn't know the location of the bothy, but Fiona knew him to be resourceful. He'd tracked each of his victims so far. She couldn't afford to be complacent. She reached for the phone and keyed in a number she knew by heart. 3 rings. Then the machine clicked in. "This machine takes messages for Steve Preston. Please speak after the tone, and your call will be dealt with at the earliest opportunity." Bleep. "Steve, it's Fiona. Call me on the mobile whenever you get this message. I need your help." She ended the call with a finger on the receiver rest and immediately dialed his mobile. Silence. Then the impersonal voice. "The phone number you are calling has not responded. Please try later. The number you are calling—" She cut the line. "I don't believe this," she muttered, reaching for her personal organizer to find his pager number. When the pager service responded, she left a message asking Steve to call her straight away on her mobile. There was, she supposed, an outside chance he was still in the office, so she dialed his direct line. She let it ring 10 times before she gave up. Where the hell was he when she needed him? It never occurred to her to try Terry's home number. Gerard Coyne's flat could have been made for surveillance. It was on the first floor of a terraced house a couple of streets back from the Holloway Road. Neil assumed, from the fact that there were 2 narrow front doors, that there was no back entrance. Coyne's front door would give straight onto a flight of steps leading up to the first floor. What made the flat so perfect for Neil's purpose was the pub opposite. The Pride of Whitby was a typical North London corner pub, cosy, cramped, and busy. But the old-fashioned etched glass had been replaced by clear glass windows, allowing a perfect view across the street. Neil had arrived just after 6:30 and had a quiet word with the licensee, impressing on him the need for discretion. He hadn't specified who he was watching or why, only that he didn't want to be pointed out to the locals as a copper. The landlord had no problem with that. He kept an orderly pub and relied on the local police to turn up on the rare occasions there was trouble. As far as he was concerned, as long as Neil didn't expect free booze, he was welcome to sit by the window for as long as he wanted. Neil had already established that Coyne was home. There was a smart mountain bike chained up in the front garden. He'd seen lights on in the first-floor flat, and, as a double-check, he'd rung Coyne's phone number. When it was answered, Neil had pretended he had a wrong number. Satisfied, he settled down with a copy of the Evening Standard and a glass of alcohol-free lager. At 7:30, he'd ordered lasagna and chips from the bar snacks menu. It arrived at 7:50. He'd finished eating it by 5:15. He returned his paper, making sure the lighted windows of Coyne's flat were in his peripheral vision. If there was any movement, he'd register it, tired though he was. By 8:30, the place was heaving. Every other seat at Neil's table was taken, the other occupants crowded round with their pint glasses and cigarette packets. Occasionally, one or other of them would try to draw him into conversation, but he kept himself on the fringes, answering in monosyllables and barricading himself behind his paper. A few minutes before 10, Coyne's light snapped out. Suddenly alert, Neil folded his paper and drained his third drink. He pushed his seat back slightly, on the alert for whatever was going to happen next. A light appeared in the glass panel above Coyne's front door, then the door itself swung open. Neil couldn't see Coyne very well, against the light hitting him from behind, only the silhouette of a slim frame of medium height, Neil readied himself for the off. Coyne pulled the door to behind him and emerged onto the street. Thank God he wasn't taking the bike, Neil thought. Coyne glanced both ways past the parked cars that lined the street, then crossed the road. Oh, shit, Neil thought. He's coming in here. He unfolded the paper and pulled his chair closer to the table. When he looked up again, Coyne was walking towards the bar, greeting a couple of the men standing there with their pints of Guinness. There was no mistaking those deep-set eyes in the narrow face, coupled with the goatee beard and moustache and the slightly prominent teeth. This was the man whose CRO photograph was etched on Neil's memory. As far as he was concerned, the evidence might be circumstantial, but it had convinced him. If he'd been a gambling man, Neil would have staked a year's salary that he was looking at Susan Blanchard's killer. He fought to hide his excitement and watched as Coyne bought himself a pint of bitter. Neil pushed back his chair, covered himself by saying good night to the others at his table, as if they'd been his drinking companions, and pushed through the crowd to the door. The cold night air took his breath away after the stuffiness of the pub, but it did nothing to calm the thrill of anticipation that surged through him. It had worked. Good, solid policing, helped along with a bit of flair and inspiration, and he was looking at the first serious suspect for Susan Blanchard's murder since Francis Blake. Only this time, they'd got it right. He had a feeling in his bones. He hurried along the street to where he'd parked his car earlier. It had a view both of the pub door and, at an angle, of Coyne's front door. He dived behind the wheel and pulled out his mobile. Time to report. He stabbed the speed dial buttons to connect him to Steve's mobile. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard, "The number you are calling has not responded. Please try later." "Bugger," he said, trying Steve's home number. When he got the answering machine, he swore softly. But he knew better than to hang up without leaving a message. "This is Neil McCartney, Gov. I'm outside the suspect's house. He's just gone across the road for a drink in his local. I know I'm supposed to go off duty at midnight, but I'm going to stay on here till Joanne relieves me, or until I hear from you. I don't want him to get away from us." Finally, Neil left a message on Steve's pager. Surely he'd get that. The boss was never out of touch, especially since they'd been running this operation on a shoestring. He'd known Neil was watching their new suspect, so he'd be expecting a call. Sooner or later, he'd ring back. Till then, there was nothing more he could do now, except watch and wait. Chapter 49. Waiting was not something Fiona could bear. Not when she feared for Kit's life. Galloway had tried to be reassuring, but it hadn't gone anywhere towards calming the torment. She knew there was no point in trying to follow Galloway's advice to get some sleep. All that would happen if she went to bed was that she'd toss and turn restlessly, riven with anxiety. She might as well stay up and try to figure out a way to help Kit. If only she knew where his bothy was. Given that whoever had Kit captive would have to drive up from London, the chances were that they were nowhere near Loch Shin yet. If she could find the exact location, it might be possible to head them off before they ever got there. Whatever Galloway had said about there being plenty of time, Fiona knew she couldn't rely on that. In each murder, the killer had deviated from the template provided by the book when it had suited him better. Keeping Kit alive for a week was clearly a huge risk to take, and from what she had seen of this murderer's work, he was a man who liked to minimize jeopardy. The sooner she could get to Sutherland, the more chance she had of finding Kit alive. Waiting for Galloway to grind into action in the morning was too big a chance to take. She had to do whatever she could as soon as she could. Of course, It was too late now to find anywhere that could sell her an Ordnance Survey map of the Loch Shin area to check out possibilities. Fiona poured another glass of wine and logged on to the internet. She entered the keywords Loch Shin into her search engine and impatiently scanned the results. There were websites where amateur photographers had displayed their photographs of the area, websites for those who believed the Loch Ness Monster had relatives in Loch Shin, websites for holiday cottages with views of the Loch, websites that offered advice on fishing, and even a website devoted to the hydroelectric power station, but no large-scale map. The online version the Ordnance Survey offered was too small to show any useful detail. She had even taken time out to torment herself with the ghoulish gossip of murder behind the headlines. Fiona knew, even as she was logging on to the site, that it would give her no peace, but like an itching scab demanding to be picked, she had to see what George's death had provoked. At last, confirmation from London of what anybody with half a brain already knew. Yes, there's a serial killer out there, preying on the weird and the wired, who spend their days writing fiction about, surprise, surprise, serial killers. Although it sounds a bit like biting the hand that feeds you, it's true. Even more amazing was the confession that stopped a police press conference in its tracks. As the police revealed to the world that British crime writer Georgia Lester's butchered remains had been found in a disused freezer in London's Smithfield Meat Market, a man, claiming to be the killer, distributed a flyer to the waiting hacks that outlined his motives for the series of gruesome killings. The website continued. The confessor is a wannabe writer called Charles Cavendish Redford, who alleges that the three writers in question plagiarized manuscripts he had sent them in the hope of winning their support in getting his books published. Redford, 47, once worked as a hospital porter, which may be where he picked up his murderous skills. He's now in custody, under arrest, but so far hasn't been charged. The discovery of Lester's remains provided incontrovertible evidence of what some of us had already deduced. To paraphrase Oscar Wilde, 1. Drew Shand is unfortunate, 2. Jane Elias looks remarkably like coincidence, and 3. Georgia Lester is a series. Lester went missing over a week ago. Skeptics said she deliberately staged a disappearance as a publicity stunt, as Queen of Crime Agatha Christie did herself back in the 1920s. And it's true that Lester had been complaining that her publishers weren't taking proper care of her. She demanded bodyguards for her latest book tour, but had been spurned by publishers with more sense than money, a rarity in itself these days. But when we read the accounts of her disappearance, the deserted car in the country lane, the apparent lack of any signs of violence, the absence of any witnesses, those of us with a sensibility tuned to these things felt the creep of dread, remembering the fate of the victims in, and evermore shall be so, Lester's only serial killer novel, which was made into a film. Word is that the London cops got the tip to search Smithfield from a psychological profiler, one of those legendary Clarice Starlings, and we all know what happened to Clarice, don't we? Who figure out what the bad guys are going to do next. Mind you, it doesn't take a doctorate in psychology to work that one out. All it takes is the ability to read. Still, there must be a few thriller writers sleeping easier in their beds tonight, because if Redford hadn't conveniently spilled the beans, you can bet your bottom dollar it would have been a long time, and a few more bodies, before the police managed to nail him. Remember, you read it first on Murder Behind the Headlines. Angry with herself for succumbing to the insidious nastiness of the website, Fiona disconnected from the internet. It had taken her almost an hour to get no further forward. Frustrated, she tried Steve's numbers again. No change. He was still out of reach. Fiona closed her eyes and massaged her temples. Somewhere, locked away in her mind, she must know something that would lead her to the bothy. Think about anything else, she told herself. Let your subconscious do the work. Easier said than done, though, when all she could think of was Kit and the ordeal he could be going through. A walk, that would do it. A quick turn through the local streets where she could force herself to look at the details of the houses and gardens. That might just free her mind sufficiently to open the door to the information she knew must be there. Glad to have something positive to do, Fiona jumped up and grabbed her Mac, still lying on the bed in the damp heap where she'd thrown it when she came in. She pulled it on, picked up her mobile, and practically ran out of the door and down the stairs into the street. She turned to her right and started walking along the terrace, looking intently at the houses as she passed, glancing down into basement areas and taking stock of what people had done to make them attractive. She checked out curtains, appreciated a particularly vigorous Russian vine, made a mental note of an elaborate door knocker, knitting for the brain. At the end of the street, she turned left and walked down the hill towards Stockbridge, describing the tall sandstone buildings to herself as she passed them. At the bottom of the hill, she stared in the off-licence window, making a mental selection from the bottles on display. She crossed the road and walked back up the hill, never faltering in the catalogue of her surroundings. She was halfway along the street where her hotel was, when her mind released the treasure she'd known was in there. Lee Gustafson, she said, out loud in a tone of wonder. Then she was running, racing back to her hotel room to apply the gift she'd just been given. Oblivious to the appalled stare of the night porter, Fiona sprinted across the reception area and up the stairs. Almost before her door was closed, her Mac was thrown into a heap again, and she was back in front of the laptop. Lee Gustafson was an American crime writer who wrote ecological thrillers. He shared the same US publisher as Kit. They'd been sent on a promotional tour together a couple of years previously, where they'd drunk their way round the mystery bookshops of the Midwest and forged a friendship that endured through email. Just over a year ago, Kit had lent Lee the bothy so he could do some background research into conservation of rare species in the Highlands. Lee Gustafson must know exactly where the bothy was. Now, all she had to do was find Lee. Glasgow was an amber gleam over to the west, but Kit knew nothing of that. He'd suffered the agonies of cramp in the arm he'd been leaning on, and managed to shift so that he was now lying on his stomach. It had eased the pain in his shoulders and the pins and needles in his leg, but it wasn't helping the dull ache that still occupied his skull. He had no sense of time. All he knew was that he had been trapped in this moving vehicle for at least 2 hours. He only knew that because, in an exquisite form of torture, he'd been forced to listen to his own voice, spelling out in his own words what he feared was going to be his own fate. By his estimate, there was another hour of the talking book of the blood painter to go. He'd tried to tune it out, singing his favourite songs inside his head, but it didn't work. The relentless story kept intruding, forcing itself into his consciousness. Ironic that he was trapped by the power of his own gift. At least, while they were still travelling, there was hope. At some point, his captor would have to stop for fuel. It would be his chance. He could try to kick the tailgate, or the boot, or the back door, whatever it was that was keeping him from rolling out on the road. He cast his mind back. What did he have on his feet? His heart sank. He'd been in the house all day. Moccasins, slippers, that's what he had on his feet. Even with the full power of his legs behind them, the only sound they'd make would be a dull thud, hardly audible among the throbbing motors of the petrol pumps, and he didn't think anyone as careful as the man who had captured him was going to park up in the middle of a busy service area and leave Kit behind while he went off for a burger and a coffee. There must be something he could do. After all, he had constructed the trap himself. If there was any escape, he should be able to figure it out. It would help if he didn't have to listen to his own voice, condemning him to death. Getting Lee Gustafson's phone number had posed no significant problem to Fiona. International Directory inquiries had him down as ex-directory, which didn't surprise her. It was only politeness that had made her try that route first, but in reality she had no compunction about calling one of the handful of crime writers whose numbers were stored in her personal organizer. She told herself it didn't matter that it was getting on for 1 a.m. Nevertheless, she deliberately chose Charlie Thompson first. Charlie lived alone, and she knew him to be a night owl. Chances were he was lying sprawled in his armchair, watching a horror video, cat on his chest, glass of Armagnac to hand. Rather him than someone who would be panicked out of sleep by her call. The phone was answered on the 4th ring. "Greetings, Earthling," a deep bass voice rumbled in her ear. "Hello, Charlie. It's Fiona Cameron." "Good Lord, shouldn't you be a pumpkin at this time of night, or are you in fact speaking from the fruit and veg department of Tesco's?" Fiona gritted her teeth and tried not to shout at him. "I'm sorry to bother you, Charlie, but Kit's out of town, and I need Lee Gustafson's number." "Fiona, darling, if you want a man to whisper sweet nothings in your ear when Kit's away, you don't have to pay international call charges. I'd be happy to oblige," he chuckled. "I'll bear that in mind, Charlie. Do you have Lee's number?" "Spurned again, eh? Hang on, Fiona, it's in the other room." She listened to the sound of furniture groaning, a cat protesting, then heavy footsteps fading off. Charlie, the only man she knew who wore biker's boots round the house. A long minute passed. Then the footsteps thudded again. "You still there? Got a pen?" "Yes, to both." He read out Gustafson's number, repeating it to make sure she had it down. "Enjoy yourself with Lee," he added, "but not so much that you forget my heart still burns for you." "I could never forget that, Charlie," she said, forcing herself into the standard flirtatious banter that went with their friendship. "Thanks again." "No problem. And tell that man of yours he owes me an email." "Will do. Good night." "I'll do my best." The line went dead, and Fiona immediately rang the number Charlie had given her. The single tone of the American phone system purred in her ear. Once, twice, 3 times. Then the click of an answering machine. "Hi. You've reached Lee and Dorothy, and you've missed us. We're out of town till Monday morning, so leave a message, and we'll get back to you when we get home." Fiona couldn't believe her ears. It was beginning to feel like the universe was in a massive conspiracy against her and Kit. She had been so convinced that Lee Gustafson was the answer. In frustration, she dialed into her email program, clutching the last fragile hope that Galloway had been right and Kit had sent an email that had somehow been trapped in cyberspace. Maybe his email provider's server had been down and all the mail had been held up as a result. But of course, there was nothing. On an impulse, since she was using Kit's laptop and it was set up for his email account, she checked his mailbox. He might possibly have sent her mail to his own box by mistake. She couldn't imagine how that might happen, but she was prepared to clutch at any straw, however frail. There were a dozen messages waiting for him. Most seemed to be from fellow crime writers, and most seemed to be about Georgia. There was nothing there that could conceivably have come from Kit himself. More worryingly, judging by the timing of the messages in the mailbox, he hadn't picked up his own mail since early that afternoon. And that was as much out of character as his failure to contact Fiona. Instead of consolation, she'd found even more reason to fret. She broke the connection and carried on staring at the screen. Suddenly, something flickered at the corner of her memory. Just before Lee had visited the bothy, she and Kit had been on holiday in Spain. Kit, as usual, had taken his laptop. He could no more stay out of touch with his email than he could stop breathing. And while they'd been away, he and Lee had been communicating about the bothy. Eagerly she opened up the electronic filing cabinet that kept a record of all Kit's email, sent and received. She clicked on the Copy of Sent Messages tab, 2539, Messages Arranged by Date. The program offered her the chance to arrange the messages in alphabetical order of the recipient, so she selected that option. She drummed her fingers on the tabletop as she waited for it to complete the task. Then she scrolled down to Lee Gustafson's name and began to check through the mail by date. She knew the month she was looking for, and she soon came to it. Kit had sent Lee 9 messages that month. She began at the beginning and worked her way through. And there it was. Take the A839 out of Leg. About a mile out of the town, you'll see a track on the right signed Salachi. Carry on up the track. It's pretty rough going. You'll appreciate why I'm lending you the Land Rover, for about 5.5 miles. You cross a river gorge, the Alta Clown. There's a left turn up ahead, which you take. About half a mile up this track, there's another left turn. The track takes you back across the river ravine on a rope bridge. It's a lot stronger than it looks, but better not go faster than 5 miles an hour. You cross the river into some trees, and the bothy's about a mile ahead of you. I'd say you can't miss it, but you'd probably shoot me. Relief coursed through Fiona. She knew where the killer was taking Kit, and now she knew how to get there. Sod Sarah Duval and her blinkered certainties, sod Sandy Galloway and his soothing platitudes, and sod Steve, who wasn't there when she really needed him. She'd find Kit, with or without their help. Chapter 50. Edinburgh might claim to be a 24-hour city during the festival, but as Fiona soon found out, when it came to hiring a car, it was strictly 8 till 8. Even at the airport, open round the clock, the car hire firms went home when the flights stopped arriving. All professional options exhausted, she was forced back onto the personal. Wearily, Fiona picked up the phone and dialed again. She heard half a dozen distant rings. Then an indistinct mumble. Yeah? Caroline? No, it's not. Who is this? The voice sounded seriously pissed off. Ah, Julia, sorry. It's Fiona Cameron. Can I speak to Caroline? Do you know what time it is? The hostility level had risen. Fiona knew it was nothing to do with the lateness of the hour. Yes, and I'm sorry about that, but I do need to speak to Caroline. The phone clattered down. Fiona could hear, as she knew she was meant to, Julia's bad-tempered muttering. It's Fiona Cameron. 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, I dunno. Then Caroline's voice, sleepy, but alive with concern. Fiona, what's the matter? I'm sorry to wake you, but it's really important. Of course it is. So how can I help? What's the problem? Fiona took a deep breath. In the background, she could hear an exasperated Julia sighing. Unlike Caroline, Julia did not take the unpredictable in her stride. I'm in Edinburgh, and I need to be in Inverness. If I wait till the trains start running, it'll be too late. So, you want me to drive you there? That won't be necessary. I just need to borrow your car. Fiona heard the sounds of movement as Caroline shifted her position. Fine. Let me see. 5 minutes to get dressed, probably an hour to get to you. Where are you in Edinburgh? I'm staying at a hotel called Channing's, but the thing is, Caroline, time's really vital. Is there somewhere we could meet halfway, somewhere I could get a taxi to take me to? There was a pause. Fiona could hear Caroline moving around now, as if she was assembling her clothes. There's some services on the M90, Caroline said. A few miles over the bridge. Halbeath, I think, something like that. It's the turn-off for Dunfermline and Kirkcaldy, just after the big Hyundai plant. Get the taxi to take you there. I'll be there in about, 35, 40 minutes, okay? Thank you, Caroline. Believe me, I appreciate this. No bother. Fill me in when we meet. Then the line went dead. Fiona smiled for the first time in hours. At last she was dealing with somebody who took her on trust, who didn't assume she was overreacting. Steve would have done the same, but Steve was out of reach, and she didn't have time to wait to be proved right. While she waited for the taxi, she scribbled a quick fax to Galloway, telling him where she'd gone and when she'd left. She gave the night porter instructions to transmit it to the number Galloway had given her for his personal fax at St. Leonard's. At least, if she needed backup, they would know where to find her. 25 minutes later, the taxi dropped her off at Halbeath Services, just off the M90 heading north. The drizzle that had turned Edinburgh gloomy all day had grown into full-scale rain, dusting across the parking area. Fiona took shelter in the doorway of the restaurant and stared through the rain at the bright neon of the petrol station while she planned out what she had to do. 10 minutes later, headlights cut through the darkness on the approach road, and she stepped forward expectantly. The service area lights revealed a Honda saloon that splashed to a halt yards from her. The driver's door opened, and Caroline jumped out, dashing across to her and enveloping her in a hug. "Here comes the cavalry," Caroline said. "I've never been more glad to see you." "What's going on? Why the urgency?" Caroline let her go and stepped back into the shelter of the doorway. "Have you seen the news?" Fiona asked. "Is this to do with that murdered crime writer?" Caroline had never been slow to grasp connections. "I thought they'd got someone for that." "Yes, but I think there's a possibility that the person in custody is a fake confessor, an attention seeker. If I'm right, there's still a serial killer out there. And I'm afraid he's got Kit. Oh, my God, and they're heading for Inverness." For the first time, Caroline sounded shaken. "Kit owns a bothy out in Sutherland. I think that's where the killer is planning to take him. Kit keeps a Land Rover at a garage in Inverness. I need to get there and pick up the Land Rover and try to head them off before they get to the bothy." Caroline frowned. "Forgive me if I'm being naive here, but isn't this one of those things the police should be dealing with?" "Yes, but they think the man in custody is the killer. They're not even halfway convinced that Kit's actually missing. They think he's gone off on the razzle with his mates, drowning his sorrows over Georgia. But you know different." Fiona spread her hands. "I know Kit." Caroline nodded, as if satisfied. "Fine. Jump in. I'll drive you. Honestly, there's no need. I can drive myself. I just need to borrow the car." Caroline reached out and grasped Fiona's wrist gently. It was a curiously intimate gesture. "I said, I'll drive you. Besides, how am I going to get back to St. Andrews at this time of night?" "No, Caro. It's not your fight. Call a taxi. I'll pay for it. Just give me the car keys, Caro, please." Caroline shook her head. "No way. You've always been there for me. I'm not leaving you." She turned on her heel and marched back to her car, pulling the driver's door open and getting in. She started the engine and wound down the window. "I thought you were in a hurry, Fiona." As they shot up the motorway towards Perth, Caroline broke the silence. "Tell me what's going on with Kit." So Fiona outlined the whole story, from Drushan's murder onwards. "It could be that I'm being paranoid," she admitted, "but that's my risk, and it's one I'm prepared to take. Looking stupid on the shores of Loch Shin would be, in my opinion, the best possible outcome of tonight. But you know in your heart, that's not what's happening here," Caroline said heavily. Fiona nodded. "He wouldn't stay out of touch. He's in a state about Georgia, and I'm the only one he opens up to. Of all the times he might ignore me, this is the least likely." They fell silent then, each lost in her own thoughts as the windscreen wipers slapped the rain away and they drove deeper into the highlands, the looming bulk of mountains rising around them as Caroline hammered up the road towards Inverness to the late-night sound of the cowboy junkies. At that time of night, there was little traffic to vary the endless ribbon of the A9 spooling out ahead of them. Somewhere near Kingussie, Fiona closed her eyes and leaned her elbow on the window ledge. With no need for Caroline to stop for petrol, and nowhere to make a stop even if she'd needed it, Fiona drifted in an edgy doze until they made it to the outskirts of Inverness, just after 6:30. Fiona was already 2.5 hours later than she would have needed to be to hit the wilderness ahead of Kit. Joanne Gibb drove cautiously down the street where Gerard Coyne lived. Thankfully, nobody seemed to be stirring, but then that's pretty much what she'd have expected in this part of North London so early on a Saturday morning. She hoped it would stay like that for a little bit longer. She needed to identify the house, then find a parking space somewhere she could keep an eye on the place. It wouldn't do to lose him, because she couldn't find somewhere to sit unobtrusively. It helped, having a VW Golf with black-tinted windows. Impossible for passers-by to see inside, and with the added bonus that any local likely lads would probably leave it alone, on the general principle that anybody who owned such a mean-looking machine would probably be considerably more well-hard than they were. On her first pass, she identified the house. She couldn't immediately see a place to park, so she drove to the corner, turned round, and cruised slowly back. About a dozen yards past Coyne's house, a set of headlights flashed at her. Her first reaction was that someone had noticed her predicament and was indicating they were about to move out of their space. Then she recognized Neil's Ford, a car almost as scruffy as its owner. She drew level, and they dropped their windows simultaneously. Joanne's nose twitched as the stale aroma of unwashed mail rolled out towards her. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "You were supposed to go off at midnight and leave Chummy to his own devices." Neil yawned. "I couldn't do it. I tried to clear it with the boss, but I haven't been able to raise him. I can't get through on the mobile. His home phone's on the answering machine, and he's not responding to his pager. I can't believe it. He's never out of touch. And last night, of all nights, when he knew we were starting a fresh surveillance. It just doesn't make sense. So I decided to stay till you got here, just in case." Joanne gave a sly smile. "I bet I know where he is." "Where?" "He's birding it," she said. "Bollocks," Neil scoffed. "He's like a monk, the governor. He's forgotten what it's for." "You lot never forget what it's for," Joanne said. "He came back from seeing that lecture the other day with a real spring in his step, and he asked me for a restaurant recommendation. God, he must have been desperate. Thank you, Neil. Anyway, I reckon he's gone off to her place and decided that for once he's going to forget about the sodding job and have a good time." Neil shook his head. "He'd never turn his pager off. That's what you think. So, what are you going to do now?" Neil reached down and turned the key in his ignition. "I'm going to piss off back to the yard and get me head down for a couple of hours until he gets in. Wherever he is, he'll be in this morning to see what's what. I bet you any money." "That would be a mug's bet. Hang on till I turn round again, and I'll slot into your space, okay?" Joanne drove off. By the time she'd swung round, Neil was edging out, leaving room for her to pick up the surveillance. She waved him off and settled down. She only hoped Gerard Coyne wasn't planning on a bike ride this morning. Chapter 51. Caroline pulled up at a roundabout on the edge of Inverness and killed the stereo. "Where to now?" she asked. Fiona yawned and scrubbed her eyes with the edge of her fists. She had that empty, nauseous feeling that comes with too little sleep and too much adrenaline. The rain had stopped, and there was a thin grey mist hanging in the air, leaving Inverness looking even more like a ghost town than the hour itself. I don't know, she admitted. All I know is that the guy who owns the garage where Kit keeps the Land Rover is called Lachlan Fraser. Caroline snorted. Like, that really narrows it down. I take it Fraser's a pretty common name hereabouts, then. You could say that. The ancestral seat of the clan chief is about 6 miles up the road. Fraser is about as common a name round Inverness as Smith would be in London. She put the car in gear and cruised towards the centre. "Where are you going?" Fiona asked. "When in doubt, ask a policeman." Caroline headed on down the main road. "We'll either find the police station, or we'll find some night-shift woolly suits in a patrol car sneaking a fly bacon butty at the all-night snack bar." "You think Inverness runs to an all-night snack bar?" Fiona said, the professional sceptic. Caroline flashed her a dark grin. "Don't make the mistake of falling for the tourist board propaganda. Inverness is a lot more Morven Caller than it is local hero." "Does that mean you know where to score me a rap of speed?" Caroline's eyebrows rose. "I suspect you're either too early in the morning or too late at night for any action like that round here. I take it that was a joke." Fiona's grin was savage. "Only technically. Jokes are supposed to be funny, and the way I'm feeling right now is anything but. Better make do with the all-night snack bar and a shot of caffeine. If I do end up in the arms of the law, the last thing I need is for them to discover I'm pumped full of amphetamines. Hang on. There we go." Caroline was off on a tangent, waving over to her left, where a DIY superstore occupied most of the horizon. Its vast car park contained a fish and chip van, a police car, and the business end of an articulated lorry. She veered into the slip road and cruised across to the police car. "You get the directions. You've got the right accent. I'll get the breakfast," Fiona instructed, clambering out of the car and stretching. Desperate as she was to get to the bothy, she needed food and drink more than the 5 minutes she might save by not stopping now. She leaned on the high counter, smelling the rancid agglomeration of stale fat, cheap vinegar, fried onions, and diesel. The menu was written in magic marker on what had once been a whiteboard. Describing its present colour was beyond Fiona's vocabulary. Old men's underwear was about the closest she could come to it. The board offered fish, chips, burgers, sausages, rolls, and pies. Another sign announced the availability of tea, coffee, assorted scoosh. Fiona smiled at the large man behind the counter. Judging by his pallor, he lived off his own cooking. "2 chip rolls, please," Fiona said. It was probably the safest option. Besides, all that complex carbohydrate would keep her going for a few hours. "And 2 teas," she added. "Aye, right," the large mountain said. He turned away and tended his hissing fryer. Fiona turned to see how Caroline was getting on with the police officers. She was bent over, leaning into an open window, her face all cheerful openness. Would she and Leslie have made it, Fiona wondered. Probably not. First love seldom did. And then she'd almost certainly have lost Caroline as a friend. With a sense of dawning amazement, Fiona reached the complex realization that Leslie's death had actually given her a gift. She scratched her head, deciding to file away the thought for another time, when she could consider it properly. Right now, she was struggling to hang on to any sense of reality in what was increasingly resembling a nightmare. Caroline straightened up with a nod and a smile and set off back towards the car. Catching Fiona watching her, she gave the thumbs-up sign. "There you go, darling," the chip van man said, plonking down 2 overstuffed bread rolls on a pair of paper napkins. Fiona handed over a $5 and waved away the change, concentrating instead on juggling the 2 chip rolls and the 2 polystyrene beakers of tea. Back in the car, they fell on the food and drink. Between mouthfuls of surprisingly tasty chip butty, Caroline explained where they were heading. "Lachlan Fraser's place is out towards the airport. The bobbies knew him right enough. Not for any bad reasons, you understand, just because, well, they know these things. She drove intently, sandwich in one hand, tea between her thighs, careful on the corners not to spill her drink. The streets started to waken as they drove, yellow oblongs of light suddenly breaking the grey facades of houses. Now the occasional car or milk float hummed past them, and the first blurring of light in the east started to leak into the night sky. Fiona wondered where Kit was, whether she'd be in time, or whether she was already too late, whether the killer would stick to the plot, or settle for an approximation. If she had allowed her imagination to run away with her, instead of forcing what she knew from the blood painter into a locked box in the back of her mind, she could probably have conjured up a reasonable approximation of what was happening right then, a couple of hours' drive away. Kit was groggily struggling back to consciousness, a woozy giddiness shot through with flashes of excoriating pain. He'd taken a second strike to the head, his long containment in darkness leaving him unequal to avoiding the blow that fell as soon as the tailgate of the Toyota was opened. Apart from pain, the first sensation he was aware of was cold. He was freezing. He managed to open his eyes and found himself in the middle of a scene that felt like the worst sort of déjà vu. He knew this place, because it was his. He knew this situation, because he had created it. He was sitting naked on the toilet, both arms handcuffed to steel eyes that had been bolted into the wall. His legs were chained together, the chain passing round the back of the toilet bowl, rendering him almost incapable of movement. He was alone, but he didn't expect that to last. He knew what was coming next. Caroline pulled up outside an old two-story stone building with a peeling red and white sign that read, Fraser's Garage. It looked as if it had been there long before the existence of the internal combustion engine. Most of the facade was taken up by a pair of wide wooden doors with a Judas gate cut into one. To one side, there was a plain wooden door with the number 31 on it. On the upper story, a light shone from behind a frosted glass window. Fiona leaned across to hug Caroline. "Thank you," she said. "I owe you big time." "Hey, it's not over till it's over," Caroline said. "You don't think I'm pulling out now, do you?" Fiona leaned back in her seat. "Don't, Caroline. You have to go home now." Caroline shook her head. "No way. I've not come this far to turn my back and leave you to it. You can't bring me all this way and then send me home when the trouble really starts. This isn't a game, Caro. If I'm right, the man who's got Kit has already killed 3 people, without compunction. He won't think twice about killing anyone who stands between him and what he wants to achieve. I won't put you in that place." Fiona's resolve was clear in her voice as well as her face. "Since he's that ruthless, you need to even up the odds a bit." "No. I know what I'm doing. I can't take the chance of ending up with your blood on my hands. I can't live with that." Fiona undid her seat-belt and opened the door. "Please, Caro, go home. I'll call you later, I promise. I'm getting out of the car now, and I'm not going any further till I see you turn around and drive away." She pushed the door wide and climbed out, then leaned back in. "I mean it." She closed the door gently and stepped back. Caroline smacked the flat of her hand against the steering wheel in a gesture of frustration, then put the car in gear and moved off. Fiona watched as she did a 3-point turn and headed back in the direction they'd come from. As the tail lights of the Honda disappeared round the corner, she turned to face the small door. She took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. There was a long moment of silence. Then heavy feet thundered down a flight of stairs. The door opened to reveal a man in his late 20s, dressed in work boots, jeans, and a padded tartan shirt hanging loose over a grey T-shirt. In one hand, he held a mug of tea. His expression revealed a mild and friendly curiosity. "Lachlan Fraser," Fiona asked. He nodded. Aye, that's me. I'm sorry to disturb you so early. He grinned. It's not that early, and I'm not disturbed. How can I help you? My name is Fiona Cameron. His grin widened as he interrupted her. You're Kit's Bidey-in. Of course. I should have recognized you from that picture Kit's got up in the bothy. Hey, it's great to meet you at last. He looked past her. The man himself, isn't he with you then? No, I got a lift up with a friend of mine. I'm meeting up with Kit later. I'm supposed to pick up the Land Rover, is that okay? Aye, fine, nae bother. Lachlan fished in his pocket and shooed her forward. I'll just get the keys. He passed her and unlocked the Judas gate. They're in here. I'll no be a minute. He disappeared indoors and a light came on. He emerged moments later with a bunch of keys. Follow me. It's round the back. It's got a full tank and the jerry cans for the generator are all dieselled up, he added over his shoulder, as he led the way down a narrow alley to an area of waste ground behind the garage. Half a dozen elderly vehicles appeared to be parked at random. Lachlan headed towards a Land Rover that looked like a relic from some forgotten war. There you go, he said, unlocking the driver's door and standing back to allow Fiona to climb up into the driver's seat. You driven one of these before? She shook her head. I've never had that pleasure, she said ironically. Lachlan took her through the vagaries of the Land Rover, explaining the four-wheel drive, then waited while she manoeuvred it out of its parking space and into the mouth of the alley. Then he waved cheerfully as she headed out into the grey morning. In the area under the jurisdiction of the City of London Police, there are 385 separate closed-circuit camera systems. Together, they employ 1,280 cameras. Smithfield Market is well served by their system, with almost every nook and cranny covered by one camera or another. Inevitably, some of the cameras produce better images than others, given the variation in lighting and lines of sight. One of the first steps Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Duval had taken was to bring every available videotape from the previous 10 days to the city police station in Snow Hill, where she'd set up her incident room. All through the night, detectives had been scanning the hours of videotape, trying not to lose concentration, as they searched for Charles Cavendish, Redford. Duval herself had managed 4 hours' sleep. They had persuaded a magistrate to allow an extension to Redford's custody, then she had snatched her nap. She hadn't bothered going home to her riverside flat in the Isle of Dogs, just made her way to her own office and curled up on the 2-seater sofa she'd had installed for precisely that purpose. 4 hours was a lot less than her body craved, but it was enough to function on. Probably. She was back in the incident room just after 7, eagerly scanning the overnight reports to see if anything confirming Redford's involvement had turned up yet. When she had confronted him with the discrepancy between his statement and the discovery of the outhouse, there had been no flicker of discomfort. He had simply shrugged and said, "Isn't that what you wanted? To catch me out in a lie? Isn't that what criminals are supposed to do?" It went some way towards confirming her belief that he intended to give them nothing that could corroborate his confession. Sooner or later, either one of her own team or one of the Dorset detectives was going to come up with that crucial piece of information that would tie Redford indisputably to Georgia Lester's brutal murder. Anything would do, she thought bleakly, anything at all, since all they had right now was a big fat 0. As she flicked through what seemed to be a large pile of nothing, one of the officers called her name. She looked up to see him holding a phone. "Yes?" "Can you pop down to the video room, ma'am? One of the lads there says he's got something he wants you to take a look at." Duval was out of the door before the phone was back in its cradle. Her long strides swallowed the corridor leading to the room where her officers were scanning the CCTV videos from the market. She'd scarcely crossed the threshold when one of the detective constables started speaking. "I need you to have a look at this, ma'am," he said, his voice high and eager. "What is it, Harvey?" Duval stood behind him, looking over his shoulder at the screen. "Have you found him?" "I've been looking at the tapes of the corridor you have to go down to get to the maintenance area. It doesn't show the door itself, but you can't get there any other way. Anyway, this is from the Friday, 2 days after Georgia Lester went missing." He pressed play. With the jerky movement of time-lapse photography, a man came into view, seen from the rear. He was dressed in a white coat and dark trousers, with the jaunty-brimmed Trilby-style hat worn by all the butchers for hygiene reasons. He appeared to be carrying a large plastic tray of packaged meat. Harvey pointed to the screen. "It caught my attention because you can see there's something wrapped in black plastic in the tray, just there. See what I mean?" "I see it," Duval said cautiously. "But that's not Redford. The body shape's all wrong. Do we get him coming back?" "That's what I wanted you to see." He pressed the fast-forward button and the scene jerked into movement. Suddenly, a man came back into view. Harvey froze the frame when the man was about 10 feet from the camera. "That's the best view we get of his face." Duval frowned. There was something familiar about the image on the screen in front of her, but she couldn't place it. Harvey looked up at her expectantly. She peered into the screen, willing the image to become clearer. Then, suddenly, something clicked in the recesses of her memory. It made no sense, but she was sure she was right. The implications of that were almost too terrible to contemplate. She straightened up. "Let's get this enhanced, soon as possible. I'm going to get right onto the Met about this. I'll be in my office." "Well spotted, Harvey." Chapter 52. As Fiona drove north out of Inverness, the weather slowly began to clear. She'd found road maps and ordnance survey sheets in the glove box of the car, and she headed up the A9 with the map spread over the seat next to her, over the spectacular bridge that carried the road above the mingling waters of the Beaulieu Firth and the Murray Firth. Across the richly fertile farming land of the Black Isle, the sky gradually shifted from grey to blue, the morning mist burning off under the weak warmth of the autumn sun. She checked the settlements against the map as she drove on along the quiet road. Not that there was much possibility of going wrong. Up here, there were scarcely enough major roads to allow a wrong turning. Alness, Invergordon, then the bridge across the Dornoch Firth, the dun sands spread wet below her, before the turn inland to Bona Bridge, leaving behind the low flatlands of the coastal region for the high hill country ahead. Then she was driving along the narrow inlet of the Kyle of Sutherland, the dark water lined with heavy conifer forests, making somehow sinister the sunlit route into the wilderness that spread out ahead of her. As she turned up the River Shin towards Lairg, she could see she was entering the northwest highlands proper, with sudden vistas opening ahead of rounded hills brown with heather, their rocky outcroppings grey and random. Scattered in the landscape were the ruined walls of croft houses, often just a pair of battered gable ends left standing. This was the landscape of the Highland clearances, that brutal depopulation of the countryside, where crofters had been driven off their land by rich landowners eager to make the easier money that came with rearing Cheviot sheep. Now the fragments of their homes were the only sign that this land had been the starting point for the Highland diaspora that had colonized the British Empire. Fiona had never walked this side of the watershed, although the Assynt region in the west of Sutherland had been her destination on a couple of walking holidays in the past. She knew the springy feel of heather beneath her feet, the treacherous pull of peat hags, and the hard clatter of ancient stratified rock beneath her boots. If she was going to venture into the back country where Kitsbothy was, she'd have to make a stop in Lairg. The light shoes and town clothes she had with her would be no match for this terrain. Lairg was coming to life as she drove down the main street. Shops were opening up. A handful of people were out and about, making the most of the thin warmth of the morning. She found a parking space across the road from a mountain sports shop and jumped out of the Land Rover. Before she headed for the shop, she checked the storage area behind the seats. As well as 3 5-gallon cans of diesel, there was a lightweight fleece and a waxed jacket. Fiona picked up the fleece and held it to her face, drinking in Kit's familiar smell. "Please, God, let him be all right," she said to herself. Reluctantly, she replaced the fleece and jacket. They would be far too big for her, but they'd do, she decided. Then she crossed to the shop. 15 minutes later, she emerged wearing fleece-lined Gore-Tex trousers, a lightweight thermal polo neck shirt, a dark brown fleece hat, hiking socks with cushioned soles, and a pair of summer walking boots that had been reduced for a quick sale. They weren't designed for this time of the year, but they were so flexible they wouldn't need the breaking in that a heavier pair of boots would take. It was a reasonable trade-off, since she didn't envisage having to travel far in them. She would be comfortable if she had to do any walking or scrambling, and that was the main thing. She'd also bought a handful of high-energy emergency rations, instant heat packs, and a first-aid kit. She had a good idea of what might lie ahead of her, and she wanted to be prepared for all eventualities. Back at the Land Rover, Fiona added Kit's fleece and jacket to her ensemble, tossing her discarded work clothes into the storage space. There was one last thing she had to do. The time had come to recall the blood painter in all its details. She needed to be equipped for what she might find. She bought a pair of bolt cutters, a chisel, and a lump hammer from the hardware shop. As an afterthought, she also added a craft knife with a retractable blade to her shopping basket. Walking back to the Land Rover, she saw it was no longer alone. Parked behind it was a familiar Honda saloon. Leaning against the bonnet, Caroline stood, arms folded, a stubborn smile on her face. Fiona closed her eyes in frustration. When she came close enough to speak, she said, "This is not funny, Caro." "I know. That's why I'm here. If you won't let me come with you, at least let me cover your back. Let me be there to make sure you come out of this alive, please." Fiona opened the back of the Land Rover and stowed her purchases. When she turned back, she said, "Have you got a mobile?" Caroline grinned. "You think there's any chance of a decent signal up here?" she asked, gesturing at the hills rising round the town. Fiona managed a rueful smile. "Silly question. Okay. Here's what we do. You follow me up to the point where I turn off. It's a mile or so out of town. There's no point in you trying to go any further. According to Kit, the road's too bad for anything other than a 4-wheel drive. You give me an hour." She opened her bag and took out a notepad and pen. She opened the pad and scribbled down Sandy Galloway's office and home numbers. "If I don't come back inside that hour, it means I'm probably in need of help, or else I've managed to get through to the police on Kit's satellite phone. Either way, you call this number and ask for Superintendent Galloway. You tell him where I am and what I'm doing. I did send him a fax, but he might not think it was that urgent. Just a minute, I'll give you the directions." She opened the driver's door and reached under the map for the email she'd printed off what felt like half a lifetime ago. She held the sheet of paper out to Caroline, then snatched it back. "Hang on," she said. "You have to promise that no matter what, you will not attempt to come in there after me." Caroline gave a reluctant nod of agreement. "I promise. Okay?" "Mean it." Caroline held Fiona's eyes for a long moment. "I swear on Leslie's life." Fiona ducked her head in acknowledgement. "That'll do me. Like I said, I should be able to call for help myself if I need it, but it might be that I can't figure out how to work the sat phone. You're my backup." She handed over the directions and took a deep breath. Wagons roll. She climbed into the Land Rover and started the engine. Her hands were sweating on the wheel, her stomach a tight clench. She knew the odds were stacked against her. They'd had a head start on her. They could have made it to the bothy an hour or more ago. She already knew the killer wasn't totally committed to verisimilitude. Maybe he would drain Kit's blood in one swift act, rather than torture him for days, with all the attendant risks. Maybe she was already too late. The smell of coffee woke Steve. He blinked for a moment, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, suffering the dislocation of waking in an unfamiliar place. He pushed himself upright and saw Terry sitting at the table, a mug in her hands. "I was beginning to wonder if last night was too much for you, and you slipped into a coma," she teased. "What time is it?" he asked, unaware as to how late he'd slept. 9:20. Steve swung his legs to the floor and jumped to his feet. "You're kidding," he exclaimed, sounding more shaken than delighted. "It's Saturday, Steve. People sleep late," she grinned. "Even coppers." "I can't believe nobody's phoned. The surveillance. Neil should have called to say he was going off for the night," he said, talking more to himself than to her. "And the AC. His plane's supposed to have been on the ground 2 hours ago." He crossed to his phone and pager. He stared dumbfounded at the blank displays. "What's wrong?" he said, grabbing his phone and frowning at it. Terry came up behind him and put her arms round his waist. "I switched them off. You need to let go, Steve." He pulled away and swung round, his face a mixture of anger and incredulity. "You did what?" he shouted, his mouth opened and closed, words for once failing him. "The world won't end if you're out of reach for a night," Terry said, a note of uncertainty in her voice. "I'm in the middle of a major operation," he yelled. "I've got a team on a murder suspect. Jesus, Terry, anything could have happened. How could you do something so fucking irresponsible?" As he spoke, he was reaching for his clothes, pulling on boxer shorts and trousers. "You didn't tell me," she blazed back at him. "How was I supposed to know? Last time we were interrupted, it wasn't even your case. You gave me no indication that you had anything important on the go." Steve paused halfway through buttoning his shirt and gave her a livid glare. "It's confidential. That's why I didn't say. I don't talk about my work to civilians." His words cut like a whip. But rather than making Terry flinch, they sharpened her response. "Unless they're Fiona Cameron," she raged. "Is that what this is about? You're jealous of Fiona?" Steve couldn't believe what he was hearing. Terry's voice dropped, and she stared evenly at him. "No. It's about trust, Steve. It's about openness. It's about not treating me as if I'm a child. All you had to do was mention at some point that you had something going on that might just interrupt our time together. Fucking hell," she exploded again. "What about common courtesy?" Steve thrust his arms into his jacket and grabbed his coat. "I'm a senior police officer. People need to contact me out of hours. Mr. Indispensable. You don't want a lover, Steve. You want an audience." He shoved phone and pager into his jacket pocket and made for the door, shaking his head. "I don't fucking believe this." "You should have told me, dickhead," she shouted, her anger directed as much at her own impulsiveness as his taciturnity. His only reply was the slam of the door as he walked out. By the time he got to his car, his hands were still trembling with the adrenaline surge of pure rage. "Fucking unbelievable," he muttered under his breath as he threw himself into the driver's seat. He switched on his pager. 5 messages. Steve cursed under his breath as he scrolled through. 2 from Fiona from late last night. 1 from Neil, just before 11. 1 from Neil a few minutes after 6. Shit, he said, as the last message revealed itself. The Assistant Commissioner had paged him over an hour ago. He turned on his phone and called his home number, then keyed in the combination that would release his messages from the answering machine. Fiona again, requesting an urgent call back. Neil, announcing he decided to stay on coin all night just in case. Neil again, reporting that he'd handed over to Joanne and would be at the yard if he was needed for an arrest and search. And a message from the AC, saying he was expecting Steve's call. He rubbed his hands over his face, trying to calm down to the point where he could make his case for the arrest of Gerard Coyne. After a minute of deep breathing, he decided he was as ready as he'd ever be. He'd just have to lie and say his pager battery had died without him noticing. The hour he'd lost probably hadn't made much difference, but it could have done. As he dialed the AC's number, he felt a pang of regret. He'd had such high hopes for him and Terry, and, as usual, it had crashed and burned. He could only hope he'd have better luck with coin. 400 miles away, Sandy Galloway was picking at a bacon roll in the canteen at St. Leonard's. He'd been waiting for Fiona Cameron for almost 2 hours, and he wasn't best pleased. The woman had been at panic stations when she'd rung him the previous evening, but now she couldn't even be bothered to make their appointment on time. She hadn't even left a message for him, either with force control or at the reception desk of her hotel. The hotel that his budget was paying for, he reminded himself crossly. He'd spoken to Sarah Duval as he'd promised. He'd watched the end of his cop show, then called her at Wood Street. She was a bright lassie, that one. She'd gone through the discrepancy between Redford's statement and what the Dorset police had found in some detail. She'd explained why she'd initially been uneasy, then ran through the reasoning she'd gone through since. It had clearly stilled her qualms, and he was inclined to think she had jumped the right way. Which meant, of course, that Fiona Cameron was barking up the wrong tree altogether. Galloway was just fed up that she hadn't bothered to keep him informed of her plans. It had never occurred to him to check the fax machine that sat behind the secretary's desk in his outer office. Chapter 53. The directions were carved in her memory like a grave inscription. Take the A839 out of Leg. Back out of the town centre, across the narrows of the River Shin before it opened out into one of the 2 inlets at the bottom of the loch. Down the riverbank for a short distance, then a turn west, a rounded hillock on her right. Fiona checked in her rear-view mirror that Caroline was still behind her. About a mile out of the town, you'll see a track on the right, signed Salahi. Yes, there was the metal track. Conveniently, there was a phone box on the other side of the road. Fiona pulled up and pointed exaggeratedly to the kiosk. Caroline gave her the thumbs up and gestured at her watch, overtaking Fiona, to park right by the phone. Fiona checked the time. 9:37. She had an hour. Moving off, she swung hard right to make the turn. Carry on up the track. It's pretty rough going. You'll appreciate why I'm lending you the Land Rover for about 5.5 miles. She did as instructed. The road, which soon became a rough track of loose stones and hardcore, ran about 40 feet above the loch side, with scatterings of trees on the steep shore. On her left, a conifer plantation lined the road, stretching up the hill until the flattening of the ridge stole the horizon. But Fiona, now completely focused on the task ahead, had no eye for the beauties of the landscape around her. She passed a handful of cottages as the plantation came to an end in exposed heather-covered hillside. There was no sign of life, other than a thin thread of peaty smoke emerging from a chimney. After a mile or so, the road began to climb and the trees began again, but this time, instead of regimented rows of conifers, there was a mix of trees. Rowans, birches, alders, and tall clumps of contorted Scots pine grew in the apparently random chaos of a well-managed wood that was cut off from the road by a high deer fence with occasional, tall, wooden stiles. Abruptly, the trees ended on a bend. Ahead was a ravine crossed by a sturdy-looking wooden bridge with tubular steel rails on either side. You cross a river gorge, the Alta Clone. No mistaking it, she was on the right track, halfway across the bridge. Fiona slowed to a crawl and looked down 50 feet of craggy rock to the river's rough and tumble below. It was flowing fast through the channel it had cut itself, bursting into white foam as it hit the boulders that had fallen into its path. Cut off from the sparkle of sunlight by the high walls of its gorge, it gleamed the dark cloudy brown of unpolished amber. Fiona let in the clutch and carried on, the tension in her body transferring itself to the hands that gripped the steering wheel like claws. There's a left turn up ahead, which you take. She took it, wrestling the wheel as the Land Rover protested at the loose shale under its wheels. Time to move into four-wheel drive, she thought, carrying out the operation Lachlan had demonstrated. The Land Rover juddered slightly, then the wheels gripped more tightly, and she was moving forward easily over the rough surface. "About half a mile up this track, there's another left turn. The track takes you back across the river ravine on a rope bridge. It's a lot stronger than it looks, but better not go faster than 5 miles an hour." Fiona made the turn and approached the bridge, a construction of narrow wooden planks suspended on rope cables, anchored to thick poles on either side of the gorge. Her heart pounded. It looked far too fragile a construction to bear the weight of the Land Rover. She had to trust Kit's words, however. She rolled to a halt by the start of the bridge and carefully engaged first gear. Then, at little more than a walking pace, she edged forward. The bridge creaked ominously as it took the full weight of the vehicle, but although she felt it sway beneath her, it held firm as she slowly advanced over the 30-yard width of the gorge. When she regained solid ground, she let out the breath she hadn't even been conscious of holding. She took her clammy hands off the steering wheel and wiped them on her thighs. "Fuck. I hope I'm right about this," she said out loud, "and I hope I'm in time." "You crossed the river into some trees, and the bothy's about a mile ahead of you." The end was almost in sight. She drove on into the belt of trees that crowded the track. A couple of 100 yards further on, she rounded a bend, and to her astonishment, almost ran over a man who was walking down the track towards her, a long-handled axe over his shoulder and a bundle of sticks under one arm. She skidded to a halt and wound down the window. The man, who was muffled up in anorak and close-fitting woolen hat, a scarf wrapped tightly round his neck and chin, raised a hand in greeting. "I'm looking for Kit Martin's bothy," she said. "Am I on the right road?" His dark brows furrowed. "The writer?" "Yes, it's about a mile up the track." Judging by his accent, he wasn't local born and bred, but he obviously knew the area. No doubt one of the incomers who, like Kit, had snapped up many of the properties that came on the market, tempted by the low prices and the peace of a rural lifestyle. "Thanks," she said. "You've not seen him today, I suppose?" The man shook his head. "I've just come out for some wood." Fiona waved and drove on. Soon she emerged from the trees onto open hillside. The wiry brown stems of heather in its winter plumage stretched up the hill, broken up by rocky outcroppings that varied from a single boulder to uneven patches, stretching for as much as 30 yards. Ahead, there was another clump of trees. She guessed that was the windbreak for Kit's bothy, and pulled over to the side of the road before she reached the woodland. This was it. There was no turning back now. Fiona felt sick with fear and anticipation, but she had to go on. She grabbed the carrier bag containing her purchases from the mountaineering shop and the hardware store and shoved it inside the waxed jacket. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, she opened the door and clambered out onto the roadside. Fiona knew she couldn't approach the bothy head-on. If the killer was there with Kit, he'd doubtless be watching the road in. She studied the lie of the land and made her decision. She struck off into the woods at an angle to the road, pushing through the young saplings and tramping down the brambles that obstructed her path. It was hard going, especially since she was conscious of trying to make as little noise as possible. After about 10 minutes, the trees ended abruptly in a wide clearing. At the centre was a single-story stone building with a slate roof. She was facing the end wall, which had no windows, perfect for her plans. She glanced to either side, disconcerted by the absence of a vehicle. If the killer was there with Kit, they had to have arrived in something. What if she was already too late? What if he'd done what he intended and killed Kit already? She'd never felt so scared, or so alone. "Don't overreact," she muttered under her breath. At worst, they only had a couple of hours' start on her. It was important to the killer that he complete the murder ritual as it was outlined in the book. There hadn't been enough time for him to have exsanguinated Kit and painted the walls. Either they weren't there yet, or the killer had driven off into Leg for supplies. Or else she had guessed completely wrong. Refusing to allow that thought to settle, Fiona opted for action. Adrenaline pumping, she ran in a low crouch from the trees to the shelter of the gable end, grateful for the flexibility of the lightweight boots. Then, With infinite care she inched along the wall to the rear of the bothy. At the end, she chanced a quick look round the back. No sign of life. There were 3 windows in the wall, she noted. She wiped a sheen of sweat from her forehead and boldly turned the corner. Fiona could feel the thud of her heart in her chest as she tiptoed to the edge of the first window and looked carefully round the edge of the frame. The room spread before her was obviously Kit's bedroom. There was no sign of activity. It was a curious sensation to look in on a life so familiar and yet so strange. A surge of emotion swelled in her chest, making her catch her breath. She swallowed hard and swiftly crossed the window, slowing again as she approached the second window. This looked like a later addition, having a markedly different size and shape to the other 2. As she drew nearer, she could see it was completely obscured by a blind. This was almost certainly the bathroom. If she was right, this was where Kit would be held prisoner. She moved her head through various angles to try to catch a glimpse inside the round edges of the blind, but she could see nothing. Frustrated, she moved on to the third window. Again, a quick glance confirmed there was no movement inside the room. Seeing no one, Fiona took a long look at the interior. It contained a large table, a couple of armchairs on either side of a wood-burning stove, a small galley kitchen area, and a couple of cupboards that ran the full height of the room. A narrow metal cabinet stood open, its door obscuring the contents, and on the floor, near the door, were a couple of Waitrose carrier bags. They didn't look as if they'd been there for long, being apparently free of dust. She also knew there wasn't a Waitrose within 300 miles. A tiny piece of evidence, but enough to convince her she'd come to all the right conclusions. Then she spotted something that confirmed her worst fears and made her stomach churn painfully. In the far corner, half hidden by the angle of the chimney breast, was a small table leaning at an angle. On the floor beside it was a tangle of smashed plastic and metal. It was unmistakably the remains of a satellite phone. So they were here. And judging by the absence of a vehicle, the killer was temporarily absent. He was obviously a careful operator, the destruction of the phone a clear sign that he accepted the remote possibility that his prisoner might break free. She wondered momentarily about the man she'd seen in the woods, but he'd looked perfectly innocent, with his bundle of wood and his axe, and besides, he'd been on foot. She wished she'd thought to ask him if he'd seen any unfamiliar vehicles around. But thinking was wasting time. Fiona moved away from the window and ran round the far corner. She passed a small stone shelter that contained a diesel generator, then turned down the front of the house. The double wooden doors were shut and locked, she soon discovered. She pushed with her shoulder, but they didn't budge. She was going to have to break in, and at the rear was the best place to do it. She ran back to the bedroom window and tugged at the bottom of the frame. Locked. Fiona pulled the lump hammer out of the bag tucked inside her jacket and hefted it in her hand. No point in just breaking the glass. She'd have to smash the wooden strut that ran up the middle of the lower sash. She breathed in, drew her arm back and swung the hammer round in a sharp arc. The wood splintered, and the glass on both sides shattered explosively. On the quiet hillside it sounded remarkably loud. A pair of jays started out of the wood behind her, their hoarse cries making her jump. As quickly as she could, Fiona broke off the window spar, then cleared the glass from the frame to avoid cutting herself as she went through. Gingerly, she put one leg through the gap, hoisting herself over the sill and into the bedroom. The house was quiet, though it lacked the indefinable stillness that usually accompanies emptiness. Fiona stood motionless for a moment, listening for any sign of danger. Cautiously, she crossed the room and pulled the door wide open. To her left, in the gloom of the hallway, the bathroom door was closed. She reached a tentative hand to the doorknob, almost too afraid of what might lie behind it. She screwed her eyes shut, steeling herself for action, then clenched her fingers round the knob, turning it, and throwing the door open in one motion. Chapter 54. 600 miles away in London, Steve Preston had congratulated himself on persuading the Assistant Commissioner that he had enough evidence to go through with his plan. Now, all that was left to do was to brief the team who would back up Joanne and Neil when they brought in Gerard, and the forensic squad who would assist in the search of Coyne's flat. "I've given this a lot of thought. I don't want to arrest him in his flat. because as you all know, that means that under PACE we can only do a Section 32 search with all the restrictions that implies. What I want to do is to wait until he leaves the flat, then pick him up in the open. We'll bring him into the yard and arrest him on suspicion of murder, and then we can do a Section 18 search, which gives us a lot more scope. To make sure he doesn't get out of our grasp, I'm detailing one of you to be on a bike and another on a motorbike. He's a keen cyclist. There's every chance that when he does leave, he'll be on 2 wheels. He forced his face into a serious expression, battening the hatches on his feelings of exultation. I want him back here in one piece, he said forcefully. No accidents, nobody falling down the stairs, no unexplained cuts, bruises, or broken bones. I want him handled as if he was fine china. As soon as we get him back here, I want Coyne arrested on suspicion of murder. Let's put the shits up him right away, but no delays over letting him call his brief. I want this done by the book. Nothing that anyone can pick on afterwards and say, hang on a minute, you didn't follow pace here, mate. Anybody got any questions? A young DC raised a hand. What exactly are we looking for in Coyne's flat? Good question, Steve said. Anything that could tie him into Susan Blanchard's murder or the North London rapes. So that means newspaper cuttings, any maps with crime scenes marked on them, diaries, photographs, and I want every knife in the place. Also, any clothing that matches the description of the cycle gear that the cyclist on the heath or the rapist was wearing. I know after all this time we're probably clutching at straws, but I want Coyne, and together we're going to nail him and lay Susan Blanchard to rest at last. He looked round the room. No more questions. He turned to the pinboard behind him and pointed to a photograph of Susan's twin sons. I don't want justice for me. I don't even want justice for the Mets. I want justice for those 2. Now go out there and get it for them. He hated the cheap emotional shot, but they needed to be gung-ho, and he knew exactly how to get them there. Steve watched the officers file out of the room, wondering how much time he had before they brought their prisoner back. He needed to find out what the hell Fiona was up to. He'd tried her mobile several times since he'd got back to the yard, but all he'd had was a recorded message telling him that it was not possible to connect his call. Thanks to Sarah Duval, he knew she'd gone to Scotland to review the evidence in the Drushand case. A call to the officer in charge was probably as good a place to start as any. He picked up the nearest phone and asked the switchboard to connect him to Lothian and Borders Police. It took little time to discover that the man he needed to speak to was Superintendent Sandy Galloway, but Galloway wasn't in the building. Frustrated, Steve arranged for them to pass on a message asking Galloway to call him back as soon as possible. What on earth was Fiona playing at, leaving messages he couldn't return? Given the terms they'd been on when last they met, it had to be something serious. It might be worth trying Kit, he thought. But dialing their home number simply connected him to another answering machine. There was nothing more he could do. Now he had to clear his mind and concentrate on how he would handle Gerard Coyne. This was too important to allow anything to distract him. It was worse. Far worse than the corresponding scene in the TV adaptation. Worse, infinitely worse than her imagination had prepared her for. Her first thought was that he was dead. Kit slumped naked on the toilet, his arms chained to the walls, his legs hobbled round the toilet. His skin was white, his head sunk on his chest. He was only held upright by his bonds. She could see no sign of breath or pulse. In the vein of his left arm there was a shunt, and on the walls around him, amateurish daubs of trees and flowers, gruesome in shades from dark carmine to rust brown. About half of the walls of the compact bathroom were covered. She had no way of estimating how much blood that had required. Her chest contracted in an agony of fear and distress. With a wordless moan that was closer to a sob, Fiona rushed forward, falling to her knees and throwing her arms around his chill flesh. Her eyes were already brimming with tears. To her amazement, she felt a flicker of movement against her face. Then a breath, like a soft groan, tickled her ear. Kit. She stammered, "Kit, can you hear me?" She put her hand to his neck and felt a weak and irregular pulse. She took his head between her hands and gently raised it level with hers. His eyelids flickered, the whites of his eyes showing through the lashes. "I'm here, Kit. It's me, Fiona. It's going to be all right." His eyes opened a crack, and he groaned. She held him close, desperate to transfer her warmth to him. Shock. That's what it was. Loss of blood and the cold had sent him into shock. The first thing she had to do was get him warm. Fiona gently moved away from him and ran through to the bedroom. She grabbed a sleeping bag, a couple of flannel shirts, and a pair of jeans, then hurried back to the bathroom. She draped the sleeping bag over his shoulders, keeping up a constant flow of reassuring words. Then she pulled the carrier bag out of her jacket and took out the bolt cutters. It took all her strength, but she managed to snap through the chain that fettered his legs and unwrap it from his ankles. His legs were stiff and cold in her hands, but she pulled them round to the front of the toilet and fed his feet through the legs of his jeans, pulling them up to his knees. Next, she took the chisel and the lump hammer and attacked the shackles holding him to the wall. Beginning with his right arm, a couple of blows were all it took to rip the metal eye out of the wall. His arm fell uselessly to his side, and he groaned again. Fiona moved round to the other side and considered. She didn't want to disturb the shunt in his arm, afraid that if she took it out, he'd start bleeding again. She took a roll of elastoplast out of the first aid kit and carefully wound it round the shunt, holding it firmly in place. Then she repeated the procedure with the hammer and chisel, freeing his left arm. He fell forward. A dead weight collapsed over his knees. Somehow, struggling against the mass of his torso, Fiona managed to dress him in the shirts, cutting the sleeves to get them over the chains and handcuffs. Then, grunting with the effort, she hauled him to his feet, propping him against the wall so she could pull up his trousers. It was all taking too long, she thought with a surge of panic. His captor couldn't be far away. Surely he wouldn't take the risk of leaving Kit alone for too long. Fiona let Kit slump back onto the toilet. She took out the heat packs, flexed them to activate the chemical reaction that would produce life-saving warmth, and tucked them inside the shirts next to his skin. Then she went back to the bedroom and searched till she found a pair of thick socks and some battered trainers. Her next stop was the living room. Inside one of the cupboards, she found a couple of cans of Coke. Perfect. Fluid and sugar. The caffeine probably wouldn't be a problem for a man who routinely consumed as much coffee as Kit did. As she turned back, the narrow metal cabinet caught her eye. Where there should have been the shotgun that Kit used to pot rabbits, there was an empty space. A box of cartridges lay open, half empty. Fresh panic seized her. Wherever he was, Kit's abductor had a double-barreled shotgun. What was already a desperate situation had suddenly become worse. Hurrying back to the bathroom, Fiona thrust Kit's feet into socks and trainers. Then she pulled him upright from his slumped position. "Come on, Kit. I need you conscious, my darling. I need you able to function." The warmth had begun to do its work. With a shivering tremor, Kit's eyes opened properly. He looked at her with puzzlement. "Fiona?" he croaked. "Yes, it's me. You're not hallucinating. I found you, sweetheart. Now, I need you to drink this." She held the can of Coke to his lips and forced herself to be patient while he sipped it through dry and cracked lips. "We're going to get you out of here, I promise," she said. "Where's Blake?" he said, his voice cracked and strange, his consonants slurred. Blake? Fiona asked, wondering from what delirious corner of his mind he dredged that name. Francis Blake, he insisted. He brought me here. He did this to me. It shouldn't have made sense, but suddenly it did. The man she'd passed on the way to the bothy. Memory jolted into place. She'd never met Blake, but she'd heard his voice on TV. The oral recollection triggered a visual image. She hadn't seen much of the stranger's face, but now she had a template to set it against. She knew it was him. Francis Blake was the man with the axe. But even as her mind accepted the identification, her intelligence balked at it. Why on earth would Francis Blake have kidnapped Kit? How could he be this particular serial killer? It was meaningless, absurd. It was also something she couldn't afford the time to consider now. He's gone, she said with a confidence she didn't feel. But where was Blake? And what was he doing? Judging by the axe, he'd gone for firewood. Either that, or it was simply an elaborate way to disguise the shotgun, constructing a hide of sticks around it. Obviously, he must have been heading back to the bothy, having hidden his vehicle somewhere else. But he'd heard her approach. Even if he didn't know who she was, he knew she was heading for the only habitation on that particular track, and so he must have turned round to make it look as if he was walking away. A simple enough ruse, but it had worked. She hadn't felt a moment's suspicion, and now he knew she was there. He couldn't just let them go, could he? It was inconceivable. Fiona shook her head in an attempt to clear her thoughts. I'm going to get the Land Rover, she said, keeping her voice brisk in an attempt to hide the fear twisting her guts. I want you to stay here. If you can drink the rest of the Coke, that would be good. But don't worry if your fingers don't work yet. The circulation will take a while to come back. Do you know how much blood you've lost? More than a pint, he sighed, his voice still sounding like a drunk. I passed out then. I suppose he must have stopped. He blinked and focused properly on his surroundings, for the first time, shuddering at the bloodwork on the walls. Fuck, he said with a laugh that turned into a cough. He's a fucking terrible painter. Fiona stood up and hugged his head to her chest. I'll be as quick as I can. She let him go, and took the craft knife out of the bag, sliding the blade out an inch, then putting it carefully in her jacket pocket. Leaving him behind was the hardest thing she had ever done, but the only way out for them was in the Land Rover. She couldn't afford to wait for Caroline to summon the cavalry, not now she knew Blake had a gun. She crossed to the front door and inched it open. She stared across the clearing down the track through the trees. Nothing stirred. Her flesh prickled with apprehension. He could be anywhere in those trees, sighting her down the barrel of a gun. He could be lurking behind the Land Rover, axe ready to swing down on her head. The prospect made her stomach cramp. Cautiously, she opened the door further, her free hand slipping into her pocket and gripping the knife handle. Still nothing stirred. If he was watching her with the gun at his shoulder, she'd be a harder target moving than standing, still dithering, she told herself firmly. Now or never. From a standing start, she sprinted across the clearing and down the track. She reached the Land Rover with a rapidity that surprised her, having forgotten how much more direct this route was than the initial approach she'd taken to the bothy. She yanked the door open and jumped inside, then leaned her head on the steering wheel for a moment, a sob of relief escaping from her gasping mouth. Get a grip, she chastised herself, straightening up. Thrusting the keys into the ignition, she had a moment's panic. What if Blake had disabled the engine? Quickly, she turned the keys, and almost wept with relief when the starter motor turned over and caught first time. She slammed it into gear and roared up the remainder of the track, hauling on the heavy steering as she entered the clearing to swing the vehicle round in a circle so the tailgate faced the cottage door. Leaving the engine running, she opened the rear door of the Land Rover, then hurried back inside. Kit was more upright now, leaning back against the toilet cistern. He was still deathly pale, but his eyes were open and he seemed more alert. Fiona scrabbled around in the bedroom, unearthing a couple of blankets and a pillow. She grabbed the rest of Kit's shirts and took her bundle out to the Land Rover, adding the sleeping bag on a second trip. She made a sort of bed on the floor, then returned for Kit. "I'm going to need some help from you," she said. "I can't carry you." Kit nodded. "I think I can just about stand up now. There's a walking stick in the living room, that might help." His voice was cracked and barely audible. Fiona found it propped up in a corner. It was a modern aluminium stick, spring-loaded to absorb impact and telescopic. She extended it slightly so that Kit could use it as a shepherd would a crook. Back in the bathroom, she pushed Kit's hand through the fabric loop and helped him clasp the hand grip. "Pins and needles," he muttered. "Trust me, that's a good sign," Fiona said. She slipped under his other arm, and between them they got him to his feet. "Christ, I've got cramp," he moaned, his right leg buckling as it took his weight. It felt like an eternity before he was able to put one foot in front of the other. Fiona could feel the sweat of fear pooling in the small of her back. Slowly they stumbled the few yards to the front door. Then they were at the Land Rover. Fiona manoeuvred him so that he was sitting on the tailgate. Then she swung his legs on board and settled him as comfortably as possible. "Are you okay?" she asked. He managed a wan smile. "Compared to what? My head's splitting, everything's spinning, and I feel sick as a dog." "It's only dehydration and low blood pressure, trust me, Kit." A tremendous wave of euphoria flooded Fiona as she finally closed the door and put the Land Rover in gear. She'd made it. Against all the odds, she'd found him in time. They were going to make it. She moved off, almost feeling like singing, into the woods, then out into the open. She could see the belt of conifers ahead that hid the final approach to the bridge. As they drew nearer to the trees, Kit's voice came faintly from the back. "He's not going to let us go this easy, Fiona," he said weakly. "Pull up." Much as it ran against her instincts to get out as fast as possible, she did as he asked. She squirmed round in her seat to face him. "What's wrong, Kit?" "If the bridge is down, we're stuck," he said. "In the glove box, binoculars, go and have a look up ahead, please." "He's got your gun, Kit. He could be watching us right now." "He'd have shot us already, please." Fiona thought for a moment. There was sense in what Kit had said. If Blake had been on this side of the ravine, he could have picked them off easily when they were getting into the Land Rover, and at least she had the conifers for cover. In Kit's state of shock, she wasn't prepared to take unnecessary risks. She climbed out, and sticking close to the edge of the trees, walked to the curve in the road that brought the bridge into view. As she rounded the bend, taking cover behind some closely planted spruce, she smiled at the sight of the bridge still in place. Kit's fears had been groundless, she thought happily. But because he'd made her take the binoculars, she decided to check anyway. It wouldn't hurt just to make certain there was no loose planking. She raised the glasses to her eyes and focused on the bridge. At first, everything seemed to be fine. Then her heart leapt in panic. She lowered the binoculars, took a deep breath, and looked again. She could have wept. On the far side of the bridge, both ropes had been cut part-way through, the fraying obvious through the powerful field glasses. There was no way out. The bridge had changed from a lifeline to a death trap. Chapter 55. Caroline double-checked the number Fiona had given her and nervously checked her watch again. 61 minutes had passed since she'd waved goodbye to Fiona. Whatever had been waiting at the end of her friend's journey, it clearly hadn't been straightforward. Caroline was angry with herself for letting Fiona face the danger alone, but she recognized the sense in what she'd been instructed to do. If Fiona couldn't deal with it on her own, the chances were that Caroline would have been more of a liability than a help. That knowledge assuaged neither her guilt nor her fear. Hastily, she shoveled all her change into the coin box of the phone and keyed in the number. The phone on the other end rang 3 times. Then she heard the choked-off ring of a call being diverted to another phone. This time, it was answered on the second ring. CID? DC Mullen. A husky male voice grunted. I need to speak to Superintendent Sandy Galloway, Caroline said. He's not available just now. Can I help you? Where to begin? Are you working on the Drew Shand case? She asked. Have you some information pertaining to the inquiry, madam? Can I take your name? No, I don't have information as such. I'm calling on behalf of Dr. Fiona Cameron. She's been consulting with Superintendent Galloway on the case. Look, it's vital that I speak to him. I'm afraid he's not on duty. Can I pass on a message? Exasperated, Caroline struggled to find a quick way to tell the detective what was going on, conscious that her credit was dribbling away by the second. She's following a lead. She thought she might be heading into a dangerous situation. She thinks the killer's still on the loose, you see, and she asked me to call Superintendent Galloway if she hadn't come back within the hour, she gabbled, aware that she wasn't explaining the situation well. I think she needs backup. Backup for what? He sounded bemused. She thinks the killer's holed up with his next victim. Nobody would listen to her. She's gone after him on her own. Look, miss, I think you're under a misapprehension here. We believe that Drew Shand's killer is in custody. Where are you calling from? Just outside Lairg, on the shores of Loch Shin. Lairg? I'm afraid you're a wee bit off our patch, he said, sounding amused. He'd clearly decided to consign her to the drawer marked Crank. Maybe you should be talking to Highland Police. Wait, don't hang up, Caroline shouted. I know this sounds crazy, but I'm not some kind of nutter. Fiona Cameron's in danger. I need help here. Talk to the police at Lairg. They're the men on the spot. They'll be able to help you. Either that, or leave a message with me for Superintendent Galloway. You'll get it to him right away, Caroline demanded. I'll make sure he gets it. Okay. Tell him Fiona's at Kit Martin's bothy. It's near the Alta Clown on the shores of Loch Shin. She spelt out the name of the river gorge for him. She sent him a fax, but I don't know if he got it. Please, tell him we need help, urgently. An electronic voice in her ear told her she had 10 seconds left. It's really important, she stressed, as the line went dead. Caroline slammed the phone down. Bugger! She shouted in frustration. You really fucked that up, you moron! She smashed the flat of her hand into the glass wall of the box. She'd blown her one chance with the Edinburgh police, and every minute that ticked past might put Fiona's life at even more risk. She had a horrible feeling that the local police were going to be even less inclined to take her seriously, but there was nothing else for it. She'd have to go back to Lairg anyway for more change to make phone calls. Still cursing her incompetence, Caroline made for her car, all the time praying that Fiona was still in one piece. No thanks to you if she is, fuckwit, she said out loud, as she threw the car into a U-turn and headed back into town. When Gerard Coyne emerged from his flat that morning, Joanne let out a sigh of relief. He's not taking the bike, she said, peering into the rear-view mirror. Thank Christ for that, Neil said. He watched in the carefully angled wing mirror as Coyne drew level with their car and continued on up the street. Before he reached the corner, 2 detectives were on his tail, one on either side of the street. Joanne started the car and pulled out of the parking spot. The brief was clear. Wait until Coyne was stationary, then close in. The 2 officers on foot were each shadowed by another backup, with Joanne and Neil in the car, ready to join in the endgame. Coyne cut through the maze of narrow streets and emerged on Caledonian Road near its junction with Holloway Road. As he approached a bike shop with its wares covering most of the pavement outside, his pace slowed, and he came to a halt studying a racing bike. Time to make a move, Neil asked Joanne, as they crawled towards the shop. I think so, she said, breaking to a halt and flicking on the hazard lights. Neil spoke into the radio set. Alpha Tango to all units. Move in on suspect now. He jumped out of the car and strode across the pavement. The other officers had surrounded Coyne, who was standing with his back to the bike display, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gerard Patrick Coyne, Neil said. Yeah? Who wants to know? Coyne demanded, trying for cool and missing by a mile. I am Detective Constable Neil McCartney of the Metropolitan Police, and I would like you to accompany me to a police station to help with my inquiries into a serious matter. Coyne shook his head. You must be mistaken, mate. I've done nothing. His eyes were darting from side to side, as if seeking a way out. But his path was blocked by the police officers, as well as the pedestrians who had stopped to see what was going on. In which case, you won't mind answering a few questions, will you, sir? Neil took a step closer. Am I under arrest? Coyne demanded. That's up to you at this point, sir. We'd prefer it if you accompanied us on a voluntary basis. I don't have a lot of choice, do I? He said, his voice the whine of those who feel victimized. I have a car waiting, was all Neil said. The officers formed a phalanx around him and escorted him to the back seat of the car, where he was hemmed in by Neil and another detective. Coyne's narrow face was set in a petulant mask, his arms tightly folded across his chest. You're making a big mistake, he complained. You'll have plenty of opportunity to put us right, Neil said pleasantly. He could afford the courtesy. Everything had gone according to plan. Fiona rested her head on the steering wheel. So, what do we do now? She asked. I've got backup. Caroline should have called the cops by now. But they're not going to treat this as a matter of urgency. I just know they're not. Besides, it'll take them forever to get here. You say there's no other way out? Not by road, Kit said. He'd propped himself up into a sitting position. Now the cramps and the pins and needles had passed, he felt slightly less like someone knocking at heaven's door. His head still felt like he was half drunk, half hungover, but he was gradually getting used to that. On foot. There is a way on foot. It's about 6 miles across the hill. I don't think I can make it, but you could hike out and get help. I can't leave you here, Fiona protested, her voice muffled as she spoke into her chest. There's nothing to stop Blake coming back for you. We don't know that he's left. If I was him, I'd be in the woods on the other side of the ravine, waiting for us to plunge to our deaths. And if time passes and we don't do that, he'll probably look at the map and figure out what we're doing. So he'll come back for you, even if he has to hike back down the road to the bridge by the lochside and back up again through the woods. He'll still get to you before I can make it to the main road. What other choice is there, apart from waiting for your backup? You need to get to a hospital, Kit. And besides, what's going to happen when they roll up? Either they're going to spot what's happened to the bridge and they'll be stuck that side of the ravine, or else they won't and they'll end up crashing into the gorge like we're supposed to have done. There was a long pause. Then Kit said, There is something that might work, but it's a very long shot. A long shot's better than no shot at all. You might not think that once you've heard it. Steve was generous in his praise of his team. You did a great job, like clockwork and by the book. Not a thing that the defence could pick on. Well done. The drinks are on me tonight. He's been formally arrested now, has he? Neil nodded. On suspicion of murder. He looked completely gobsmacked, but he knows what he's about. The only thing he said was that he wanted his lawyer. Steve picked up a sheet of paper from his desk. Right. I've drawn up the authorization for a Section 18 search. I want you to take charge of that, Neil. You know what we're looking for. Now, I want John and Joanne to start the interview. I'm going to be watching from the observation room. John, I want Joanne to take the lead. This guy has a problem with women. I want to wind him up, and Joanne coming on the macho cop will do just that. Okay with that, Joanne? She smiled grimly. It'll be a pleasure, Gov. Before he could say more, Steve's phone rang. He grabbed it and said, DS Preston. Steve, it's Sarah Duval. I wonder is there any chance you could drop round to Snow Hill? There's something I'd like you to see. Sarah, I'm up to my arse in alligators right now. Can it wait? I'm not sure it can, actually. Let me just explain. I've had a team checking the Smithfield videos, and we think we've narrowed down the man who deposited Georgia Lester's remains in the freezer. That sounds like good news. But why are you calling me? Steve said impatiently. We think it's Francis Blake. What? Steve couldn't believe what he was hearing. I've looked at it myself. I've compared it with Blake's mugshots. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Confused, Steve said. But what about Redford? There was a pause before Duval spoke. We might be wrong about Redford. There was a strange ringing in his ears. If Redford wasn't the killer, how could it be Francis Blake? More importantly, if Redford wasn't the killer, where were Kit and Fiona? So, can you come over and take a look? He heard Duval say, as if from a very great distance. I've just... No, I'm about to... Sarah, can you bike it over? There was a long pause. This is an active murder investigation, sir. Can't you spare me half an hour? The reproach was in the tone as much as the words. We've just arrested someone for Susan Blanchard, Steve said stonily. I can't leave the yard. Hang on a second. He covered the mouthpiece and waved his free hand towards the door. Give me 5 minutes. I'll see you in the CID room. As they filed out, he turned his attention back to Sarah Duval. Look, you should be aware that Fiona Cameron seems to have vanished off the face of the earth. She was supposed to meet Superintendent Galloway this morning, and she didn't show. Now he tells me that she had a bee in her bonnet last night about Redford not being the man. She was convinced that the killer was still on the loose, and she was also convinced that he'd kidnapped Kit Martin. I can't raise either Fiona or Kit. I think we've got a serious problem on our hands here. I couldn't agree more, Duval said. But I don't see how it can be Blake. According to my surveillance reports, Blake didn't leave his flat at all yesterday. It's Blake, Steve. I'd stake my life on it. What worried Steve was that it wasn't Duval's life that was at stake. You need to talk to Galloway, he said. But Duval had her own priorities. The person I need to talk to is Francis Blake. From his vantage point in the trees beyond the ravine, Francis Blake stared at the track emerging from the trees. What was keeping them? She must have managed to get him free by now. There was a box of tools in the generator shed, he knew. That's where he'd found the axe that he'd used to smash the padlock on the gun cupboard. He couldn't believe his bad luck. He'd only gone out to move his 4x4 to the far side of the gorge, but some inner caution had made him take the gun, hidden in a bundle of firewood. Luckily he'd heard her approach in the Land Rover, and he'd had the sense to turn around and make it look as if he was walking out of the woods. A bit more warning, and he could have been ready and waiting for the bitch. Okay, it would have meant breaking the pattern, but to have killed Fiona Cameron at close quarters would have just been the icing on the cake. He propped the shotgun against a tree and tucked his hands into his pockets for warmth. The sun might be shining, but it was October, and here under the canopy of trees it was like midwinter. But it would be worth the wait when the pair of them plunged into the ravine. That would finish them off. No messing. Then he'd be free and clear, either to kill again or to leave it alone. He didn't think he was under any threat from the police. Fiona Cameron was acting alone, he felt sure of that. She hadn't been able to convince her cronies in the force to back up what could only have been a hunch. After all, they had that lunatic Redford in custody. They must be pretty sure they had their killer under wraps. Otherwise, given the clout she had with the police, they'd have turned up mob-handed if they thought there was any serious chance of laying hands on a serial killer of his caliber. There was a kind of sweet irony in that, too. It was psychological profilers like her who had destroyed his life, and he'd set out to destroy the people who had turned profilers into gods. Now, the profiler herself couldn't get anyone to believe her. Maybe that meant he'd made his point. Blake took his hand out of his pocket and chewed the skin on the side of his thumb. Fucking profilers. They'd set him up to prove how clever they were, but he'd outsmarted them. He'd turned the tables, and now nobody could touch him. He'd had plenty of time to lay his plans. He'd always known he would get off when his case came to court, and he'd spent his time on remand brooding on the injustice that had been done to him. It would have been too obvious to go for the cops and the psychologist who had concocted the campaign against him. Besides, they'd never suffer enough to make up for what they'd done to him. He'd lost his home, his job, his girlfriend, and his reputation. They'd only lose their lives. No, somebody else had to pay. Who was responsible for making the world believe that psychological profilers had all the answers? Simple. Thriller writers, especially the ones whose books had been turned into films and TV shows that millions of people had watched. They were the ones who were really responsible for what had happened to Francis Blake, and they were the ones who would pay. It had been easy to get hold of their books while he'd still been in prison, and relatively easy to find out about their lives. They were always talking to journalists. Plus, the British ones all featured in a book of detailed interviews that some sad anorak had just published. Then, when he got out, there had been the Internet. It hadn't taken long to put it all together. The hardest thing to find out had been the precise whereabouts of Kit Martin's bothy. He'd known the rough location, thanks to various interviews, but a search of the land registry had given him a precise address, and the Ordnance Survey map had done the rest. Nobody had been watching him while he'd been in Spain. He'd made sure of that. And from Spain, it was easy enough to drive across the land borders in Europe and pick up ferry crossings from there. And eluding the pathetic Met surveillance on him once he'd returned couldn't have been easier. As long as he showed his face every other day and made it look like he was living the life of a recluse, they'd looked no further, leaving him 48-hour spans free to do what he had to do in Dorset, and later in Sutherland. He wouldn't mind betting they hadn't even figured out there was a back way out of his flat, into the vanway behind the shops. One thing they'd never understand, and that was how his life had changed after what he'd seen on Hampstead Heath. Then, he'd understood how easy it was to take a life away. Doing it himself had turned into a piece of piss, really. Until Fiona Cameron came along and fucked up his neatly laid plans. Well, she'd get her comeuppance soon enough. He ran over the getaway in his mind once more. He'd moved the Toyota away from the bothy as soon as he'd unloaded Kit and locked him up tight. It would cause much less comment if a local spotted it on the access road up beyond the turning to the bothy than if they noticed it sitting outside. It was parked about 5 minutes away from his present position, facing down the hill towards the loch. He'd be on the road south in no time at all. Then he heard the Land Rover again, its engine revving out of sight. It rounded the bend and slowed down to a crawl. He could see the outline of 2 figures through the windscreen. Then it began to roll forward towards the bridge, the engine complaining at such high revs in first gear. As soon as the front wheels hit the bridge, the ropes snapped. In a crash of wood and metal, the Land Rover kept on coming, plunging downwards in a tangle of planks and rope. There was a fragmentary moment of stillness, then a terrible rending crash as timber and steel hit the rocks below. Blake struggled through the undergrowth and emerged near the lip of the ravine. He edged forward, nervous of slipping and joining his victims. He looked down, hoping to see the broken bodies among the wreckage. The tumble down the gorge had ripped the roof from the Land Rover, leaving its mangled base exposed to the rushing river. But where he'd expected to see Kit Martin and Fiona Cameron, there was nothing but strewn clothing, and what looked like a couple of saucepans. Blake swore fluently. The bastards thought they could outwit him, did they? Well, they could forget that. Furious, he ran back to the Toyota and pulled the Ordnance Survey map out of the glove box. One way or another, he would have their blood on his hands by the end of the day. Chapter 56. Caroline looked at the police constable behind the counter in the Lairg police station and despaired. He looked about 12. A gawky, awkward 12 at that. He had dark blonde hair that had been cut by someone with no feeling for the job. His face was a pale moonscape of lumps, a bumpy forehead, prominent cheekbones, a thin nose with an angular bridge and a curiously round tip, jawbones like chestnuts, a sharp jut of chin, and an Adam's apple the size of a ripe fig. He'd actually blushed when she walked in and said she needed his help. "This is going to sound kind of strange," she said, "but it's a matter of life and death." "Oh, fuck, I already sound like a nutter." He picked up a pen and said, "Name, please." Dr. Caroline Matthews. Sometimes having a title helped. Sometimes even the wrong assumption that went with it helped. "Look, I don't want to be difficult about this, but can we leave the form filling for now? My friend's life may be in danger, and I think you need to deal with that as a matter of urgency." His mouth set in a stubborn line, but 5 seconds of Caroline's cold blue glare reduced him to submission. "Aye. Right. What seems to be the problem, Doctor?" There was, she realized, no point in attempting the whole story. "A friend of mine has a cottage locally. Kit Martin, the thriller writer?" The young policeman's face lit up in a smile. "Oh, aye. Out at Alta Clone. The thing is, he's been receiving threatening letters, and his partner was worried about him because she couldn't make contact. She's afraid he's got a stalker and that something must have happened to him. Anyway, she went out there about an hour and a quarter ago. She said if she wasn't back in an hour, I was to go to the police." She gave him her warmest smile. "So, here I am, and I really think you should head out there and see what's what." He looked doubtful. "I'm going to need to go and talk to somebody about this," he said, in the tone of voice that indicated he was suggesting something monumentally difficult. "What's keeping you, then?" Caroline wanted to scream. "Make it quick, please." He scratched his forehead with the end of his pen. "I'll go and talk to somebody, then." He unfolded his long, thin body and crossed to a door in the far wall. "You just wait there. I'll be back." Caroline closed her eyes. She could have wept. With every passing moment her dread grew. Please, God, keep her safe, she prayed to a deity she had never believed in. He hadn't kept Leslie safe. Deep in her heart, she knew he'd be no use to Fiona either. But there was nothing else she could do. The news from the team searching Gerard Coyne's flat was distinctly encouraging. Steve began to feel slightly less anxious as he listened to the preliminary report from the officer in charge. Underneath the bathroom carpet, they'd found an area of floorboarding that had been cut and glued to allow a section to be lifted clear of the rest. Inside the cavity, they had found a plastic Ziploc bag stuffed full of newspaper cuttings. The stories covered every one of the rapes Terry had identified as being part of the cluster, as well as a couple of general pieces in North London free sheets about the prevalence of sexual attacks in the area. Even more significantly, there was a thick wedge of clippings relating to Susan Blanchard's murder. There were no other crime reports in the bag. Also in the cavity was a Sabatier kitchen knife with a sharply honed blade. It was already on its way to the Home Office labs, where it would be exhaustively tested for the slightest trace of Susan Blanchard's blood. "I can't believe he held on to the knife," Steve had said, still capable of being astonished by the stupidity or arrogance of offenders. "We don't know yet that it is the knife," his colleague cautioned. "It might be the one he used on the rapes. It's not necessarily the same one he used on Susan Blanchard." Among Coyne's clothes, they had found several lycra cycling garments, all of which had been bagged up and sent for analysis. They also found several trophies and certificates for cycling races that Coyne had won. There was no question that he could have been the cyclist hammering down the paths of Hampstead Heath that morning. He had both the skill and the stamina to have carried it off without even breaking sweat. Steve walked into the observation room and settled down to watch the two officers he'd chosen to interrogate Gerard Patrick Coyne begin their work. The questioning had just begun when the call came through from Sarah Duval. Looking at the map, Blake could see only one possibility. No way they'd head down to the Lochside Road. They knew he had wheels at his disposal, and they'd have no chance of avoiding him. The only other option was to hike out across the shoulder of the hill. That way, they'd hit the road into Lairg near some cottages, where presumably somebody would have a phone. He couldn't believe that Martin had the stamina or the strength to make it that far. She'd probably leave him at the bothy and set off to find help. That would suit him perfectly, he thought with satisfaction. If he drove round to the end of her escape route, he could climb higher up the hill and find a vantage point where he could take her out with the shotgun. There were plenty of places to hide a body in a landscape as wild as this. Then he could make his way back across the hill to the bothy and finish what he'd started. It would be a bonus, allowing him to get back to the blood painter, much more satisfying than if they'd perished in the ravine. It looked like the gods had decided to reward him for his patience. He deserved it, but it wasn't often in this life that people got what they deserved. He'd been changing that lately, and it was nice to see the universe joining in on his side. Blake turned the key in the ignition and smiled with satisfaction as he set off back down the hill towards the dark waters of Loch Shin. Few of the officers who worked with Steve Preston had ever seen his temper, but there was no doubting the towering anger that had him in its grip as the hapless officers who had been responsible for the surveillance on Francis Blake stood before him. Joanne and John pulled off the interrogation of Coyne before it had even begun, and Neil, summoned back from the suspect's flat before the search was complete, were in no doubt that they had not so much fallen down on the job as collapsed in a disintegrating heap. "It's beyond belief," Steve raged, his face pale apart from 2 spots of high colour on his cheekbones. "You're supposed to have had this man under tight surveillance, yet, according to the city police, he's been in and out of his flat at will, without any of you knowing. You have no idea what he's really been up to, have you?" "Nobody told us about the bike," John said stubbornly. "All this time, Blake's had a 10-speed racing bike in the backyard, a key to the back door, access to the vanway that runs along the back of the row of houses. In all the time you were supposed to be watching him, did none of you think to take a look at the back of the premises?" Neil stared at the floor. Joanne shrugged helplessly. "We didn't realize you could access the back door from Blake's flat, sir," she tried. "You're supposed to be detectives," he spat, his voice heavy with contempt. "A uniformed probationer would have had more nous than the 3 of you put together. As it is, City think we're a complete bunch of tossers." He slammed the flat of his hand on the desk. "Does anyone have any idea where Francis Blake is right now?" No one responded. Steve closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He needed this like a hole in the head. Kit appeared to be on the missing list. Fiona was God knew where in the Scottish Highlands doing God knew what. and he couldn't do anything about it because the Susan Blanchard case was suddenly alive and kicking again. It was his worst nightmare. He opened his eyes and growled. "When was the last time any of you logged him in or out of his flat?" "He went to the paper shop on Friday morning," Neil said. "It was a miserable day, so when he didn't come out again, I wasn't too surprised. The light was on in the flat all day." "It could have been on a timer switch, couldn't it?" Steve snapped. "So, the bottom line is we have no idea where Blake has been since yesterday morning, and we have no idea when he'll be back." Again, none of them replied. "Has anyone any idea where he's gone?" They exchanged looks. No one spoke. "Brilliant." Steve took a deep breath, trying to get a grip on his anger. He took a cigar from his desk drawer, unwrapped it and lit it. The nicotine hit seemed to go straight to his very soul, calming him with its familiarity. "Neil, I want you round at Blake's flat. Talk to the neighbours. See if you can get anything out of them that City have missed. And you two, go and have a coffee. Get your heads on straight, and get back in here in 20 minutes. We've got a suspect to interrogate, even if City don't." As they filed out, his shoulders slumped. This was rapidly turning into the worst day of his life, and it could get a lot worse before it got better. Fiona rounded the outcropping of rock where she'd left Kit 15 minutes earlier. He was sitting on a flat stone, leaning against the boulder, sipping a can of Coke. His face was still ghostly pale, but he appeared more alert than when she'd helped him the few yards from the Land Rover to his resting place. "How did it go?" he asked. Fiona rubbed her shoulder where she'd landed awkwardly. "Let's just say it looks a lot easier in the movies," she said. "But it worked." She nodded. "I left the driver's door open. I put it in first gear, wedged the rock halfway on the gas pedal, and jumped. And as you predicted, the door shut behind me, and the Land Rover carried on in a straight line, onto the bridge and down into the gorge. I don't think you can have seen a thing." Kit managed a wan smile. "You did well, Fiona." "It was fucking scary, let me tell you." "Are you hurt?" She pulled her face. "Shoulder. I caught it on a rock as I rolled. Nothing serious, I don't think, but I'll have a hell of a bruise. Now, we need to start making tracks." "I don't know if I can do this," Kit said. "I'm still so dizzy." "I don't know if you can either," Fiona said. "But I'm not leaving you here. If Blake has rumbled our little ploy, he's going to come after us, and I'm not leaving you alone and vulnerable. Let's get as far along the hill as we can, and if you can't go on, we'll find somewhere safe where you can lie up and wait till I fetch help. But this is far too near the bothy. We've got to put some distance between us and Blake." She folded out the Ordnance Survey map, and together they studied it. After she had spotted the problem with the bridge, Fiona had driven the Land Rover back to the bothy, then as far as she could across the rough ground behind it, where she'd unloaded Kit. According to him, it was possible to walk from here to the main road near where she'd left Caroline. It was a distance of between 5 and 6 miles, she reckoned. On her own, it would take her a little over 2 hours. With Kit, in his present state, it could be more like 4 or 5. But they had to make the effort. At least he didn't seem significantly concussed, which would have put the whole idea out of the question. She got him to explain the route to her, then went over it again for her own benefit. For the largest part of the trek, they would be more or less level, staying on the contour line above the forestry plantations. According to Kit, there was a rough path, little more than a sheep track most of the way. "Okay, let's do it," Fiona said, stripping off the wax jacket and helping Kit into it. It would help conserve his body heat, and she suspected she'd soon have no need of the extra warmth. She tucked herself under Kit's right shoulder and heaved him to his feet. With the stick in his left hand, he slowly started to drag himself along the track. Fiona walked on the heather by the side of the narrow path, her eyes on her feet to avoid loose rocks and treacherous roots. At least the weather was on their side, she thought. In Kit's condition, a cold wind and even a shower of rain could be fatal. but the sky was more or less clear, the sun shining still, and hardly a breath of wind disturbed the cool air. The rasp of Kit's laboured breathing was all she could hear, the weight of his body against her all she could feel, and the low thrum of his anxious fear all she could sense. They wasted no energy on speech, concentrating simply on putting one foot in front of the other. After half an hour, she called a halt at the first suitable point, a long low escarpment of striated schist, a dozen shades of grey against the heather's brown. She lowered Kit into a sitting position, then sat down beside him. 5 minutes, she said. There's some high-energy bars in your jacket. Can you manage to eat one? Kit nodded, too tired for speech. He fumbled a bar out of his pocket, but his numbed fingers still couldn't manage the unwrapping, so Fiona took it from him and opened it. You'll be okay, she reassured him. It's just that nothing's working properly yet. It's the shock to the system. He ate slowly, munching every mouthful carefully before he swallowed. He offered the bar to Fiona, but she shook her head. When he'd finished, she got to her feet. Time to make a move. By her reckoning, they'd covered about a mile, and it wasn't enough. Again, they plodded on, Fiona taking as much of his weight as she could bear. The ability of the human body to respond to crisis was amazing, she reminded herself. What a fabulous drug adrenaline was. She knew she'd crash and burn when all of this was over, but she also knew that until then, her capacity for endurance would be more than she could have imagined possible. Another half hour, another break. She could see he was tiring fast, and knew that there was no way he could manage another 4 miles of such rough going. If she could get him another mile or so along the way, Fiona decided she would seek out a hiding place where she could leave him. Under her own steam, she could cover the remaining 3 miles in half an hour to 40 minutes if she pushed herself. Help couldn't be far away then, so near to Lairg. With luck, Caroline would have persuaded Sandy Galloway to mobilize some sort of local response. They could do the rest for her. She got Kit to his feet and urged him on. The landscape was changing now, the heather hillside giving way to rock. The path had more or less disappeared, and they had to pick their way more carefully. The route was still clear, but it was rougher going, with patches of loose scree that threatened to send them flying. After about 20 minutes, Kit said, I need to stop. I just can't. No problem. Fiona looked around for a suitable perch. A few yards ahead, there was a pair of flat boulders that would do for a seat. She steered Kit towards them and helped him to settle. His breath was coming fast and shallow, and a sheen of sweat glistened on his face. It wasn't looking good. Fiona took deep breaths and tried to stay calm. They must be close to the halfway point, she thought. Time to start thinking about finding Kit a bolt hole. She leaned back against the rock and stared at the hillside ahead of them. Suddenly, something caught her eye. About half a mile away, maybe 70 feet above them on the hill, what looked like a pipe kept bobbing into sight above the machair. It dawned on her with appalling clarity that it was the barrel of a gun. Blake was no countryman. He clearly didn't realize that although he was keeping low, the gun barrel was as obvious as a mastiff in a crowd of dachshunds. Kit, she said, I don't want to worry you, but I think there's somebody up there ahead of us, on the hill. Is it likely to be somebody local, or a hill walker? Where? He said lethargically. I don't want to point in case it's Blake, but it's round about where a reasonably fit man would be if he'd driven back to the main road and started hiking in from this end. Over to the left, maybe 70 feet above us. There's a shoulder of the ridge behind him. He's maybe 40 or 50 yards to the right of it. I can't see anything, he said. His voice was slurring again, Fiona noticed with anxiety. I saw what looked like a gun barrel bobbing up and down. Could it be a local? I don't think so. There's no reason for them to be up here. There's nothing to shoot. Fuck. Fiona breathed, getting a better view. He's coming after us. Let's move on a bit and see what he does. Wearily they dragged themselves to their feet and laboured on to the next place where it was possible to sit down, a stagger of about 5 minutes. "Has he moved?" Kit asked. Fiona angled her head so it looked as if she was staring straight up the mountain, but out of the corner of her eye she was scanning the area where she had seen the barrel. "I've got him," she breathed. "I can actually see the blur of his face. I don't think he's moved." "Good," Kit said. "About 5 minutes ahead there's a sort of crevasse. It's about 4 feet wide, but from up there it just looks like a dark line in the rock. It's about half a mile before it opens out again. He won't be able to see us in there. Leave me and go on. You'll have a head start. It's not that far to the road. You can get away." "And what about you?" Kit sighed. "There's no way I'm going to make it out of here. I'm practically on my knees now. I can't go much further. He doesn't have to get both of us. Please, Fiona, leave me." She shook her head. "I'm not leaving you, Kit. I can't. Not after Leslie. Dying would be easier, believe me. But I don't have any plans to die either. Give me the map." Kit pulled the map out of his pocket and she spread it across her knees. "Right. We must be about here," she pointed. "No, not quite that far along," he corrected her, jabbing the map clumsily with his finger. "There's a stream runs down across this track," she said. "How far is that from the end of the defile?" "A few yards, maybe a dozen." "How deep are the banks?" "I suppose a couple of feet deep." His voice began to trail away as his energy ebbed. Fiona nodded. "So, if I can get up the stream bed without him seeing me, I should be able to come up above and behind him. I can jump him, hit him with a rock or something, deal with him anyway." "Can't do that. He's a big, strong bloke," Kit protested. "And he's got a gun." "Yeah, but I'd put money on my will to live being a damn sight stronger than his. And that, my love, is a professional opinion. You're crazy. He'll kill you." Fiona put her hand in the pocket of her fleece and took out the craft knife. "I'm not exactly unarmed, and I'm willing to use it. It's our only chance, Kit. I'm not going to sit here and wait to be killed." Kit put his hand over hers. "Be careful." He frowned at the inadequacy of his words. "I love you, Fiona." She leaned into him and kissed his cheek. The cold clamminess of his skin reminded her there wasn't time to delay. She checked that Blake was still in position. Then she stood up. "Let's do it." Chapter 57. Caroline checked her watch. It felt as if half a lifetime had passed while she'd been sitting in the reception area of the police station. Whatever was going on, it was taking long enough. At last, the door in the far wall opened again, and the PC returned, followed by a man who looked as grey and monolithic as some of the rocky outcroppings on the nearby mountain. His light grey suit was creased in all the places it should have been smooth, and he showed no sign of pleasure at Caroline's presence. "I'm Sergeant Lovett," he said. "You're lucky I'm here. I only popped round with a message for Sammy here." "Has he explained the situation?" "Well, he's told me what you told him, which doesn't sound like much of an explanation to me." He leaned against the counter and cocked his head as if assessing her and not much liking what he saw. Caroline was conscious that she was not at her most prepossessing. Her hair was a mess, and she knew she was probably almost as crumpled as Sergeant Lovett. Nevertheless, she needed to make an impression. "I've never been more serious in my life, Sergeant," she said. "I really do think something untoward has happened to Fiona Cameron." "Untoward, eh?" Lovett said, chewing the word as if it was spearmint gum. "Look, I know it sounds like a bizarre tale, But Dr. Cameron is not a woman who wastes police time. She's worked as a consultant with the Metropolitan Police for years, and I don't think they'd be—" Her voice tailed off as a possible solution to her dilemma presented itself. She'd been so busy worrying about getting her message across, she'd lost sight of the obvious lateral route. She took a deep breath and smiled at Lovett. "Detective Superintendent Steve Preston," she announced. "New Scotland Yard. Please call him. Tell him what I've told you. He'll know this isn't some wind-up." Lovett looked faintly amused. "You want me to call Scotland Yard on your say-so? It won't take you more than a few minutes, and it could save at least one life. Please, Sergeant Lovett." She forced a cool smile. "It would be so much better coming from you than from me, but if you won't make the call, I'll have to." Lovett looked at the PC and raised his eyebrows. "What are you waiting for, Sammy? This should be a good one." The rock walls closed around them, about a dozen feet tall, producing a narrow channel that twisted away to the left. As soon as they were inside the sheltering defile, Kit urged Fiona ahead. "Go, now. Just leave me. I'll find a place to sit down." She threw her arms around him in a quick hug. "I love you," she said. Then she was gone, moving swiftly along the base of the passage. Sure-footed and driven, Fiona moved with the easy confidence of a regular traveller in the rough terrain of hill and mountain. Within minutes, she could see the defile start to widen out, opening into a rocky slope, with patches of heather and bracken pushing through. She paused, checking out the lie of the land. The stream cut its own channel through the peat hag, its banks a rich, dark chocolate brown, fringed with the yellow of rough upland grasses and the cinnamon of bracken. It was, as Kit had said, about a dozen yards from the final cover of the low cliff. There was no way of checking whether Blake had figured out where they would eventually emerge, or if he was just scanning the hillside in frustration, wondering where they disappeared to. She considered for a moment. If she ran across to the stream, the very speed of her movement might attract attention. The fleece was a bright scarlet, but the thermal polo neck was mid-grey, her trousers a dark olive green. If she shed the fleece, she would be pretty well camouflaged against the rock. It was worth a try. Fiona pulled the fleece over her head and tossed it to the ground. Then she remembered her knife and retrieved it, making sure the blade was retracted before she put it in her trouser pocket. She dropped to her knees, then spread-eagled herself against the rock. In an agonizingly slow commando crawl, feeling hideously exposed, she crossed the dozen yards to the stream, crabbing round as she reached the bank, so she dropped in feet first. The water was so cold it took her breath away for an instant. She crouched in water that came up to the middle of her calves, her head barely above the bank. She scanned the hillside, looking for Blake's vantage point. "Gotcha," she said softly. From this side, he was entirely unprotected. She could see the outline of his body against the hillside, the gun barrel protruding like an obscene prosthesis. He had a hand up to his eyes, as if he was looking through binoculars. Fiona made a rough calculation of where she needed to be so that she'd emerge above and behind him. The burn took a sharp left bend a few yards beyond where she wanted to be. Taking that as her marker, Fiona ducked down below the banks and started up the burn. It was a treacherous ascent. The stones of the stream bed slippery with algae, and too uneven to make her passage anything other than slow and awkward. More than once, Fiona lost her footing altogether and sprawled full length in the chilly waters. After the third or fourth ducking, she decided she couldn't get any wetter, and started using her hands and arms to move her along faster, scrabbling up the burn like a chimpanzee. So fiercely was she concentrating on her progress that the bend in the burn was upon her before she realized how far she'd come. She squatted on her haunches, trying to get her breath back. No chance of a stealthy approach if she was panting like a dog on a summer's day. Slowly, cautiously, Fiona peered over the lip of the bank. She frowned. She was pretty sure she was looking in the right direction, but there was no sign of Blake. She sighted down the burn to make certain she'd come far enough up. There was no doubt about it. She was exactly where she'd planned to be, which meant Blake should have been about 100 yards away from her, maybe 15 feet down the mountain. But he wasn't. The tight hand of panic gripped Fiona's chest. She stood up, scanning the mountainside. There was no sign of her quarry. "Fuck," she moaned, scrambling out of the watercourse and onto the rocky side of the bank. Even with this higher vantage point, there was no mistake. Blake had vanished from the landscape. That could only mean one thing, she thought. He'd panicked when they disappeared and made his way down to the last place he'd seen them, where Kit was lying, vulnerable and weak as the runt of the litter. Fiona took off like a mountain hare. Heedless of her safety, she hurtled across the steep slope at an angle she hoped would bring her to the beginning of the channel in the rock where she'd left Kit. Her wet boots squelched, skidded, and slipped as she ran, and only the sharpest of reflexes stopped her pitching headlong down the slope. As she raced down the hillside, what had started as a dark line in the rock gradually defined itself as the gap. From this angle, it looked like a giant split in a massive slab of stone. The closer she approached, the more Fiona realized she had misjudged her line. She was actually going to hit the edge about halfway along. She adjusted her course slightly, but the going was too steep now for it to be possible to make much of a correction. She slowed to a walk, stepping sideways until she was at the edge of the drop into the defile. She looked back towards the beginning, but the angle of the bend was too sharp for her to see all the way to where she'd left Kit. Without the concentration of the downhill run to protect her, fear coursed through her like electricity. Fiona forced herself to breathe deeply and started the treacherous scramble back along the rock. Halfway to her destination, she came to an abrupt halt. She could hear a man's voice, raised in anger. She inched forward so she could see over the edge again. What she saw made her stomach clench in pure terror. Down below, about 15 feet away, Kit was sprawled on the ground, half sitting, propped against the rock wall. With his back to her, Francis Blake stood above him, hefting the shotgun in his hands. She couldn't make out his words, but his intent was clear. He took a step back and started to raise the gun. Without pause for thought, Fiona sprang into action. She took a short run up along the edge of the defile and launched herself through the air. As the gun levelled out, Fiona crashed on top of Francis Blake, the momentum carrying them both in a heap on top of Kit. The crack of a gunshot split the mountain air. Chapter 58. The city glittered below her in a tawdry galaxy, zirconium to the diamond sparkles of the stars blotted out by the light pollution. It was, Fiona thought, probably all she deserved. She'd come up to her favourite vantage point on the heath, in spite of the frosty night air, because she wanted to be as alone as it was possible to be in the heart of the city. She pulled the letter out of her pocket, fumbling it through her gloves. There was barely enough light to make out the letterhead, but she needed to check its reality. The Procurator Fiscal had decided she was not to be prosecuted for culpable homicide. There were to be no formal repercussions for that single minute of chaos when the gun had gone off, taking most of Francis Blake's head with it. They had finally accepted that there had been nothing calculated in her actions. A few seconds either way, and the outcome would have been quite different. Earlier, and Fiona might not have won a struggle for the gun. Later, and Blake would have fired and destroyed Kit utterly. Somehow, miraculously, she had landed at precisely the right moment. The gun had jerked back, Blake's finger on the trigger, and suddenly it was all over. Both Fiona and Kit had been injured too, which was probably what had made the police believe her story that she had had no intention of killing Blake when she jumped from the edge of the defile onto his back. It would, she thought, have been much less credible if they hadn't taken some collateral damage. She couldn't really blame the police for their incredulous reaction. She must have presented a bizarre sight, staggering off the hill, covered in mud and blood, soaked to the skin. Reeling from the shock of what had happened, she had been cold-hearted enough to strip Francis Blake's body of his padded jacket and use it to make Kit as comfortable as she could. Then she'd torn herself away from him and covered the last few miles to the road in a blur of fear and pain, every stride sending a sickening wave of agony through the shoulder that had taken a blast of shot in the fatal moment. Only adrenaline had kept her going all the way to the road. When she finally emerged from the last belt of trees, the phone box where she'd left Caroline had shimmered like a mirage through the miasma of her exhaustion. She'd staggered over to it and dialed the emergency services. Her relief when she was connected to a police officer almost made her buckle at the knees. A squad car had been with her within minutes. Somehow she'd managed to string her story together, and because Caroline had made the police talk to Steve, they took her seriously, but suspiciously. And at least they'd mobilized an emergency helicopter to get Kit to hospital. She'd had no time to luxuriate in her relief. While paramedics extracted lead shot from her shoulder, the police had hovered, grim-faced and unsympathetic, waiting to pick holes in her story. But she had been believed eventually. Everyone, from Steve to Sandy Galloway, had assured her there was no chance of her facing charges, but it had taken anxious weeks for the official notice to reach her. She wasn't sure what she felt. Part of her believed she deserved some sort of punishment for taking the life of another human being, but her rational self kept telling her how foolish it was to imagine that anything formal could assuage that particular guilt, and she couldn't deny that she felt a sense of remission, that she wouldn't have to relive those terrible seconds when she had to make a life-and-death decision that ultimately had been no choice at all. It was ironic that the only person who would ever appear in a courtroom in connection with Francis Blake's murders was the false confessor, Charles Redford. He was languishing in prison awaiting trial, charged with perverting the course of justice, threats to kill, and offences under the Protection from Harassment Act. On the same wing as Gerard Patrick Coyne, due to face a jury for the murder of Susan Blanchard. The proximity of the two men who linked the crimes of Francis Blake provided a satisfying symmetry to Fiona. The sound of footsteps on the path broke into her thoughts. She turned her head and saw a familiar figure approaching. Fiona looked back across the city lights, unwilling to appear eager for company. Steve cleared his throat. "I thought I'd find you here. Kit said you'd gone out for a walk." He stood by the bench, uncertainty on his face. "Did he also mention I didn't want company?" Steve looked embarrassed. His actual words were, "You're taking your life in your hands, mate. She's off doing a Greta Garbo." She sighed. "Now you're here, you'd better sit down." They'd rebuilt most of their bridges over the previous weeks, but the sense that Steve had somehow betrayed her still lurked in Fiona's heart. That was something else she wanted to disappear from her consciousness, along with the memory of killing Blake. Steve sat down beside her, keeping his physical distance. "Kit also told me the news." "You didn't know already? I assumed that's why you came," Fiona said. "No. I came because I finally managed to get Sarah Duval to give me a copy of Blake's journal. He started it while he was in prison and kept it right up until a couple of days before his death. It was written in code, but it was pretty simple, and Sarah got it transcribed. I thought you'd be interested in seeing it." Fiona nodded. "Thanks. It covers all the practical stuff of how he laid his plans and carried them out. How he gave the Spanish police the slip when he was supposedly over there in Fuengirola. It turns out he has a cousin who lives in Spain. This cousin lent Blake his car and simply stayed at the villa when Blake was over in the UK and Ireland, killing Drew Shand and Jane Elias. They looked similar, and as long as the Spanish cops saw someone answering Blake's description when they cruised past the place a couple of times a day, it never occurred to them that it wasn't him." Fiona nodded, listlessly. "I see." "He was able to enter the UK and Ireland by ferry without a problem because, of course, There was no general alert out for him. He got all the background information he needed from the internet and from published material about his targets. He even managed to track down Kit's bothy via land registry records. He was a clever bastard. He covered all his bases. The only mistake he made was not taking account of the CCTVs in Smithfield. That's fascinating, Steve. But does this journal answer the important question? You mean, the motive? What else? Attempting to understand had kept her awake more nights than she could count. She knew there had to be some coherent motivation in Blake's actions, even if it only appeared reasonable to him. But why he should want to take revenge on thriller writers for what had happened to him had eluded her so far. It's twisted, but it makes a kind of sense, Steve said. Don't they always? Fiona said ironically. So, what's the story? Blake was eaten up with a desire for revenge for what happened to him, but he knew if he took direct vengeance, he'd never get away with it. The more he brooded, the more he realized that there were people other than the police he could blame. Thriller writers? Fiona protested. I still don't see it. He reckoned that if the police had never called in a psychological profiler, he'd never have had his life destroyed. But he also decided that the main reason profilers get taken seriously is because they've been turned into infallible heroes. And who turned them into heroes? Fiona sighed deeply. His victims all wrote novels where the profiler was responsible for tracking down the killer. And their work inspired films and TV that took the idea to a much wider audience. So, ultimately, they were the ones to blame. That's about the size of it, Steve agreed. And seeing Susan Blanchard's murder had made him realize it wasn't such a hard taboo to break, Fiona said, half to herself. She looked up at Steve. Does he talk about her murder? Endlessly. How much it excited him. How it made him understand that killing was the most powerful thing one person could do to another. It always comes down to power, she said softly. Fiona got to her feet. Thanks, Steve. I needed to know that. That's what I figured. Would you like to come back for dinner? I'm sure Kit's half expecting you. Steve stood up. I'd love to, but I can't. He stared down at the ground, then looked up to meet her quizzical look. I said I'd meet Terry for a drink. Fiona's smile was one of genuine pleasure. Not before time, she said, stepping forward and hugging him. I was getting really bored with telling the pair of you how much you'd misunderstood each other. Yeah, well, I'm not saying I forgive her for what she did, but we both reckon we should at least listen to what the other has to say, now the dust has settled. Fiona looked out over the heath. Is that what's happened? Isn't that always what happens, after the world gets turned upside down? Steve said. Even if it takes a while. The dust always settles. Epilogue. Dear Leslie, I'm writing to say goodbye. If you'd still been around, you'd know that I turned into the kind of psychologist who doesn't really believe in this kind of therapeutic device. But since I agreed that I'd have post-traumatic stress counseling, I feel honor-bound to do what the professional recommends, no matter how foolish and self-conscious it makes me feel. It's amazing how little we understand of what provokes our responses. Even trained professionals like me lack insight when we're dealing with our own motivations. But what I've come to realize is that your death and the manner of it has never left me, no matter how hard I've tried to pretend otherwise. Its legacy has been one of pain and guilt. I felt guilty because I encouraged you to go to St. Andrews instead of joining me in London. I felt guilty because I survived and you didn't. I was your older sister, and I was supposed to protect you, and I failed. I felt guilty because I didn't manage to push the police into uncovering your killer. And I felt guilty because I couldn't stop what happened to Dad after you died. As well as that, there has been the pain of loss. At every milestone in my life, I am conscious of your absence. I wonder what you would have achieved and how your life would have been. I watch Caroline changing and growing, making mistakes and getting things wonderfully right, and I think about how you would have handled them differently. Sometimes I look at Kit and wish more than anything that you two could have known each other. I know you'd have liked each other, the two people I love best in the world. How could you not? I can feel the time together we've missed, the happiness lost to us, and it tears me up. I miss you so much, Leslie. So many of my best memories have you in the centre of the picture. You were the one with the gift of optimism, the giver of grace. I was so proud of you, and I never told you. I loved you so very, very much, and I never told you. You died without knowing how much you were cherished, and that's another bitter regret for me. Because the guilt and pain have been so strong for so long, I'd lost any sense of the blessing you were while you were alive. What I'm trying to do now is to take the good things from the recesses of my memory and put them in the foreground, in the hope that they'll gradually swamp the hurt and stop it shaping the way I view the world. What I also have to accept is that the other legacy of your murder has been my professional life. Because of you, I chose to move in a particular direction. It was as if I felt that, having failed you, I had to try to do what I could to stop something similar happening to anybody else. I suppose I was looking for a kind of redemption. So, I have to acknowledge that when Kit went missing, my subconscious probably grasped at this as an opportunity for finding my own salvation by saving him. In hindsight, I could have, should have, done more to force the police into action, but at some level I accept now that I almost wanted them to reject me so that I would have to walk the high wire. I did not expect that it would leave me with blood on my own hands and a different kind of guilt. And when I saw the man I love staring death in the face, none of those considerations came into play. I simply acted without thought or hesitation and did the only thing it was possible for me to do. But I still wake up at night to the sound of a gunshot and the nightmare memory of Francis Blake's head exploding in my face. The one outstanding item, according to my therapist, is my need to reconcile myself with you. That's what this letter is meant to be about. I suppose what I have had to come to terms with is that it is impossible for me to change the past. I've had to accept that what happened to you and to us as a family is not my responsibility, but rather the responsibility of the man who took your life. I guess I was afraid that if I admitted that to myself, I would have no reason to carry on doing what I do so well. I was wrong. What I do is worth doing for its own sake. I probably would never have chosen it if you had not died as and when you did. But that should not be a millstone around my neck. It is, like my friendship with Caroline, a gift your death gave me. Understanding that and accepting it are two different things, of course, but one will almost certainly lead to the other, and this letter is a step in that journey. And so, I take my leave of you. I will never forget you, or stop loving you. What I hope is that I will stop feeling that I owe you something I can never pay. With love, your sister, Fiona. That is the end of Killing the Shadows. It was written by Val McDermid and read by Vari Sylvester.